Under a clear blue sky filled with bright white clouds, the silhouette of a dragon soared into view that day. The ferocious green dragon opened its massive jaws and let out a thunderous roar. A dragon circled endlessly in the sky, flying wildly across the vast expanse, freer than anything I've ever witnessed. That dragon flew right overhead of a man standing below, and just because of that Istaz's face was covered in blood, looking utterly exhausted. High above in the wide sky, the dragon spread its wings and flew far away as Istaz watched it go. The great magic clan Declan had decided to withdraw from the role of trouble cleaner. Then he clenched his fist tightly under the sunlight, and that was the only reason. Dark clouds gradually rolled in, blotting out the white clouds from before. A black crow opened its beak and cawed loudly. Suddenly a powerful voice rang out, "Now you're the last one left." Then it flapped its wings and flew off to join the rest of the flock. Down below, Istaz was using magic to choke someone by the neck. A green-haired man in helpless agony gasped out, "First of all, you've been hiding your true strength." He just gave a faint smile. "That's not power an ordinary cleaner would have." Then he declared firmly, "The one asking questions here is me." Istaz held the book in his hand and asked, "This is a grimoire, isn't it?" The green-haired man's face paled in pain as he stammered, "Yes." In the vast empty space around them, only the two of them remained as the green-haired man continued, "You really think we came here just to take down one hunting dog?" Istaz had no intention of letting go and replied, "But if it's trash from the Declan clan like you, then maybe the whole pack showed up." He glanced at the other man and asked casually, "So how do you use it?" The man stubbornly refused, "I don't know." Hearing that, Istaz shifted his gaze and thought, if that greedy Declan guy knew, he wouldn't have buried it in that dusty basement. He looked at the book in his hand and pondered deeply. He doesn't even know how to use it, yet he was still hunted down like this. Right after that, Istaz concluded, "That just proves how valuable it really is." Suddenly, the green-haired man spoke up, making Istaz glance over, hand over the grimoire. Even in his disadvantaged position, he still tried to threaten. "Then I'll ask the leader to spare you, maybe even let you go back to being a cleaner." Istaz wasn't afraid at all and just gave a slight smirk. He kept the magic grip tight on the green-haired man's neck. "What right do you have to say that?" Istaz threatened right back. "Fine then, any last words?" The man groaned in increasing pain. "You damn bastard." Istaz shot back mockingly, "Oh, finally accepting yourself, huh? Good for you." Suddenly a footstep with a cane approached slowly, making Istaz startle instinctively. Then he turned to look. "This is dangerous." A man appeared surrounded by red glowing auras. "You have pretty good instincts." Istaz fully turned around and muttered to himself, "Anyone carrying killing intent like that?" The man gripped his staff tightly. "A pleasure, I am Farin von Declan." He introduced himself calmly, "Clan leader of the Declan magic family, Eastern Continent." Hearing that, Istaz was shocked. The clan leader of Declan. Farin smiled lightly and made an offer. "If you don't mind, I'd like to take back that grimoire. We can talk afterward." He glared at Farin and thought, "It's been over 10 years since I started as a cleaner. I've spent half my life dealing with Declan, but this is the first time I've met the clan leader face to face." Istaz recalled those people, Declan clan, the most powerful magic family on the Eastern Continent. The majestic image of Farin appeared in his mind along with the thought, the clan leader said to be the strongest mage in their history. He wondered curiously, what kind of person is he? But in reality, the man wore an incredibly kind smile. Seeing that, Istaz was stunned. What a hassle. Farin looked helpless at his blank face and fell silent. Immediately, Istaz held up the book and asked, "You're just gonna take someone else's spoils that easily? No shame at all?" He didn't answer and just burst out laughing. And so the two stood facing each other, both laughing in their own ways. Istaz laughed awkwardly and blamed himself. "I shouldn't have eaten that dragon," the clan leader himself showing up, way too unlucky. His hand trembled. "This magic power isn't a joke. He's the most overwhelming mage I've ever seen." Farin slammed his staff hard into the ground, shattering the stone. "It'd be easier if I just killed you and took the grimoire back, but fine, I'll be direct." He said menacingly, "Return under Declan's wing, hand over the grimoire, and I'll overlook everything you've done." Istaz stayed silent while Farin pressed on. "What? Your talent is truly impressive. Watching you fight, I can't believe we didn't notice sooner. Just a filthy stray from the gray zone, training with the trash techniques cleaners usually use." He stood there staring as Farin tempted him. "Yet you've reached this level of strength. If you had the Declan clan backing you, how high could you soar?" Istaz's eyes nearly drooped in boredom. "And how far could Declan reach with you as their sword?" He kept painting an advantageous future for Istaz. "Together, you'd stand by my side, making Declan even greater. You'd be etched into history." In the gray sky, a dragon spread its wings and flew back toward Declan. Farin sealed it. Of course, you'd still have to return the grimoire. Ista replied shortly, fine. Farin smiled happily. Good, then let's start with, but first I have one condition. Ista grinned wickedly and looked at Farin mockingly. Give me the position of leader and I'll think about it. He smiled too, but veins bulged clearly on his face. Ista clenched his fist, making green light burst out, and asked, you've been watching the fight, haven't you? Above, the green-haired man hung with his tongue lolling out from the tight chokehold. His neck twisted to the side as Ista confidently continued. Did you count how many people died because of this thing? That action successfully enraged Farin, making his face twist in fury. But he stayed calm, so that's how it's going to be. You could die here, you know. Hearing those words, worry clearly showed on Ista's face. He stood silent and thought, he's right. Suddenly, footsteps ran quickly across the ground. Ista leaped high, raising his fist triumphantly. Exactly. Two beams of white and red light collided violently between them. Ista's face turned ferocious as he roared, you won't know who's longer until you measure it. Farin replied calmly, fine, looks like I need to show you your place. He pointed at the red circle in front of him, preparing something. Farin stood below as Ista unleashed his attack on him. He held his hand over the circle with an utterly nonchalant expression. It seemed Ista had been hit by the technique, his face changing color. This crazy bastard. From high up, Ista fell quickly to the ground, scraping his feet to slow the impact. While fighting, he pondered, so this is the Declan clan leader. Ista charged forward but still glanced back warily, not a single gap in his defense. Suddenly a voice rang out, lost focus, huh? Then he blocked the light coming from ahead. Farin asked casually, didn't you say you have to measure to know? Some things you just know without measuring. Ista stood there touching the red circle and looked up. Farin declared gravely, like the distance between you and me. A golden light suddenly burst out, blinding the area. A massive red circle surrounded and protected Farin as he spoke. I won't kill you, just beat you black and blue. So, ready to talk now? Farin looked up at the gray sky. He suddenly laughed, and what if I bow my head now? What if I agree to return under Declan's shadow? You think I'd believe you? On this side, Ista was focusing his magic. His blood-covered face looked terrifying as he opened his eyes wide. You think I'd believe you? Instantly, he unleashed his attack and shouted, I'm sick of eating dog food, got that? Ista's technique slammed down hard toward where Farin stood. His face twisted viciously as he yelled, who wants to go back to being a dog? Just because of a shiny leash and a big house doesn't mean it's not a kennel. Farin calmly tapped his staff on the ground and sneered, how pathetic. Right after, a red circle quickly appeared under his feet. The light from that circle burst out and hurled his staff flying far away. Farin raised his hand to control the red circle and looked up. Let me show you. He spoke as if preparing a fatal blow. This is what overwhelming power looks like. At this point, Ista knelt looking up and cursed, you bastard. Above in the sky, purple lightning struck down from somewhere. Thinking back, that's the reason. Ista recalled his own pathetic face from back then, that day when I looked up at the sky. In the gray sky, a dragon took flight, soaring freely overhead. The image of his pained self appeared. And then, the reason I looked up that day. Farin still stood there leaning on his staff. Impressive, I thought you were dead, you actually held on. Then he asked mockingly, so have you felt the difference in strength yet? His staff, face full of blood, stared at Farin without a word. Finally, he admitted, you're too strong. Farin stopped and asked, want to finish what you started, ready to talk now? Ista, covered in wounds, narrowed his cold eyes and asked back, so you want me to go back to being a cleaner? Farin touched his chin thoughtfully. Oh, I never said that, I didn't tell you to be a cleaner. Immediately, Farin made his demand, I want you to become the leader of Bongshan. Hearing that, Ista's eyes widened in disbelief. Leader of Bongshan. Farin's aura surged. Declan clan, the most powerful magic family on the eastern continent, strong enough to challenge the throne, and they want me to swear loyalty as a vassal family. Ista slowly pulled out the book and asked, that was your real goal from the start, wasn't it? But Farin brushed it off, you're still underestimating your own value. I want you, and that grimoire too. And so the two just stared at each other in silence. Ista held the book toward Farin. Good, you've made the right choice. He smiled and reached out to take it. All your sins are forgiven. Farin shifted to a firm tone. Now only glory awaits standing beside Declan. Suddenly, purple light appeared from the book in Ista's hand. Farin's face darkened. What are you doing? Ista glared at him and shot back. What do you think? You said I could hand it over to you as long as I didn't mind it burning to ashes, right? Farin was so furious that veins bulged on his face. You'll never get an easy death, but Ista cut him off sharply. Ah, shut up and listen. Holding the book now enveloped in purple light, he spoke calmly. I've never done this kind of work for money. Cleaners don't make any money anyway, so why did I keep this thing? Because it's tied to money. Ista continued asking, making Farin's eyes widen in shock. Have you ever heard of a cleaner getting eaten alive by a Declan young master? He seemed to know about it, forbidden magic. Asta confirmed firmly, "That's right, that bastard swallowed my teammate whole," and Declan covered it all up. As if piecing it together, Farin continued, "So this is all for revenge," Asta replied wearily. "HMPH, why would I bother with that? I know exactly how cheap a cleaner's life is. My teammate knew it too." He looked straight with his sharp green eyes and stammered, "I just—" Under the gray sky, warm rays of sunlight began to peek through. "Wanted to make sure they get what they wished for." Then Asta smiled, "But that requires a lot of money, and more than that." Finally, he concluded, "I've decided to retire for good. No way in hell am I going back to that kennel ever again." Farin stayed silent, waiting for Asta to continue. "Consider this my final will and testament." Then he snapped his fingers once. A blue flame immediately flew over and enveloped Asta as Farin turned away and said, "This is Declan's precious azure flame, the flame that never extinguishes." Farin glanced back, "Burn in there and regret your choice down to your very marrow." Asta stared defiantly and declared, "Regret? Screw that." Farin's back gradually faded into the distance as Asta thought, "If the only choice left is to be Declan's dog, I'd rather go back to the gray zone. Even if I can't, dying isn't so bad." Asta sat inside the flames with a contented smile. He burst into loud, joyful laughter. "How long has it been since I felt this free?" Then he sighed regretfully, "Too bad I can't escape my fate." Immersed in the fire, he kept thinking, "It's a shame I can't escape my fate, but I don't regret it. If I'm reborn, I'll chase freedom properly and take revenge the right way. All rivers flow to the sea." But strangely, Asta seemed completely unharmed. What the hell? He recalled Farin's retreating figure and wondered. Everything stopped. Asta hid behind a rock and peeked out. He held the book in his hand, the grimoire. Then Asta let go, allowing the blue flames to engulf the book. He watched in utter shock. What the hell is this? A golden circle quickly appeared. Asta still didn't understand what was happening. What in the world is going on here? A coin dropped into an old, battered bucket. In the form of a young boy, Asta dragged the bucket along, begging for money. He froze, stunned, and asked himself, "What is this? I was clearly being burned alive." Something felt wrong. Asta panicked and slowly lifted his face. Looking at the rundown houses around him, his heart filled with questions. Where is this? But then he looked down at the bucket with a few stray coins and thought, "It's like I've gone back to the past. This place feels way too familiar." Suddenly, Asta exclaimed as realization dawned. "That's right, I remember now. This was the gray zone, the place where he once scraped by day after day before becoming a cleaner." People bustled around, no one paying attention to him. Asta looked down at his own hands, still in disbelief at the miracle. "No way, I've really gone back in time." The sky was clear and blue, sunlight gentle. The rundown houses in the gray zone gradually fell quiet. Asta collapsed by the riverbank, stunned, and asked, "What the hell just happened?" Seeing his own face reflected in the water, though he showed no expression, his heart was in turmoil. He muttered to himself, "This is definitely me, but me when I was a kid." Suddenly, a magic circle faintly appeared on his chest. Asta felt dazed and thought, "If there's anything confusing me, it's this mark. I went back to the past, but this thing stayed with me." Sitting on the lush green grass under the blazing sun, he pondered for a while and vaguely concluded, "I don't know how, but the grimoire definitely did something." Still, remembering the book's appearance, he felt a twinge of doubt. Does it really have that kind of power? But thinking back, the lazy old Declan clan leader personally showing up proves just how important that grimoire was, and precisely because it was so important, no one knew anything about it. Finally, he brushed aside the tangled thoughts and told himself, "Whatever, it seems like a good thing anyway. It's too real to be a dream, so I don't believe this is one." Thinking that, he looked at the water in front of him and sighed inwardly. "That sewer stench from Sale's lecture hall is so real it's nauseating. I'm definitely still alive." But he waved his arm experimentally and thought vaguely, "And not just alive." Snapping out of his thoughts, Asta clenched his fist energetically, pumping himself up. A morning full of vitality and burning ambition. This is the kind of situation where anything can succeed. But he still wondered to himself in confusion. So, what exactly counts as success? Under the harsh sunlight, he closed his eyes slightly and whispered, "I once had a dream. Yes, I had a dream. It was also my teammate's dream." Asta let his mind drift, recalling old memories. Back then, he and his teammate gazed off into the distant horizon. "The reason I decided to retire." Asta suddenly turned and called out, "Number one, I mean Aster." Aster didn't turn to look at him but asked quietly, "We were born as strays in the gray zone. We had nothing, no good food, no nice clothes, no education. Among those, which do you think hurts the most?" Asta asked back, not getting to eat. Aster didn't repeat it and continued, "If it was just hunger, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Starving, we'd just endure." Then he asked again, "But what do you think dragged our lives down into this sewer?" Unlike Aster's somber mood, he kept messing around playfully and answered casually, but I'm fine with it. Aster, annoyed, still continued seriously. The reason our lives fell to the bottom, but Asta cut him off flatly. I said I'm fine with it. Aster reached peak irritation and shot him a friendly glare. Seeing that, he stopped teasing and gave up helplessly. All right, I'll say it. Look at that glare. Only then did he listen seriously as Aster spoke. Not getting an education, that's the most bitter part. If we'd been taught properly, we wouldn't have had to live like this, getting trampled by those damn nobles. Both gazed at the distant sunset horizon as Aster continued. So if one day I get to retire, then I want, he unconsciously broke into a bright smile. Back in the present, Asta finished for him with a smile. Build a library. He vaguely pictured it, a place where anyone, rich or poor, high status or low, male or female, could read freely. But I want to go one step further. Thinking that, he raised his hand toward the blue sky. Dreaming again, build a tower for no reason at all, just because I like tall things, put it anywhere. Asta couldn't help whispering aloud, any book is fine, but there's one that absolutely has to be there. The more he thought, the more excited he got, laughing maniacally and shouting in delight. I'll put Declan's top-secret manual right in the entrance hall on the first floor, so even gray zone strays, noble bastards, or butcher kids can grab a copy. The cover will have Declan's emblem, and inside will be the secret arts they value more than their lives. The more he imagined, the grander his visions grew. Picturing everyone holding that book hand in hand, he couldn't help exclaiming, just imagining it makes me drool. But there's still one big problem. How the hell do I get that book? The blue sky grew even bluer. He crossed his arms, nodding cheerfully and muttering happily. Well, that's future me's problem. Anyway, if I spread Declan's secret manual everywhere, they'll love it to death. Suddenly, a foot slammed straight into his face with a shout. It's you. Asta was kicked flat on the ground. The boy kept yelling, you bastard, I've been looking for you. I saved you a spot and you dare hide here. You wanna die, huh? As he spat venomous words, he punched and kicked Asta relentlessly. Asta, bruised all over and clueless about what was happening, tried to cover his head and thought, who the hell is this guy? An ambush. But I've survived countless battles, except aerial fights. I'm a veteran cleaner. Thinking that, he boldly grabbed the foot kicking him and stopped it. The boy was stunned by the move, but quickly recovered and shouted, oh, you dare block my hit. Asta's cold voice slowly pronounced each word. You hit me 7 times. Then eat 70 in return. His face turned icy, radiating killing intent. That made the boy instinctively flinch in fear. Seizing the moment, he prepared to slam a fist straight into the boy's face, but his hand made a cracking sound. He pulled back his fist, bewildered, and asked himself, what the hell, it's glowing. While he was distracted, the boy threw a punch straight into his face and cursed loudly. You bastard, you dare hit this big bro. A punk like you dares touch me, you crazy huh? He kept cursing without mercy, pummeling Asta until he rolled on the ground. Asta couldn't fight back and could only cover his head as tears streamed down. Helplessly, he thought, it hurts. It hurts so much I'm crying, but what hurts more than my body is my heart. The boy accidentally tripped over a rock on the ground. He fell backward with a thud. Splashing into the water, Asta saw it and told himself, now's my chance. The boy got up and cursed again, you little brat. Seeing Asta run, he roared in anger. Where do you think you're going? Asta suddenly shouted back, this isn't running away. Unexpectedly, he turned to look at the boy and said coldly, I'll remember your face. In his mind, he calculated, this is a tactical retreat. Those hits you landed on me, I'll wear them on my chest like medals. I'm a veteran cleaner, one who never gives up. At a street corner, Asta examined his hand and muttered quietly, damn it, this isn't good. Looking at his bruised, swollen wrist, he worried and grumbled. I'm not some ordinary office worker, yet a few punches dislocated my wrist. This body is way too weak. Shaking off the wild fantasies in his head, he thought, forget the tower for now, first I need to fix this body. At that moment, a voice called out to Asta, you hungry? A boy approached beside him. While rubbing his wrist, Asta looked at him and asked back, do you know me? Damien answered honestly, no. Asta turned away, glanced him over once, and inwardly assessed, yeah, figured as much. You look pathetic, but your clothes are expensive. Probably some noble kid kicked out of the family during a power struggle. In other words, a walking bomb, beautiful and dangerous. Damien stood still, quietly watching him. Asta called out shortly, hey kid. Damien pointed to himself and introduced, I'm Damien. Asta started to continue, anyway, but was cut off as the boy said, my mom is Bianca. Hearing that, Asta froze, speechless. Inwardly annoyed, he thought, why do I suddenly feel like I'm hearing things I shouldn't know? After a few seconds of silence, Asta couldn't hold back his irritation and half scolded, half asked Damien, you got something wrong with your head. He asked one thing, but Damien answered innocently another. I don't have a mom. Realizing he'd misspoken, Asta felt guilty and thought, oh my bad. But outwardly he stayed tough and declared firmly, well, I don't have a dad either, so we're even. Now let's part ways here, got it? Actually, he was cautious and thought, best not get involved with a bomb like that, cut ties early before things get messier. Even so, Damien stood there, neither speaking nor leaving, just staring at him. Estelle lost patience and asked, "You're not going?" Damien said bluntly, "I'll go with you." Estelle thought irritably, should I just smack him? But he didn't do anything, just snapped, "Move aside." Suddenly Damien reached out as if to touch him and asked concernedly, "Hey, doesn't that hurt?" Then he brightened excitedly, "I'll heal it." At the same time, Damien performed magic. Looking at the boy's magic circle, Estat asked blankly, "What is this?" Damien saw his confusion and smiled as he replied, "Magic." Estat already had an answer in his mind, but this only made him even more bewildered. No, this isn't just ordinary healing magic. The healing light, a forbidden secret art of the Blandor family, the clan that Declan once crushed. His memories dimly recalled the tale. Deep inside, he stayed on high alert, warning himself, "My instincts are screaming, this filthy, dangerous thing that a cleaner like me always avoids is now clinging to me tight." Thinking that, he unconsciously stared hard at Damien. At that moment, his head was flooded with questions that needed answers. But why is a Blandor child here in the gray zone at this time? Blandor should still be at the height of its power right now. Without thinking too long, he hurriedly called out, "Damien, Damien, huh?" Hearing his name called, Damien let out a surprised sound. Then he beamed brightly and asked back, "You called me." His staff rose, stunned, and unconsciously cursed under his breath. Damn it. Looking clearly at Damien's heterochromatic eyes, he suddenly snapped awake and pieced several things together. I remember now, a person with Blandor blood has those strange eyes. The monster of the Blandor family. Just thinking it made his mind replay a shocking scene, sea of flames, corpses everywhere. And the chilling laughter of Damien when he turned dark, the mad butcher who couldn't be killed no matter how many times you tried. But right now Damien was an adorable, innocent kid smiling happily and exclaiming in wonder, "Oh, ants." He was intently counting them one by one. 1, 2, seeing the scene before him combined with memories from his past life. Estat couldn't believe it and stood frozen in shock, thinking, "You've got to be kidding me." A group of people in black cloaks rushed toward the light. Back when he was still a cleaner before regressing, he had once been dispatched to the Blandor family on Declan's orders. His past self grumbled irritably, "Damn it, if it's Blandor business, handle it yourselves, why drag us in?" The person beside him replied, "Well, we don't really understand the higher-ups' schemes either." Another one suddenly jumped closer and recounted, "I heard in the soft territory there's a monster, rumor has it dozens of people have died." He frowned and guessed, monster like an ogre or something. But then his face showed fear, and then I saw it. Something was torn in half right in front of them. Not an ogre. That thing stood shirtless, holding two halves in its hands. It was a human ripping another human apart barehanded. The monster wore a crazed expression, fighting non-stop while endlessly using Soft's exclusive healing magic, laughing and killing in pure madness. It trampled over hundreds of bodies, the monster of Blandor, the mad butcher who couldn't be killed. The monster with golden and red eyes and that ever-present insane smile on its lips. Damien von Blandor. Back in the present, Damien was squatting and smiling like a flower. He began counting under Estat's judging gaze. 1, 2. Estat doubted himself inwardly. For real? He stared at Damien with a mountain of questions. Why is the legitimate son of Blandor, the only son of the family head, living in a dump like this? Right then the boy suddenly stood up and shouted, "Food," Estat instinctively blurted, "Huh." Damien smiled brightly and continued, "Let's eat. My mom said if you want to be healthy you have to eat properly. Sickness comes from not eating." Estat inwardly agreed, he's right. He brushed off his pants and stood up, though he didn't hit back verbally, it still hurt, and asked, "Yeah, do you have money?" Without any suspicion, the boy held out a pouch of gold coins. "This." Estat suddenly slung an arm around his shoulders. Damien looked up curiously. Hem. Estat gave a thumbs up enthusiastically. "Let's be friends, okay?" Damien blinked. Huh, suddenly. Estat shamelessly lifted his head and continued, "I said friends, you understand, and friends share everything they have." Right after, Estat's eyes lit up as he pointed ahead. "Let's go, my friend, time to eat." Damien sparkled and echoed, "Friend." Under the sunset sky, the boy suddenly asked, "So what do you have?" Estat answered casually, "Me, I've got a friend now, that sounds pretty cool." Night fell at a small inn tucked among the other houses. Estat opened his mouth and let out a loud burp. He rubbed his full belly and sighed in satisfaction. That meal was amazing. After washing my face, I feel refreshed too. Seeing Damien looking around curiously, Estat asked, "What are you doing?" Damien innocently replied, "I didn't know the place we ate had rooms upstairs. I usually sleep on the street, didn't realize having a house was this convenient." Estat could only respond vaguely, "Ah, yeah." But suddenly the boy planted both hands on the bed and exclaimed, That's right, Damien said seriously. I don't have a dad either. Estat processed it for a few seconds, then immediately denied. No, you do. The boy shot back. No, I don't. Estat didn't reply and just thought inwardly, don't turn this into a suffering contest. Thinking that, Estat quickly changed the subject. What about you? Do you have a mom? Damien looked around cluelessly. Where? Not here. Estat slapped his forehead helplessly. If she's not here, then she probably doesn't exist. That's a harsh way to think. All right, let me assess the situation first. Estat asked again, how long have you been here alone? The boy counted mentally and hesitated. Since I ran away from home, I've slept 10 times. Estat's expression darkened slightly. Ran away? Were you being chased? 10 sleeps meaning 10 days. Damien innocently corrected. I also take naps a lot. Estat's head filled with more question marks. The boy smiled and held up 2 fingers. Twice a day, of course, I mean short naps. Anyway, total 10 sleeps. Estat's confusion only grew. He guessed helplessly, so about 3 or 4 days. Damien flopped onto the bed and complained, but I haven't slept properly since coming here. The ground's too hard. Estat suddenly looked up blankly. Then he turned to glance at the soft pillow behind him. Estat buried his face in the pillow and yelled, this kid is insane from birth. After venting, he sneaked a sideways glance. Anyway, while this kid's stuck in the gray zone, I can act as his temporary babysitter, and it wouldn't be bad to build connections with Blandor in the process. Damien lay on his back, eyes closed, mumbling, this place is uncomfortable. Estat calculated inwardly. Later, when facing Declan, this will be useful, and powerful families usually have lots of rare books. He suddenly recalled his miserable past image. Of course, first I need to handle something else. 57 grudges carved deep in my chest. Thinking that, Estat looked up and reminded, Damien, I'm heading out. Don't cause trouble. If you do, it'll be big trouble. Damien sat up at that. Are you practicing breathing? Estat answered mechanically. Yeah, that's right. When I'm done, you do it too. I'll wait. The boy happily replied, okay, got it. Done with that, Estat slowly closed his eyes and felt it. In my previous life, I built my magic foundation with basic spells that cleaners were allowed, but the limits were obvious. Images of his past self dashing through the night appeared, so I sneaked into many noble families to steal magic. In the midnight sky, shattered glass and various spells scattered, nearly dying countless times, the magic I learned that way. Night body reinforcement techniques, spirit summoning, alchemy, a bunch of miscellaneous arts, but he suddenly remembered the figure of that cane-wielding man right before death. A cloaked figure standing amid thunderous clouds. I've encountered true destructive power, and because of that, Estat suddenly opened his eyes straight at the ceiling, his green eyes shining with determination. His lips parted slightly and pursed. The first magic I must learn is Declan's foundational ultimate technique, the root of Declan magic, capable of accepting all attributes of mana. Estat closed his eyes again and breathed evenly. I memorized it once to study it, now I have the chance to use it for real. The breathing technique. Suddenly a fierce flame erupted on his left chest. Estat's eyes widened in pain. Too hot, it feels like lava rushing through my body. Damn it, what is this? He told himself inwardly. Focus, I have to circulate it. But Estat's eyes bulged again when he noticed something. On his hand now appeared a different flow of mana, impurities. Why are there these things? In the past, an old man once channeled mana into a young man. This is advanced magic, only passed down to pure-blooded members of noble families. A blue mana current coursed through Estat's body, forcing the mana through and burning away all impurities in his meridians. His entire body felt submerged in a lake of pure mana purification. Estat jolted awake from the trance, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily as he sat up. How long has it been? Damien on the next bed was still sleeping soundly. Estat opened his eyes wide and looked at his hand. No, more importantly, no more impurities in my channels. The mana has been purified, purity even higher than my previous life, maybe even more. He frowned and looked up thoughtfully. Even so, Estat could imagine that man's figure towering many times larger than himself. Defeating Declan, even reborn 100 times, it might still be impossible. But he still clenched his fist confidently. But one thing is certain. Estat bared his teeth in a proud grin. My chances have increased. I'm a cleaner, a human who never gives up even with 0.01% hope. The next morning, a shocked cry rang out from the inn. Whoa, amazing. Damien stared in astonishment as he touched his hair. My hair turned brown. Estat glanced at him and thought inwardly, good, the silver hair that's too conspicuous is hidden. Once we change clothes, Blandor won't recognize him. He calculated silently. Now, only one last thing left. Right then, Damien asked cheerfully, so what do we do next, my friend? Estat's face froze as he stared at him. But then he turned and smiled, eyes sparkling with excitement. Estas spoke 3 short words, cause chaos. At the same time elsewhere, someone stretched after last night's sleep. Spotty relaxed under the morning sun, slept great, the weather's nice today too. But he suddenly froze and stared straight ahead. Estes and Damien were slowly walking towards Spotty. The kid muttered, "That brat." He started talking, "Where the hell did you disappear to? Showing up now and looking like you bathed in a sewer." Spotty continued without restraint, "Who's this kid? Looks rich no matter how you see it." Before he finished, he took a punch straight to the stomach from Estes. As Spotty collapsed unconscious, Estes spoke, "Looks like I found the right place, because you're still crystal clear in my memory." Estes clenched his fist full of rage. "First of all, 123 hits, you're definitely getting every single one." Right at that moment, 2 more gang members suddenly rushed out. "What, Spotty, what's going on?" In the blink of an eye, the entire gang had gathered fully. Someone broke in. "Wait, no way, isn't that the little punk?" Estes grinned excitedly, his face full of familiar faces. All these recognizable mugs, terrifying. Both he and Damien wore strangely dark expressions as Estes muttered, "Wonder how far I can go today." Damien suddenly piped up curiously, "What are we playing, my friend?" A powerful punch slammed straight into a young man's face, dislocating his jaw and sending him reeling backward. Without stopping there, Estes followed up with a decisive blow to the gut of another who charged in, making him fly back and roll several times across the ground. Estes moved freely and mercilessly, swinging his fists without holding back against anyone. The whole crowd swarmed him like that, yet not a single one could touch him. Standing off to the side watching, Damien couldn't help but marvel in awe. Estes clenched his fist tighter, channeling mana into it, gripping hard, then unleashing a barrage of attacks. Damien's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Awesome." While fighting, Estes turned and reminded him, "Damien, back then they called this peak performance." The boy let out an "oh" and immediately copied the praise, "Super peak." Right then, one guy Estes knocked out rolled right up to Damien's feet. The boy quickly squatted down, placed his hand on the guy, and gently cast healing magic. "It's okay, I'll heal you." After being treated, the guy regained some clarity and mumbled weakly, "Thanks." But Estes showed no mercy. He suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost, grabbed his collar, and asked, "How many hits so far?" Immediately after came a series of dry, sharp sounds, smack, crack mixed with endless miserable screams. He beat them from morning until the sky turned to evening. Countless people collapsed one after another, yet Estes was still full of energy, swinging his fists. One guy tried to sneak away during the chaos but got spotted. Estes immediately whacked a staff right across his butt with a loud crack. Then Estes slowly approached and asked, "How many times did you get hit?" The guy clutched his red butt and stammered, "I forgot." Estes glanced back and called, "Hey friend." Damien ran over excitedly, "My turn, my turn." Estes ordered casually like it was a song, "Heal his hands." The young man despaired inwardly, "Stop already." Estes cracked his knuckles, smirking wickedly, "Listen carefully, you're in the role of the punching bag, got it?" Damien happily supported, "Heal hands, heal hands." The soon-to-be pummeled guy screamed internally, "Stop you demons, I only know numbers up to 2 digits. Now it was night, a full moon hung high in the sky, casting faint silver light over every rooftop. Down below, Estes had finished today's revenge work. He smiled contentedly, "Thanks for today." The beaten gang lined up straight and replied in unison, "Thank you so much." Estes nodded proudly, "Your mana distribution is looking good now, I'm proud." Damien clapped enthusiastically and promised, "All done, let's play again tomorrow." Estes felt exhilarated inside. "I'm proud too, I landed over 100 hits per person, more than 1,000 total. Even for me, a veteran cleaner who's never fought on mountains or in the air, this was a fresh challenge." Just then a faint, hesitant sound pulled him out of his thoughts. A bruised and purple-faced young man rubbed his hands together, bowed slightly, and spoke softly, "Can I go now? I think that's enough." Estes gave a small nod, "Yeah, go ahead." The guy twitched his lips in a forced smile, "Actually, this is my house." Estes drew out the word mockingly, "So you want us to scram?" Estes' grip tightened on the guy's collar, his face showing clear annoyance as he growled each word. "That's really awkward, huh?" The young man panicked and hurriedly explained, No, we'll leave right away." Without wasting another second, they scurried off quickly. Estes watched them go with his eyes. This isn't personal grudges. Suddenly sensing something, he turned his head slightly. This is really awkward. Damien was still innocently waving goodbye enthusiastically, while Estes looked toward the end of the alley. Someone's there. In that spot, a figure with a fierce aura landed, and that person was approaching. Estes narrowed his eyes and analyzed. Fast but stealthy, distinct feeling like a cleaner. Estes' gaze turned tense toward the person beside him. In his mind flashed the guess, probably a pursuer, and the target is Damien. I was careful, yet they still tracked the trail. Hard to believe Blandor found him first. Estes closed his eyes and tried channeling the little mana left in his palm. With this much mana, even one spell is hard. Close combat would be even worse. Not good. He opened his eyes, face focused, and gazed deep. But who do you think I am? His hands moved slowly, gathering mana. Even back when I was just a cleaner, I never had mana to spare, not once. Situations like this, I faced them 100 times. Nothing new. At his fingertips, a magic circle appeared, mana condensing, compressing tighter and tighter. The spell solidified into a small round orb. This much is enough. Without a second's delay, Istas spun around. He dropped to one knee in a shooting stance aimed forward, where a figure was rushing toward him. This is my only chance. But then something unexpected happened. The approaching figure suddenly dropped to their knees. Istas stared wide-eyed in confusion, like a goldfish, utterly baffled. The man slid forward on his knees, wailing desperately, "Oh heavens, young master." Hearing that familiar voice, Damien froze. Alfred. The man hugged the boy and cried bitterly, "Do you know how long I've been searching for you? Where you went, what you did? This poor butler has been worried sick, unable to eat or sleep." Damien pushed Alfredo's head away in disgust. "Let go, I'm not going back." The man wailed again, "Oh heavens and earth, young master, just kill me instead." The butler's voice cried out in misery, "Heavens, running away from home, how could you do this?" Estab behind them watched with a disgusted curl of his lip. A moment later, Alfredo grabbed the pouting Damien, tucked him tightly under his arm, and stood up. "Please forgive me for making such a commotion in front of an honored guest." He regained his refined demeanor and introduced himself. "I am Alfredo, butler of the Blandor family." Estab replied politely, "Yes, I'm Estab." Alfredo smiled warmly and extended a hand toward him. "It seems young Master Damien is quite fond of you. If you don't mind, would you like to come back to the family with us?" Hearing that, Estas swallowed hard, his mind suddenly in turmoil. Going to the Blandor house. He began imagining all sorts of things. The basic rule of prestigious families is to avoid anything dirty and steer clear of anything too noble. I can't guess what they're scheming. Finally, Estas smirked, "But whatever, it's fine. I already planned to approach the Blandor family anyway." Because his goal had been set long ago, luckily, Blandor territory lies right on the route to the city, where Zenian Academy is located, considered the pinnacle of Eastern education. Its library is also known as the greatest in the East. Since I plan to build the best library, stopping by to check it out isn't a bad idea. Thinking that, Estab gave a small nod. "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help." Alfredo turned and walked ahead. "Then I'll prepare the carriage. Please wait a moment." Estab picked up his coat and pondered. "I've slightly veered off the library building path, but good things just keep coming." Under the bright moonlight, he put his clothes back on. "All right, let's see if Blandor family food lives up to the hype." That night's sky was truly beautiful. The full moon hung high, quietly draping everything in a soft silver glow. After a smooth ride, the carriage stopped in front of a grand estate. "We've arrived. This is the Blandor family mansion." Estas stepped down calmly from the carriage, walking with relaxed yet steady strides. He lifted his head to look at the building before him. First time coming here officially, the Blandor family mansion. At the entrance, a long line of people stood neatly in respectful formation. Alfredo bowed slightly and gestured inside. "It's late, please rest comfortably. Lancy, I'm counting on you." The maid behind him nodded yes. She stepped forward, glaring down. "This way, please, young Master Damien." The boy broke into a sweat but forced a smile. "Lancy." The door closed along with Damien's scream. "I messed up, Lancy." The mansion at night was wrapped in silence. Most rooms had their lights out. In the dim corridor, only faint moonlight slipped through the windows and spilled across the stone floor as Alfredo walked alone in one direction. Reaching a door, he knocked lightly a few times. A voice from inside called, "Come in." Alfredo turned the knob gently, pushed the door open, and slowly entered. In the majestic, classical room, a woman's voice rang out. "Damien." He bowed and reported, "The boy from Gray-White District number 7, I've just brought him back." The chandelier glowed brightly. After that statement, the air suddenly fell into an eerie silence. A sudden explosion flew straight toward Alfredo's face, but he remained perfectly still, unmoving. The woman raised her hand, the magic circle still active. "Gray-White District number 7, you say?" She seemed to erupt in fury, bombarding him with questions. "Is Damien okay? Was he hurt? If even a single hair on my son is damaged." Alfredo spoke calmly to soothe her. "Madam, please calm down and let me explain first." After hearing the full story, the woman finally settled down and sat back in her chair. "I see." She withdrew her magic and sighed in relief. "That's truly reassuring." Alfredo stood calmly amid the mess. Yes, truly reassuring. He thought inwardly, good for Madam and good for whoever might have touched the young master. This woman was Damien's mother, Madame Gama, once called the Blood Witch. Her rage was something no one could stop. It was only natural. No mother could stay calm when it came to her own child. A smile bloomed on her face. At least the outcome was fortunate. Anyway, you've worked hard. Alfredo bowed respectfully. It was nothing, that's my duty. However, there is one slightly unusual thing. Madame Gamo narrowed her eyes. Unusual. She probed, you mean about the friend young master made this time? Está right? Is there something about that friend? Alfredo's eyes narrowed dangerously as he recounted. He detected my presence even before I appeared. He was already prepared to counterattack. He briefly recalled the spell Está had prepared, the mana condensed into a swirling light around his palm. When he looked closely at its shape, Alfredo confirmed, and when we faced each other, what that kid held in his hand was a mana bullet. Madame Gamo rubbed her chin in approval. Undeniable, that's astonishing talent. A child capable of that, coming from the gray-white district. Suddenly, Alfredo moved his lips, his gaze resolute. That's precisely why, madam. His face turned grave. I humbly make one request. The next morning, morning sunlight poured down, highlighting the grandeur and majesty of the entire estate. Alfredo, glowing with enthusiasm, proposed brightly, hey, how about becoming the successor? Está, who had just opened his eyes and heard the invitation, was left utterly speechless, frozen for several seconds. Alfredo was beaming inside like a flower in bloom, surprised, but no way that kid would refuse, a butler from a prestigious family like me personally offering a life-changing opportunity for a stray kid. Glory, wealth, fame. But Está's calm reply made him freeze. No. Alfredo was completely shocked, stunned. What? He stared at Está, who was casually picking his ear with a look of existential doubt. What did you just say, kid? Did I hear wrong? Damien poked his head in, eyes wide with curiosity. Damn it, what the hell is damn it? Thank you so much for nominating me as the butler successor of the family, but I think I prefer my current life. He bowed slightly while speaking, at the same time covering Damien's mouth. No talking. He shot a glance. Once again, I'm truly grateful. He still couldn't shake his curiosity, but eventually understood. Why refuse, I see. He looked at the two young men and thought inwardly. Born in the gray zone, penniless from childhood, self-taught magic through talent. Because of covering Damien's mouth, the two communicated with glances. Está shot Damien a cold look downward. I didn't say damn it. The boy glared back resentfully, insisting, you did. Watching them, Alfredo's mind raced. That must be why you're so arrogant. I understand I was once a nameless, wild kid who didn't know limits either. At this point, he spoke gently, but kid, the world is vast. Está replied bluntly, I know it's not small. Seeing Está's fearless expression, he gradually lost patience. Right now you might feel like you can do anything, reach the whole world. Contrary to his rising emotions, Está stayed calm and spoke as economically as possible. Not exactly. Though veins bulged on his forehead and his head felt like it was on fire, he still held back. Have patience, you need to learn patience. He tried to stay as calm as possible, putting on a friendly face to illustrate and scare Está into backing down. Have you ever heard of goblins living in mountain crevices? That's your current situation. Born and raised in a crevice, completely unaware of how terrifying the outside world is. This seemed to have quite an impact, as Está scratched his ear this time, his face calmer than ever. I think I'm more like the Dragon King in the sky. A sharp cracking sound cut through the air. A powerful stomp caved in the ground. This brat knows nothing. His body gradually grew enormous. Then I, a butler, will personally show you. His face twisted in anger like someone had stolen his rice ledger, trying to intimidate with authority. How vast and terrifying this world truly is. Sunlight gradually shone into the grand castle. One big, one small, both with stone-cold faces, strode boldly into the castle. Everyone in the palace who heard the strange noise outside immediately turned. Instantly, without needing prompting, they lined up neatly and bowed in unison. Greetings, great butler. As if proving his authority here, he put on a dignified air. What do you think, kid? All of them are around your age, but they're official geniuses of the Blandor family. You must feel it somewhat by now. Even after going this far, all he got was Está's indifference and nonchalance. At times like this, caution flickered in Está's thoughts. The Blandor family isn't a joke. Está glanced over the young people standing before him and inwardly assessed. Hard to believe they're just teenagers. Their auras may be light, but they blanket the entire room. But Está gave a faint smile, as if he'd seen through their act. Looking into their eyes, they're all just a bunch of goblins. He wasn't wrong, their eyes held no goodwill whatsoever. Está spoke to him, yeah, I do feel something. Hearing that, Alfredo lit up like he'd struck gold and eagerly asked, so you'll accept my offer? Getting carried away, he praised Está to the skis. If you succeed me, you'll shine like them, no, brighter than anyone. Suddenly, Está turned away sharply and said bluntly, pouring cold water on him, I hate lights. Hearing that, Alfredo's mouth went stiff. Kid, how could you? An arm suddenly rose. Great butler. A young man with a mole under his eye stepped forward with a slight smirk. He asked, an intern, you have something to say. He confidently stated his opinion. If that kid really felt something, he wouldn't have refused the invitation. But with how bluntly he rejected it, I think he hasn't felt enough yet. Estelle looked at him without changing expression. If permitted, I'd like to give him an experience. He asked back, you want to spar? He shrugged with a smug look. Not exactly a duel, just let him taste a bit of what mana is. He looked him up and down, inwardly assessing. Arrogant but not bad. Then he turned with an amused expression and said to Estelle, kid, what do you think? A simple match against that guy. Estelle gradually sank into his own thoughts. I know, they see me as a thorn in their side. In their eyes, outwardly smiling and friendly but deep inside all demons in human skin. Some lucky beggar who crawled out of nowhere, that's probably what they think. Estelle pointed forward and asked him, can I choose my opponent? Go ahead and try. Hearing that, he decisively pointed at the one who suggested the game. You. Thinking one was enough, he kept pointing at more, making even Alfredo beside him panic. You too, and you as well. I'll fight all five at once. Just hearing those three words made the initial arrogance and smugness on their faces drop by half, replaced by shock mixed with 3 question marks. Estelle flicked his fingers provocatively, his eyes and voice colder than ever, scared, then die. Though just a bystander, witnessing that aura made Alfredo break into a cold sweat and feel a twinge of caution. His mouth slowly opened. Then he burst into delighted laughter. Yes, that's exactly the spirit a successor needs. Though very satisfied with that demeanor, for safety he still turned to remind Estelle, kid, are you willing to take responsibility for those words? A statement like that is practically insulting the Blandor family. Estelle smiled and said, I'll take responsibility. Hearing that confirmation, he quickly moved to start the match. Good, then let's begin. 1 minute. If you last 1 minute, I'll give you a gift. If not, you'll take responsibility. Hearing the rules, Estelle immediately understood his intention. Responsibility here probably means inheriting the butler position, this old man, clearly trying to drag me in. Fine, I'll play. After a brief preparation, right now on the arena, he stood alone against the other 5. Around them, more and more people gathered. Someone approached Alfredo and said, but great butler, isn't this dangerous? He wasn't worried, in fact, he was resolute. That's exactly why it has value. His stubbornness needs to be shattered before he can grow. The person beside him looked up in surprise. Suddenly the boy gritted his teeth and turned away, eyes tightly shut as he thought inwardly. Not good, his eyes are already rolled back. If I injure the young master's guest, my career as a trainer is over. Unexpectedly opening his eyes, he saw Damien and Lancy were also there. Seeing that, he bowed and whispered to Damien, young master, your friend is in real danger. Please stop the great butler. Thinking this might salvage the situation, but hearing that made Damien's eyes sparkle brightly, his heart blooming. Really, even I'm surprised. Seeing that, he slapped his forehead helplessly. Oh heavens. Lancy beside him reminded, if the young master gets involved, Madame Gamo will explode and drag him away. So he crossed his arms, pouted, and turned away, cursing, damn it. Seeing it had been too long without the match starting, he turned and gently urged, trainer, what are you waiting for? Begin. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to comply. Yes, understood. At that moment, Damien was also getting the usual lecture from Lancy. The trainer walked away helplessly with silent tears streaming down. Off track, I did my best. The trainer's helpless expression caught Lancy's attention. Suddenly she left, leaving Damien with one sentence. I'll be right back, don't interfere. As soon as she was gone, her pitiful guilty face from before was replaced by a sly one. All right. The trainer stood between both sides and explained the rules. Let me explain the match rules. It will be turn-based. Not satisfied, he interrupted from outside. No, make it a free-for-all. Unable to do anything, the trainer accepted. As you wish. Regaining his most neutral expression, the trainer announced, the format is a free-for-all. The match continues until one side surrenders. However, the trainer may stop the match at any time, remember that. Rules explained, Estelle's eyes looked at his opponents with utmost seriousness, ready for the upcoming battle. The 5 on the other side were just as tense. Looking at him, he gritted his teeth, face full of disgust. Filthy, nameless beggar, the young master and butler might pity you, but who do you think you are? I'll crush you and drag your true face out for everyone to see. The trainer's sharp command rang out, then begin. The moment the trainer finished, he was immediately hit with a strike to the gut, tears and spit flying everywhere. He suddenly clutched his eyes, mouth gaping in agony. He glanced at his teammates behind him. The remaining 4 were also writhing on the floor in pain, not faring much better than him. He looked at the person in front of him, his face now showing some fear. The demeanor remained the same, eyes and smile unchanged. Looks like I should teach you a few things myself. First, don't underestimate the weak. What he noticed most now was the magic on Astaz's hand. He panicked. Magic mana bullet. That's the most basic mana control, consumes a ton of energy, useless in real combat. Astaz's cold voice rang out again. Second, don't judge others so lightly. With a flick of his hand, the magic immediately shot toward the 5 of them. It struck them directly in the head, making everyone cry out in pain. His eyes now filled with utter terror. Third, Astaire rushed straight at him, eyes wide as he pressed his face close, fist parallel. The world is vast and bitter. That left him frozen in place. With those words, a decisive, powerful punch slammed into his face, sending him flying far. After finishing, he kindly reminded, "From now on, I'll pour all these experiences into you, learn properly." After receiving Astaz's full course, now looking from top to bottom, he was utterly wrecked, one hand clutching his face, screaming, "You lunatic, this isn't magic." "It is." Then Astaz took a step back with one foot for momentum. He unleashed another merciless strike, knocking out his front teeth. "This is physical magic." The trainer's eyes bulged wide, his mouth hanging open in pure shock. Everyone else watching from the sidelines shared the exact same stunned expression without needing to coordinate. On the arena, the battle was intensely tense for Astaz. His arms and legs moved non-stop without a moment's rest, hands grabbing collars to yank one guy close while feet stomped loudly into another, all while wearing a sly, wicked grin. Alfredo was genuinely surprised by his abilities and thought inwardly, "Those are mana bullets." He threw 4 or 5. Judging by the power, they must have been compressed at least 4 times each. He imagined the scenario if one of those mana bullets had actually hit, if it had landed just now. Alfredo was still lost in his thoughts, truly innate mana control talent, and not just that. Suddenly, the trainer dashed past him with a face glowing like he'd struck gold. Picturing the scene of this demon single-handedly beating the 5 little demons to a pulp, he wondered, why is he so ridiculously good at punching and kicking? Unexpectedly, a voice called out sharply, startling him, "Alfredo." He hurriedly turned toward the source of the shout. Approaching him was Lancy, and a few steps ahead of her stood Madame Gamo. Surprised, he raised his voice slightly, "Madame Gamo." Looking toward the doorway and seeing Alfredo speaking privately with Madame Gamo, someone thought inwardly, "Madame Gamo has arrived." Like spotting a life raft, the trainer's face crumpled with 2 silent streams of tears rolling down as he nodded at Lancy. "Madame Gamo is here to save us." She nodded back reassuringly to calm the trainer. Madame Gamo spoke in an extremely serious tone. "What exactly is going on here?" Not daring to be discourteous, he bowed and stammered, "I only intended a simple test." She glanced over and asked again, "A test?" Seeing the battlefield Astaz had created, and even catching him grabbing someone by the collar, she said, "You call this a test?" While focused on something, he suddenly heard the familiar authoritative voice call Damien, and jolted guiltily. Finally, she ordered, "First, gather the trainees and have them withdraw." He placed one hand on his chest and bowed in agreement. Toward Damien, she also commanded, "Damien, go back to your room first." Dropping the mischievous expression from earlier, he now scratched his head in front of his mother, putting on his innocent, blameless face. "Astaz wasn't exempt either," she said. "You too, Astaz, return to your room." She walked over and stood in front of the trainer. "Trainer Runfit." He bowed, sweat already beading on his face. Runfit spoke up, "Yes, Madame Gamo, I did my best." 4 words came from her, "You're fired." That left him stunned and frozen. "What?" In the Grand Palace, Madame Gamo's voice rang out, "Alfredo." "Yes, madam." Holding her teacup, she spoke to the butler. "I understand your intentions, but this time you've gone too far." Without hesitation, he bowed earnestly. "I apologize, madam. I accept any punishment." She set her teacup down, however. She asked, "I heard Astaz had a practice match with the trainees. Did Damien help him?" He answered calmly, "No, he fought alone. It's just that." He paused at the crucial point, prompting her to press, "Just that." He recalled with immense pride and satisfaction, "He's incredibly skilled at fighting." Suddenly remembering something, he added, "Ah, right, regarding the mana bullet I mentioned earlier, he used it in today's practice match too." His voice lowered, even more dangerous, but he compressed it 4 or 5 times. That amplified its power terrifyingly, which proves. Following his words, she gradually deduced, "He has exceptional mana control. Though I didn't see it myself, just 1 mana bullet was enough to defeat all 5 trainees." She recalled the scene, Astaz standing tall amid the fallen, each person sprawled in a corner writhing in pain. She thought, with just 1 bullet, even for high-level mages, handling pure mana to that degree is extremely difficult. She continued asking, "And about the succession offer?" He answered frankly, "He refused outright." Hearing the reply, she lifted her teacup and said to him, "I understand." After a sip, she thought, "Perhaps I need to reevaluate Astaz and consider things more carefully." Then she told the butler, call Asta here. A short while later, when the door opened, he strode in boldly. On the sofa, Damien was puffing his cheeks and glaring while munching a pastry. Spotting him, he immediately raised a hand in greeting. Beside him, Madame Gamo smiled warmly and said, Asta, you're here, come sit. Sitting down, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I heard you summon me, yes. But first, she took out a box and pushed it toward him. He looked at the box. I heard Alfredo promised you a gift. He tried to recall the information. Esther remembered before entering the match, Alfredo had said, if you last 1 minute, I'll give you a gift. But what surprised him was, I didn't expect it to come this fast and prepared personally by Madame Gamo. She maintained her friendly smile. You can open it. Taking the box, he slowly opened it. As soon as the lid lifted, a glow emanated from inside. Inside was a golden gem, leaving him stunned. High-grade item, even in the Blandor family, only trainees who join the top 5 mage divisions receive one. He glanced suspiciously at Madame Gamo. I'm not sure. Normally kindness stops at a meal. If there's a gift, there must be some hidden intention. If it were a bet reward, a mid-grade one would make sense, but this is high-grade. She suddenly seemed to realize something. Stroking her son's head beside her, she said, you can accept it without worry. You helped Damien in the gray zone before, and this gift is also an apology for what happened today. Though she said that, he still asked skeptically, wait, if I take this, do I have to join Blandor? Her expression remained extremely friendly. No. He continued probing, or is there poison in it? Her brows furrowed slightly, mouth twitching, but she restrained herself. No. He said, so you're saying there are absolutely no conditions attached? Correct, no conditions at all. Hearing that, he no longer hesitated and took it. Then I accept. He closed the box. Thank you, it's nothing. Damien reached for another pastry on the table. Looking at the item in the box, his eyes sparkled, mouth already watering. Nice, a lucky find. Before he could fully celebrate, she added, additionally. Now she finally revealed her intention. I have a proposal for you, Asta. His face turned serious and cold again. I knew it. She stroked her son's head. Asta. With an extremely harmonious expression, she said, I'll arrange for you to enroll in the academy. Would you like to study alongside Damien? That made Damien, who had been ignoring things, suddenly look up at his mother. He asked curiously, academy, she explained. Actually, Damien was supposed to enroll last year. She looked at her son with sad eyes, but he opposed it fiercely, so we postponed it to this year. I never expected him to run away completely. Damien kept munching his pastry nonchalantly, turning his face away like he wanted to ignore it. She proposed, so I'm asking you, Damien really likes you. The boy chimed in, as long as my friend comes along, I'm okay. He pondered and gradually figured out her intention. Makes sense. For Bianca, this was a major issue. She feared forcing Damien to enroll would make him run away again. He imagined Damien stubbornly refusing, no way, I'm not going. And there was no clear way to change his mind. It seemed this proposal wasn't bad for him either. Of course, this is a great opportunity too. The academy is a good place. In a world revolving around bloodlines and connections, academic ties carry significant value. He gritted his teeth. Sounds good, but it feels like walking straight into a collar around my neck. He said, I'll think about it. Understood, let me know when you've decided. By the way, this is unrelated, but I'm a bit curious. He was quite surprised. Taking the chance, she asked, why did you refuse Alfredo's succession offer? He glanced toward the door behind him. With a mischievous smile, well, my knees are quite valuable too. His answer left her puzzled. What? Outside, Alfredo was pressing his ear against the door trying to eavesdrop. At a certain mansion as dawn just broke. Está parted his lips and exhaled a cold breath. Sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing magic, I get it, this is a domain treasure. Even though I only absorbed 10%, my mana increased this much. Está suddenly opened his eyes and glanced downward. Is it because my physique has transformed into one bearing the fire mark? The hand resting on his thigh was enveloped in mana. Normally absorbing a domain causes depletion, but here there's absolutely none. It exceeds my expectations. Está calmly looked toward the window. Anyway, the academy. I've thought about it for a while, but the answer was probably already set. Outside the window, the sky was gradually brightening. If I enroll in the academy, finding support will be much easier. It brings plenty of advantages, but... Yet he turned his head and sighed. It feels like stepping straight into a trap. Maybe I should take a walk. Thinking that, a short while later, Está stepped out of the room and closed the door. Suddenly, someone spoke up, making him look over. You're the one named Aster, right? The platinum-haired guy leaned against the wall, staring intently at Está. Meanwhile, he inwardly assessed, platinum hair, only main bloodline has that, like Damien, so he's a branch family member. Why is this family always so troublesome? A few minutes later, a staff finally spoke indifferently. No, what? The platinum-haired guy jolted. You said no. He rubbed his chin in confusion. Ash-gray hair, eyes with a hint of irritation. It's all you right. In an instant, his whole body tensed. A red cross mark appeared. Look at this guy. Estas suddenly pointed to his own head. Hair color can change depending on the light. Right after, he put on an enchantingly charming expression. Look into these eyes, how could you call them irritating? The platinum-haired guy pursed his lips, eyeing Estelle appraisingly. But then he turned away. In my eyes, they look gentler. Sorry for the misunderstanding, I'm leaving now. Right then, Alfredo jumped out from somewhere shouting, Hey, young man, no, Aster. I came to clear up the misunderstanding. I couldn't talk to you properly last night, and I've been tossing and turning all night. He knelt on the ground, sobbing nonstop. Even as a butler, no need to kneel until your knees bleed. It's just a misunderstanding. Estas stared blankly down at Alfredo kneeling at his feet, then stiffly shifted his gaze toward the departing platinum-haired guy. He had stopped at some point and was now glaring at Estas. Estas clicked his tongue irritably. Damn it. Immediately after came the platinum-haired guy's shout. Those eyes, I knew it. Exactly, the cursed eyes that make you kneel and die aren't something common. Estas helplessly admitted, all right, you caught me. He pointed furiously at Estas' face. Look at you daring to trick me and still acting so shameless. The platinum-haired guy gritted his teeth threateningly. I will. But right at that moment, he caught Alfredo's sharp, blade-like gaze. The platinum-haired guy immediately shut up and irritably looked away. Finally, he turned stiffly and said through gritted teeth, I'll let you off today, but come to the magic tower later. I'll fix that attitude of yours. Estes replied calmly, fine. After he left, Alfredo asked gently, what happened? Estes closed his eyes and smiled in response, nothing. Estes suddenly let out a mocking breath with a sneer. Actually, perfect timing, my mood isn't great right now. He watched the platinum-haired guys retreating back and thought inwardly, I'll deal with him later. Then Estes suddenly called out, head butler. He gave a light smile and probed, can I meet madam right now? Not long after, when the sky had brightened more, still at that same mansion, Gamo was holding a pen over a blank sheet of paper. Welcome, Aster. She closed her eyes and smiled faintly. So you wanted to see me this early, have you already decided? The moment Gamo looked up, Estes immediately answered, yes, madam. He stood properly in front of her and continued, I will join the academy. Gamo couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise at the answer. She smiled again to cover her earlier lapse. Truly unexpected, I didn't think you'd decide so quickly. Estes smiled toward her. Good, then we should prepare right away. Gamo didn't forget to instruct him. In the meantime, rest comfortably. Estes bowed slightly. Thank you for your concern, madam. Then Estes' figure disappeared from the room, followed by the sound of the door closing. But shortly after, Alfredo peeked his head in through the slightly opened door. As soon as he entered, he spoke softly. Madam, fortunately, he agreed. In the next second, Alfredo's whole body suddenly became excited. Just as expected, that's the spirit of youth, passion, the fire burning in those eyes. I knew it. At that moment, Gamo watched him perform with dead fish eyes. Alfredo suddenly pointed with shining eyes. The first semester is fine, I'll cover the costs. But what about the second semester? He imagined the tuition bill and Estes' anxious face reading it. A wanderer from the black-white zone, how could he afford that enormous tuition? He'll feel uneasy. Why? Because he'll want to learn more. In Alfredo's fantasy, he would extend a hand toward him, and at that very moment, Alfredo would appear with angel wings and a pile of gold coins. A saving hand will appear, no one else but my sponsorship, Alfred. At this point, Gamo finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke. Alfred, you're being too noisy. Alfredo jolted. Sorry, I got too excited. It's almost mealtime. I'll head to the kitchen first. Gamo silently watched him leave and closed the door. She helplessly closed her eyes and sighed. I understand why Alfred is so excited. He's been rejected so many times. Now he finally has a chance. But Gamo suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a sharp, icy gaze. She thought inwardly, in that sense, this academy proposal is nothing more than a crude ploy. But the reason Alfred is so confident. Gamo couldn't help shaking her head. Perhaps because he himself was once deceived by the previous butler in a similar way. Meanwhile, Alfredo was happily skipping down the hallway on the other side. Alfred, poor guy. On Estes' side, he was leisurely walking down the stairs. Suddenly, Estes lifted his head and looked ahead. Before him stood a towering spire. This is the magic tower. That branch family guy is here. Thinking that, Estes cautiously stepped inside the tower. Suddenly, someone in a full cloak appeared and asked, "What are you here for?" He hesitated without answering immediately, thinking inwardly, Right, I don't even know his name. Then Esta could only use gestures and words to describe the platinum-haired guy's appearance. The cloaked person understood and extended a hand. Perfect timing, I've been waiting for you. This way, please. He led the way while yawning widely. Reaching a door, he stopped and said, "You can enter from here." Before leaving, the cloaked person reminded, "Remember to bow when opening the door." But Esta slowly pushed the door and stepped into the pitch-dark room. A cloud of papers and fine dust hit his face in an instant. So that's what he meant by bowing. Esta couldn't help coughing violently, but someone suddenly spoke, "You're Aster." The person holding a candle slowly stepped out. "Pleased to meet you." Under the candlelight, Henzi's eerie smile appeared. "Bad feeling already, you're here for my little brother, right?" Esta was confused. Little brother, he thought inwardly. This guy is his older brother. On a certain evening in his previous life, the main character knelt on one knee in a high place. "If there's one thing I learned from infiltrating magic research institutes as a cleaner." He coldly looked down below. Where he was looking was the inner courtyard of some building. That's the characteristic of magic researchers. Tables piled with papers, exhausted people, collectively called pen pushers. One young man clutched his thinning hair in horror. First stage thinning hair, from constantly pulling it out until it stops growing. He rubbed his chin and calculated inwardly, divided into stages. One person wore a hooded cloak, stage 1 denial, covering the head with a hood. Another revealed a bald patch, stage 2 giving up, exposing it. And one more with a completely bald head, stage 3 shaving off whatever's left. Finally, the one frantically casting all kinds of spells. And the final stage, stage 4, researching to turn the impossible into possible. Hair growth magic, no one has succeeded. Back to the present, Esta evaluated Henzi in front of him, but this guy is different. Meanwhile, he calmly poured tea and said leisurely, "First, let me apologize." Henzi slowly recounted, "He's the late-born youngest in the family, spoiled too much, but I never expected him to be rude and insolent to a guest." Esta stared blankly and listened to every word. Henzi maintained a gentle smile while Esta thought inwardly, "He's really thick-haired and young too." Esta suddenly spoke, "You probably work at a magic research institute." He admitted without hesitation, "Correct, currently I'm the vice director. Please enjoy some tea." He lifted the teacup and took a sip. Vice director at this age. In a noble family like Blandor, they wouldn't appoint someone to that position based solely on bloodline. That means his strength is truly worthy. Henzi smiled and suddenly noticed Esta's expression. He closed his eyes profoundly and said, "Aster, you're truly unusual. You don't seem like someone from the gray zone at all." Esta could only give an awkward laugh, probably. But inwardly he thought, damn it, if he'd come in wary, it'd be easier to handle, but he's smiling so kindly like that. Esta looked at Henzi drinking tea and sighed inwardly. His personality matches mine. He suddenly spoke, "You've been invited to enroll in Zenian Academy, right? Congratulations." Esta forced a casual smile in response. Henzi continued, "It'll be a great opportunity, lots to learn. Actually, I'm also a Zenian alumnus, class of 145. Esta heard that and thought, suddenly pulling the alumni card like this. He scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. "Sorry, I got carried away hearing about you enrolling in Zenian. Anyway, let's get to the point." Esta looked puzzled. "The main issue," Henzi set down his teacup and continued, "Before that, there's one thing I want to confirm." He smiled coldly and looked straight at Esta. "Are you willing to risk your life for a friend?" Esta furrowed his brows in confusion. "What?" Henzi suddenly summoned a book with magic. "The fate of the Blandor family hangs by a thread. Are you willing to sacrifice your life?" He placed it before Esta's surprised eyes. Esta inwardly exclaimed, "This is." It was a thick book wrapped in the glow of mana, the core secret ultimate technique of the Blandor family, the holy scripture of radiant healing. At the same time, in a certain greenhouse filled with flowers, Gamo quietly trimmed the blooming flower clusters. Suddenly, the hand holding the shears paused midair. Gamo lifted her head to look up, then let out a soft sigh. She thought inwardly, Damien's enrollment, something that once gave me headaches, has finally been handled smoothly without any incidents. At least one worry is gone. Outside in the blue sky, a flock of birds soared freely. Aster, that child is a true friend. Gamo suddenly recalled Esta's earlier image, not bad talent and good character. According to Alfredo, he's sometimes reckless, no, bold, but that's normal at his age. She closed her eyes and smiled gently. What I like most is. The image of Damien happily beside Esta immediately appeared. Even knowing Damien's background, he maintains the same attitude. No flattery at all. Gamo glanced thoughtfully. He's different, that's why he's worth keeping close. But precisely because of that. A white bird spread its wings and flew into the sky while its cage stood wide open. He won't belong anywhere like a free bird. She suddenly exhaled. There are many ways to keep someone by your side. I'll gradually think of those methods. At this moment, Esta's bewildered face appeared. I can't let such talent slip away for Damien's future. He looked at the book before him, still in disbelief, handing over Blandor's secret holy scripture. Asta coldly lifted his gaze. What exactly is he hiding? But Henzi's green eyes remained calm and serene, pure, clear, perhaps that's why. His face still wore that gentle smile. I can't read him at all. Asta frowned with irritation. Whether good or evil, emotions usually show in the eyes, but he reveals nothing, like an emotionless assassin. In other words, he was now smiling with narrowed eyes while Asta continued guessing. He's wearing a mask, even he might not know who he really is. At that moment, Henzi suddenly spoke. I'm not saying this lightly. Don't rush your answer just because of the reward in front of you. Asta sneered lightly. I'll give you my answer. He spoke to himself inwardly. Now I understand. The uncomfortable feeling is gone. Asta smiled faintly and declared, I refuse. His answer made Henzi widen his eyes in surprise. Asta leisurely crossed his legs and continued. You and I both crawled out of the same mud. No need to be formal. If you have something to ask, just say it. Asta folded his arms with an arrogant air. If I can do it, I will. If not, then no. Henzi no longer maintained that smile. Even just hearing it could cost you your life. If you refuse after listening, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you, Aster. Asta glared provocatively. Then go ahead and kill me. I've died once already, what's one more time? Just as he finished speaking, Asta rolled his eyes in thought for a second, then muttered to himself, wait, no, actually I'm the one who's died twice, aren't I? In the very next instant, a furious gale suddenly whipped up inside the room. From Henzi poured out a surge of mana so intense that papers scattered everywhere like a storm had hit. Even the teacup sitting on the table rattled and shook violently. Henzi furrowed his brow deeply and unleashed an even stronger wave of mana. He directed that torrent of power straight toward Asta, who remained perfectly calm sitting in his chair. But then Henzi suddenly burst out laughing. He pulled his mana back, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, man, this is really something, Aster. You've passed the test. Henzi paused for a moment before continuing straight to the point. I'll be blunt. What I really need is someone I can actually trust. But that person absolutely cannot be from the Blando family. Hearing that, Asta frowned and thought to himself, at first I was seriously about to throw a full power punch at him. Henzi grinned and admitted, honestly, I didn't have high hopes. The drifters in the gray zone are usually just like that. The young master is still too young. Maybe his eye for people isn't sharp enough yet. The images of Gamo and Damien suddenly flashed through his mind, but with the madam who loves the young master so devotedly still refusing to let some random drifter stay by his side, I figured there had to be something more to it, and right at that moment. The staff finished the unfinished sentence for him. My little brother picked a fight with a guest, right? Henzi stayed quiet for a second, then said, Aster. Pick one, casual or formal, just one or the other. He replied indifferently, sure, casual's fine. Henzi gave a couple awkward coughs. Well, anyway, it gave me a convenient excuse. Otherwise, if my little brother starts trouble with you, then naturally, the big brother has to summon you here to talk it over. Sounds reasonable enough, doesn't it? He raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, yeah, it sounds reasonable. But does a vice director of a magic research institute really need to borrow an excuse from his kid brother just to call someone in? Something feels off here. Henzi seemed to read his suspicion and continued, yes, you're right to think that way. For me, it's very difficult to take the initiative and show my face openly. Don't misunderstand. This isn't some internal family conflict. The Blando family is actually very united. He suddenly stopped and the smile vanished from his face completely. Henzi's expression turned serious as he admitted, it's just that right now I'm being monitored by the Deculan family. Asta couldn't help but feel suspicious hearing that. What Deculan? He asked directly why, and Henzi answered right away, since you said you don't fear death, I'll tell you everything straight, though I have no intention of killing you. The next words from Henzi made Asta's eyes widen in shock. The truth is right now I'm researching the Deculan clan's prime origin technique, but it looks like I've been found out. Then he gave a small laugh and explained, you know about the prime origin technique, right? It's a secret art only those with Deculan blood can learn. I happened to seize it from one of their members. But suddenly, Asta raised his hand to interrupt. Wait a second. Asta shot Henzi a sharp look and probed further. Someone who's supposed to have died long ago. Why are you still alive? If the Blando family is researching it, then naturally they'd also research countermeasures to guard against it, right? Henzi laughed and replied, you already know it well. Yes, the Deculans are pretty arrogant. If I were only researching countermeasures, then even as vice director I would have found a way to wipe them out already. but as you can see at first, I only intended to study countermeasures, yet the deeper I dug the more I realized something else. He finished speaking, then narrowed his eyes and asked, don't you see it yet? The face of Farhan along with that magic book suddenly appeared in his mind. The prime origin technique is considered the root of all Deculan clan's techniques. At that moment, Henzi got so excited he clutched the front of his shirt tightly. There can still be supplementary methods to make that seemingly perfect technique even more perfect. He stated frankly, I couldn't stop myself anymore. Aster, you must understand how I feel, right? Meanwhile, Asta just stared wide-eyed, unable to say a word. Good lord, this guy isn't just normally crazy. He's seriously unhinged. The man emphasized each word. I can't stop, Aster, you understand how I feel, don't you? Right now, Asta's head was filled with doubt. This guy isn't just ordinarily insane. Is he really conducting that research right inside his own family? He still couldn't grasp the main reason. Wait a minute, then the timing matches perfectly. In the previous life, when the Deculan family wiped out the Blando family, the entire incident revolved around Henzi's research on the prime origin technique, the new improved version. Asta recalled everything he knew. Pahiran, that bastard, bet the entire fate of the Deculan clan to crush the Blando family over this. He had already realized the truth from the very beginning. Right from the start, he saw the potential in the new prime origin technique. Asta began piecing together the reason that's why he was so terrifyingly strong because of. While lost in thought, a voice suddenly called Aster. Only then did he lift his face and refocus. Henzi's voice was full of suspicion. Now you're regretting it, huh? Sure, it needs a bigger scale. Asta scratched his head looking tired and asked, forget it, then why did you come to me? He brought up his own issue. First of all, I haven't reported my prime origin technique research to the family yet. Hearing that Asta could already guess, it seems the Blando family has planted spies somewhere, but I still can't find them. He narrowed his eyes and went straight to the point. If the secret gets leaked, wouldn't you suspect someone like, for example, your secretary? Henzi took a sip of tea and confirmed firmly, no, it's definitely not her. To be more precise, it has more to do with the collection routes. Asta kept guessing the situation. If you can trace the collection route, then surely someone deliberately leaked the security plan. He shared the same opinion. Exactly. The moment I realized my traces were exposed, I immediately launched a counter-security plan to deal with it. I don't want to die either. At this point, Asta gave a sly smile and threw out another option. Wouldn't it be easier to just side with the Deculans? They'd definitely welcome you with open arms. He calmly confirmed, yeah, well, let's just say I have personal reasons. After that, Henzi made his request anyway. Aster, since you aren't directly tied to the family, I need you to handle this matter in secret. He let the flying documents settle. Actually, this research is a joint project, but the part I'm in charge of hasn't been progressing well. Henzi picked them up and assured, I'll make sure you're compensated properly. Then he pushed the papers forward and instructed, deliver this thesis to Professor Farhan at Zenian Academy. Along with the condition, Henzi added afterward, I'll grant you the holy light healing technique. Asta smirked in satisfaction. This is my chance. He immediately nodded, agreed, deal. Asta leaned in and added one more demand. I accept the holy light healing technique, but later on I also want the complete new prime origin technique. Only then can we truly be allies on the same boat, right? Let's raise the stakes one more time. Henzi sounded helpless. Aster, you're really shameless. He cut straight to it. Just say yes or no. If not, then I won't take the job. In the end, he agreed. Fine, the new prime origin technique. The name doesn't matter. You haven't learned the original yet, so right now it's useless to you. But later I'll give you the complete version. Henzi ran a hand through his hair and added, however, I also have one condition. He had anticipated it. Until this thesis is finished, I may need your help again. Aster, I hope you'll extend your hand when that time comes. If we're on the same boat, at the very least you can do that much, right? He didn't hesitate. Sure, no problem. If it's related to the thesis, I'll help. Oh, and by the way, I can't read. Then Asta took the stack of documents. But suddenly Henzi spoke up, kidding, you're not just shameless, you're also boring. At this point he was extremely curious. So that Professor Farhan guy, is he trustworthy? Henzi boasted proudly, from our student days until I became a teaching assistant, we always fought for first and second place. Unfortunately, the competition ended when I returned to the Blando family. Asta thought to himself, anyway, I'm still the superior one, or maybe that's just my delusion. Right now he felt extremely annoyed. Professor Farhan, huh, this world really is doomed. Even the academy has another lunatic like this. Under the moonlit night at the castle, books and letters were tossed and scattered everywhere. Asta looked at the mess in annoyance. He stuffed everything into his spatial bag to avoid detection, but why so many? Suddenly he noticed one particular letter. Asta opened it and read the contents. To my dear dear friend Aster. He narrowed his eyes in contempt. Dear my ass. The person trusted Asta completely. I've selected the essential magic books you need to master for the future. I've already written the study order below. Please study diligently to cultivate the intellect worthy of your stature. At the end, the signature was clear. Your friend Henzi von Blando. Asta had to sigh. This really is a great gift. Then he picked up one of the books. In his mind, Asta secretly admired the guy arranged an entire curriculum from basic to advanced magic theory. The man really is a genius and also completely insane. Then he grinned in excitement. Nice. Asta slammed paper and pen down on the table. He scribbled a few lines. Sponsor list Henzi von Blando. He turned to look at the pile of books, calculating carefully. Let's see, aside from the holy light healing technique and the new prime origin thesis, there are about 132 books displaying the holy light healing scripture in the tower for everyone to see. Is another issue. I'll have to discuss it with Damien later. Asta recalled and nodded in satisfaction. You could call that a friend's privilege. Only now did he glance down and realize the 132 books Henzi gave me aren't just 132 separate books, they form a complete single system. Asta understood the mechanism perfectly. If this system exists, then anyone who wants to learn magic can build a solid foundation. He already had another plan in mind. Yes, before I only thought about storing books in the tower, but now it's different. In an ancient tower at night, it will become the tower's signature, a place that bestows knowledge upon those who thirst for it. Asta was extremely eager to see the results. An unexpected harvest. Henzi stood by the window, deep in thought. At first, if he proved useful, I'd have him deliver the thesis. If not, I'd just use him and discard him. He parted the curtain and admitted, but Aster, he turned out to be quite interesting. Henzi gave a strange grin. Moreover, he recalled Asta's expression. Kill me, go ahead. Whether I die once or twice, what's the difference anyway? Henzi clutched his stomach and burst into wild laughter. Kill him? He really wanted me to kill him. That was just a threat to test him, but thinking back, I don't really have any reason not to kill him either. He grew a bit more wary now, but that light, he wasn't just talking big, he genuinely doesn't care about dying. The more Henzi thought, the more interesting it became. Completely different from those pigs. Fascinating indeed. At this moment, he truly valued Asta. The guy is hiding a lot, but isn't that even better? I've found an ally who can stand beside me and look in the same direction. Moreover, he craves the results of my research. What a refreshing feeling. One important issue still bothered him, but does he really not know how to read? Henzi still looked full of doubt. No way, absolutely not. Sunlight streamed through the castles. Asta was rolling up his sleeves, getting ready. A large bag appeared in the corner. A notification came through. Lord Aster, it's time to depart. A suitcase was picked up and carried along. The girl came to briefly explain. Upon arriving at the academy, there will be a few simple paperwork procedures. By the way, both the young master and Lord Aster are exempted from the entrance exam. She turned back. Her face bloomed into a smile. Someone praised. Anyway, you really look like a proper academy student. Now it suits you perfectly. He nodded thanks. She led the way and ordered, let's go. In his head, Asta's thoughts were swirling. Exempted from the exam, as expected from a prestigious family. It's basically direct admission anyway. No complaints here about getting a free pass. Suddenly a voice called out, buddy. Damien was excitedly waving. Hurry up, come on. Gamo gave a few more words of advice. Damien, feel free to enjoy yourself. Aster. He obediently nodded. Yes, ma'am. She sincerely prayed. This is a big opportunity. I truly hope you achieve great results. Aster gave a smile. Thank you. Then he gradually walked away. The result I want, of course, that's all part of my plan. He already had a goal set for himself. The greatest academy on the eastern continent, Zenian. Countless sponsors are waiting for me there, and I'm going to claim them all. Right now, Asta was incredibly excited. Just wait, you idiots. No, classmates, I'm coming for you. The carriage began rolling slowly along the dusty dirt road. Inside the cabin, Damien's eyes sparkled with childlike excitement as he pressed his face against the window staring outside, while Asta, on the other hand, maintained his usual calm demeanor. He gently closed the book in his hand. Got it. Asta's eyes gleamed with contemplation. Henzi really is an outstanding mage. The basic principles of magic are simple, but the ways to interpret them are endless. He visualized it in his mind, using water as an example. To one person, it's the water of life, the beginning of growth. But to another, it's the water of disaster, like floods that sweep everything away. In short, the only difference lies in perspective. Even with the same fundamental principle, noble families develop it differently depending on their own viewpoint. Now, after reading through all the magic tomes in his subspace, Asta could clearly sense that, and he could guess one thing. Henzi's curriculum is connected to the Deculan family's prime origin technique. At that moment, Damien's voice pulled Asta out of his thoughts. Hey buddy, look over here. The boy beamed with joy. We're here. Right in front of them, Zenian Academy loomed grandly against the pale blue sky, its massive gate engraved with a majestic crest, ivory white walls stretching out with a touch of classical elegance. The carriage still sped along the cobblestone path, leaving a trailing cloud of dust behind. Asta glanced out, feeling only a slight surprise. So this is Zenian Academy. Lancey, who was sitting beside them, finally spoke up. The carriage only goes this far according to the teachings of the first dean, the great sage. During the entrance ceremony, all students must walk no matter their status. She smiled and offered a farewell wish. We'll have to part here. May you have a wonderful entrance, and may you gain valuable lessons. After dropping the two off, the carriage turned back. Damien waved cheerfully goodbye. Suddenly, he grabbed Asta's arm, urging, come on buddy, we gotta hurry. Damien was brimming with excitement. Lancey said, if we're late, there might not be any seats left. Asta's face filled with question marks. Before he could even process it, he was already being dragged along. What the hell? The entrance ceremony isn't some village theater where first come first served for seats. Then Asta suddenly remembered something. Wait, Lancey said that on purpose. She must have made up an excuse so Damien wouldn't dawdle. In the end, he decided to let it go. Fine, I'll overlook it. This time she's straightforward but not shameless, definitely not doing it just because it's more convenient. Inside the auditorium for the opening ceremony, the place was buzzing with lively noise everywhere. The other students had already taken their seats, chattering away and starting to get to know each other. Light streamed through the stained glass windows, spreading across the entire space, reflecting off the central podium surrounded by tiered seating arranged from low to high, creating a solemn and orderly atmosphere. Damien's eyes widened as he looked around, his voice full of awe. So many people. He craned his neck everywhere, eyes shining like a kid, completely unaware that drool was dripping from the corner of his mouth. In excitement, Lancey wasn't wrong. If we'd been late, there really wouldn't be seats. Asta held his head in helplessness. No, that's not it. He reached into his pocket, rummaging around, then pulled out a piece of paper, skimmed it, and looked around. Let's see, class M, 3 seats, 11 and 12. While he was still searching for the spots, Damien nervously approached. Hey buddy, can we sit over there? If we don't grab them now, I'm afraid they'll be gone. Asta calmly reassured him. Hold on. A wave of belated annoyance hit him. Good grief, didn't you used to insist you didn't want to enroll? Why are you so hyped now? Suddenly, Damien wasn't paying attention and bumped into someone crashing flat on the floor. He looked up in confusion. In front of him loomed a large-built student with a dark face glaring down menacingly. The guy scowled, his voice full of irritation. What's this? Asta stepped forward, helping Damien up. You okay? The boy scratched his head, sheepishly grinning. I'm fine. After standing, Damien turned to walk away, still waving apologetically with a remorseful smile. I just bumped into you by accident, sorry. Barely a few steps later, the same student called out in a low voice, wait. He raised his stained arm accusingly. You, what did you just get on my clothes? Asta looked at the streak and recognized it instantly. Drool looks like some noble kid in this situation. Damien will. Just as he thought it, Damien eagerly stepped forward, licked the saliva on his hand, then bent down, rubbing the stain on the back of the big student's hand. Sorry, I'll wipe it for you. He even sounded proud, like showing off an achievement. See, it's getting shinier. I'll keep wiping till it's even brighter. The big student's face grew darker by the second, his jaw twitching with rage. Seeing that expression, Asta just sighed inwardly. This is gonna turn into a fight. The anger finally boiled over. He swung a powerful fist at Damien, roaring, let go, you idiot. The student gritted his teeth, spitting each word. Hey, you student. I think you're mistaken. That punch was meant for Damien, but at that moment, another hand shot out to block it. Turns out Asta had stepped in just in time to catch the fist. Better stop here. The student's face darkened, struggling to hold back his surging fury. Who are you? He started to answer, but Damien quickly cut in. My friend. So Asta continued, yeah, friend. The guy yanked his hand free, sneering his friend. Huh, what a good friend. Rare to see someone take a hit for their buddy, but today you'll regret that choice. Asta let out a soft sigh. Looks like getting along with classmates from day one isn't happening. He lightly cracked his neck, accepting. Fine, you don't want to talk it out, I get it. The incident quickly drew attention. What's going on? Looks like a fight. A crowd of students gathered to watch and gossip. Who's that guy? The big one looks like Dalamp clan bloodline. The other two I've never seen before. They sized up the power balance and heights among the three, guessing. Who do you think will win? Probably the Dalamp kid. I heard their new son is really tough. One suddenly cut in loudly. Hey, you guys kidding me? me. He questioned, standing there watching. When there's a fight, another asked hesitantly, should we maybe stop them before it gets out of hand? Another agreed, yeah, before things go completely chaotic. But the one who interrupted pointed, no, stop them then, how are they supposed to fight? He gestured, clear some space, that gray-haired guy's a mage, he's putting up a barrier around them. Instantly, the surrounding students cast spells, mana flaring brightly. In a flash, a dome of light barrier enveloped the area, magical runes spinning and floating in the air. A huge crowd gathered cheering, Hickster, go for it, I bet on you 3 snacks, I bet 2, I bet 3 idiots, only betting on the underdog pays off. In an unnoticed corner, one student stood with arms crossed, silently watching. He curled his lips into a meaningful smile. Inside the barrier, the Dolamp student aggressively cracked his knuckles, introducing himself, I'm Hickster, second son of the Dolamp family. He lowered his stance, unleashing fierce mana, his sharp gaze locked on Asta and Damien, what's your name? He casually loosened his tie, answering, I don't have noble blood like you, just think of me as a passerby. Hearing that, Hickster sneered with contempt, no nobility, huh, no problem, you're a mage, this cramped space is probably bad for you, so I'll be generous, let you go first. His voice rang out full of provocation, come on. At first Asta was a bit surprised. Then he curved his lips slightly, this guy's got quite the mouth. Asta decisively yanked off his tie, challenging, you said you didn't want to talk, yet here you are yapping, are you scared? Those words poured fuel on the fire. Hickster trembled with rage. He stomped hard, charging forward, snarling, you bastard. Hickster's charge tore through the air, closing in on Asta in an instant, but he remained perfectly calm. The guy threw a powerful punch, but Asta nimbly tilted his body, dodging it in a blink. Hickster grew even angrier, veins bulging on his face, but before he could react, Asta's voice came slow and deliberate, there's one thing I haven't told you yet. Right after, he crouched low, clenching his fist, mana surging violently, emphasizing not one person but 2. With that, a fist slammed straight into Hickster's face, sending blood spraying. Hickster's massive frame staggered, then toppled backward. Asta charged forward, throwing a steel-hard punch, while Hickster secretly observed and assessed, noticing that Damien standing outside was also contributing to the fight. Not one person but 2, I'm ready to take a punch from that mage over there. Hickster took the punch straight to the face, blood spraying everywhere. With terrifying speed, Asta followed up with another one right away. Hickster desperately tried to plant his feet steady on the floor, his heart panicking, what the hell? He gritted his teeth, swallowing the bone-deep aching pain, sweat starting to pour out. Why does this punch hurt so damn much, you bastard? A surge of jade-green shockwaves enveloped Asta, radiating overwhelming power. Looking at the speed and force of that last attack, Hickster felt extreme doubt. Is he really a mage? Hickster glanced in shock at Damien, healing magic. At that moment, Damien, standing outside, was directing his hand toward Hickster, continuously channeling energy to heal him. Hickster struggled to regain composure and adjust his stance. Asta broke into a completely relaxed smile, raising both hands in front of him, beginning to form a glowing round orb. Hickster, still reeling between pain and confusion. But why? He glared at Damien, his mind wandering for a split second. So this is what noble houses are really like, truly prestigious. Asta seized the opening, rushing in with dizzying speed, attacking, while mocking him, getting punched that hard, and you still dare look away. Hickster felt the abundant restorative energy Damien had just poured into him, but he could only raise both arms to block the relentless barrage from Asta, completely falling into a passive position. Asta watched Hickster's surprisingly agile dodges, smirking, you're pretty good yourself. Hickster inwardly growled in fury, this guy pounding me non-stop. He shot a contemptuous glance at Damien, and that one keeps healing me. Asta kept up the furious assault, turning Hickster into a moving punching bag. He cursed inwardly in his heart, lunatic, my heart's pounding like crazy. I wish I'd just take one hit and pass out already. After a whirlwind of blows, Hickster finally got a brief moment to breathe. His pupils dilated wide, his body trembling uncontrollably, eyes full of disbelief. Am I actually scared? Outside, the crowd kept cheering wildly in a frenzy. Hickster, what are you doing? Don't hold back on him. Only Hickster could truly feel the overwhelming dominance from his opponent, his face turning deathly pale. Their faces were incredibly excited. The saint of the Dolamp family, the star of the eastern continent, the hope of every martial fighter. They cheered, regardless, we believe in you. You've been dragging this out with them a bit too long now, just finish it already. Those words now sounded like insults to Hickster's ears. He ground his teeth furiously, how dare you? Rage surged to his face, twisting it into a ferocious expression, bloodshot eyes. Hickster roared, a mere mage dares to. He charged with all his strength like a wounded beast, but Istad just stepped back, dodging completely without taking any damage. Istad glanced down at Hickster, still rushing forward. Not bad, huh? Hickster seemed to lose all control, going berserk. He kept charging, shouting, "Don't." His voice gritted every word. "Look down on me." The punch aimed straight at Istad, sending him flying back. The crowd outside immediately erupted in cheers. "That's our Hickster." Even so, Hickster gritted his teeth, staring at his own hand, his expression turning, puzzled. The feeling from that punch definitely landed clean. He clenched his fist tightly, not daring to relax, extremely confused inside. But why did it feel so light? The staff flipped through the air and landed steadily on his feet. He brushed off his clothes like nothing happened, glancing down at his outfit. "Calmly, dust all over my shirt now." Hickster froze for a moment seeing that. Then his face filled with rage as he roared, charging forward like a bolt of lightning. Istad still stood there completely calm. Both hands in his pockets, he glanced toward Damien, silently calculating. Damien keeps continuously healing. That guy to end this. I need to knock him out in one decisive blow. Meanwhile, Damien was still enthusiastically and very friendly healing the guy. Istad closed his eyes, sensing the surrounding mana flows. Let's see, this move should work. From his hand crackled blue-green lightning sparks, gathering energy, a technique I created with my teammates in the previous life. His focused gaze slowly opened cold, exploiting energy from mana particle collisions. He targeted Hickster using mana, but it wasn't pure martial arts or magic. Istad dashed forward, all his power concentrated into his hand, a pure technique that only utilized the properties of mana. He unleashed the final punch with a booming voice thunderbolt, leaving Hickster no time to react. The cheering crowd around them was also affected by the pressure of the punch, panicking and shouting out. One young spectator struggled to open his eyes to see what happened. All he saw was dust and smoke, with Hickster still standing motionless. A pair of swift feet quickly touched the ground. His staff flickered in and out like a phantom. The crowd stood stunned in shock. The scene fell deathly silent. One arm rose powerfully, fist clenched like a declaration of victory. It was Istad, the only one still standing after the decisive blow. He let out a cold snort. His eyes locked onto the silent crowd, arrogantly commanding, "Come on, cheer you lot." Instantly, thunderous cheers erupted like an earthquake, carrying peak excitement. "So cool, is he really a mage? He did it, bastard. This is the moment." The weak triumph. Suddenly, a sweet voice called from behind. "Buddy." Damien rushed over to congratulate, beaming with joy and pride. "We won." Istad nodded, ruffling his hair. "Yeah." He smiled, teasing, "From now on, stop sucking your thumb, okay?" The crowd on the other side watched the two celebrating with complicated expressions. One crossed his arms, sneering, "Didn't expect a mage to fight like that." Right then, an irritated voice suddenly rang out from behind. "How vulgar." Noisy shouts followed. Get out of here, you thugs." The man who just appeared yelled loudly, "Entrance ceremony, and it's as loud as a broken market. What the hell?" The man kept turning this way and that, scolding, "Was it you or you? If you don't stop right now, I'll arrest the lot of you." His staff frowned, inwardly thinking, "I'm in trouble now." He glanced at the noisy guy behind, feeling resigned. "But it's fine anyway, I'm used to cleaning up messes." Istad tried to stay as quiet as possible. There are still ways to slip away, and since everyone was so excited, they won't forget this easily. But suddenly, glancing at Damien, the kid was non-stop shouting and pointing, "Over here, not them, us, it's us, over here, over here." Istad helplessly narrowed his eyes. Damien's words immediately drew attention. "The angry man thundered, those thugs, huh?" Damien cheerfully admitted, with zero intention of running. "Yes, that's us." Pulling the man's attention forward to where Hickster lay unconscious on the floor. From inside a closed room, the man's stern voice echoed, "Damien, young Istad." Istad stood straight, looking a bit fed up with the mess he'd caused, while Damien was openly excited. "Yes, yes." The man sat in his chair, face serious. "You too," confessed honestly. "Huh, so this time I'll let it slide without deducting points. Seems your opponent isn't seriously injured either." However, he didn't forget to frown in warning. "From now on, I'll be keeping a closer eye." Istad, hearing that, immediately breathed a sigh of relief, standing a little straighter. The school grounds now seemed quiet, sunlight filtering through the canopy of tall ancient trees. Istad pushed the door open, stepping out. He took a deep breath. Thank goodness, the entrance ceremony hasn't started yet. Right away, murmurs rose around him. Is that the guy with that body? He beat a martial artist. How does a magic system fight like that? Damien, with his never calm nature, immediately waved back. Everyone's looking at us, buddy. Istad kept his icy face, inwardly cursing, damn, it way too conspicuous. Stop waving already, little grandpa. A group of 3 students quickly approached. Noticing them, one spoke up. Ah, there they are. Damien, looking carefree, got super excited. Probably they saved seats for us, buddy. Our classmates are awesome. Istad replied half-heartedly, yeah, probably. At that moment, the dean's bald forehead with silver hair appeared, his voice starting to rise. Yes, so as such. The dean, with a serious face, began his speech, continuing the teachings of the sage, the first dean our academy will. The speech dragged on, drowned out by noise below, only catching bits and pieces, and Damien laughed hysterically. while Esta kept his cool face, thinking the dean sure has stamina standing there talking this long. He suddenly noticed Damien's expression beside him. The kid had closed his eyes, head nodding, already sound asleep, who knows, since when Esta sighed with a laugh, this guy really. He grabbed Damien's hand, lifting it to wipe his drool. Stop drooling, for heaven's sake. Suddenly a voice rang out, excuse me, Dean, right now you need to step away for a moment. The dean was slightly stunned. Is there any schedule more important than the entrance ceremony? The person whispered something into the dean's ear. The dean's expression changed. He immediately cleared his throat. He spoke into the microphone, sorry students, an urgent matter has come up. I must leave immediately. The speech ends here. The ceremony will continue. Then he waved his hand and left right away. Immediately after, a long-haired girl stepped forward. She walked with hands on hips, radiating overwhelming presence. Her eyes swept the auditorium like searching for the one who committed a grave offense. She shouted loudly, everyone attention. Even the nearby teachers shuddered in fear. The students couldn't escape it either. Even the guy who broke up the fight earlier had to shut up. Still maintaining her intimidating posture, she introduced herself. I'm Gerada on behalf of the dean. Due to an unexpected schedule, he couldn't finish the speech, so I'll be presiding over the entrance ceremony. Her voice echoed throughout the auditorium. Now, we begin with the oath from the new students. First, the representative of the magic department, Dahlia de Denai. A soft yes came from the front row. Gerada was surprised and blurted out, what, the Denai family still has to take the entrance exam? Is their strength not enough or something? The girl boldly stepped forward. Below murmurs of discussion rose up. Think a little before you speak. She's the third daughter of the family head. If her strength wasn't enough, would Denai really let her take the entrance exam? Estelle looked at the girl and frowned. Dahlia de Denai. He inwardly assessed, if the Declan family is the top magic noble house in the East, then Denai ranks right behind them among the prestigious magic clans. He recalled events from his previous life where Dahlia grew up in Denai, forever stuck in second place, yet she became the future representative mage for her clan with quite impressive abilities. When I quit being the cleaner, she helped me out a lot. Plus their relationship back then wasn't bad. Estelle rubbed his chin, smiling, feeling a bit amused, but calling each other benefactors isn't quite right, more like wicked friends. Anyway, it's good that Dahlia enrolled in this batch. Gerada continued, calling next representative of the martial department. Paulo stepped forward. The young man responded immediately, his voice firm, yes. Esta, standing in the back, silently evaluated. No clan name called for the martial side. Looks like not from a prestigious family or noble background, but that hickster or hipster, whatever guy from a noble house, only got this far. Wonder how furious the noble clans will be. After Paulo stepped up, Gerada announced, that's all, the oath ceremony concludes. She went on, next allow me to introduce the professors who will be in charge of the upcoming class 172. Please welcome the professors one by one, starting with. At that moment, Dahlia was staring intently in a certain direction. Esta suddenly felt like someone was staring hard at him. What is this, just a feeling? He couldn't help but wonder in his heart. It feels like our eyes are meeting. But he quickly brushed it off. Anyway, that's not important. Dahlia was slowly walking down the stairs, probably distracted by looking elsewhere. So she suddenly tripped and let out a startled yelp that didn't seem to distract Esta's thoughts. He stroked his chin, pondering. I heard there's a Professor Parun, right? Looking at the professor on the podium, Esta felt impatient. When is he finally going to step out? The other professors took turns giving their speeches one after another. Finally, the one he was waiting for appeared. A commanding voice rang out, pleased to meet you. I am Parun, in charge of the foundational principles of magic studies curriculum. Esta frowned, evaluating. I thought his aura would be similar to Henge, but it's completely different. Looking at the man in front of him, he thought still Henge is a master at wearing a social mask. I shouldn't judge too quickly. Next, Gerada spoke up with that the introduction of the professors concludes. The entrance ceremony is now over. Esta glanced back at Damien, who still hadn't woken up. Gerada's voice seemed to have lulled him to sleep. Please follow the guidance of the dormitory supervisors to your assigned dorms. He smacked Damien's shoulder to wake him. Hey, get up. Damien, still drooling, looked dazed. Is it over already? With an icy face, Esta said without blinking, no, you got caught sleeping in class and got expelled. Now we're going home. Damien's eyes widened in shock. In his head, a terrifying scenario instantly played out, horror clear in his eyes. By now, dusk was gradually falling, golden sunlight spreading across the tops of the castle buildings. Esta strolled leisurely along the corridor, looking for his dorm room, thinking helplessly, that Damien guy, I tease him just a just a little, and he screams like that. He stopped in front of a room. Looking at the quiet door in front of him, he wondered, is this the place? Ista reluctantly pushed the door open. Why is it on the top floor like this? Looking at the interior decorations in the room, he sighed as expected from a top academy. He eyed a corner of the desk. This thing is daily use stuff. Turns out they standardized everything, so the whole academy uses the same type. Then he walked over, picked up a green notebook, opened the wardrobe inside, where hangers. Ista took out the hanging coat, thinking even a small item can reveal someone's background. But anyway, everyone will eventually get their own personal stuff. When he pushed the door open again, he ran into someone. Ista recalled roommate should be that Paulo guy, but his eyes don't look too friendly. Paulo closed his eyes, coldly saying try to stay as quiet as possible. He carried his suitcase expressionless. How you arrange your luggage or set up your things, I don't care at all. And he kept laying out isolating demands. Staying up late is fine, but please don't interfere with each other naturally. No chatting after this hour either. Seeing no response from Ista, Paulo opened his eyes, staring straight at him, threateningly. Answer me. Ista's eyes showed complete indifference, calmly looking at the other guy. Look at this guy. Seeing him stay silent, Paulo started getting more irritated, his voice sharpening. Why aren't you answering? Ista was busy rummaging through his memories. I heard he's the top scorer in the martial department, so how strong is he really? Thinking that, suddenly he leaned forward, dashing right up to the guy's face. Paulo reflexively went on guard, his hand unconsciously gripping his sword hilt. What are you trying to pull? At that moment, Ista stopped, rolling his eyes, looking down. Not bad, huh? Observing the guy's hand movement, he inwardly praised, gripping the sword but still holding back restraint to not harm others. Not bad at all. Right then, Damien's voice came from outside. Buddy, come out quick. Ista smirked. What am I doing? Just about to head out. He brushed past Paulo, patting his shoulder lightly. Suit yourself. But in exchange, Ista turned back, flashing a bright but mischievous smile. After midnight, if I sing, don't complain. Got it. Outside, Damien came bouncing over excitedly. Buddy, he immediately asked, all hyped. Who's your roommate? Ista replied unenthusiastically. Paulo. Damien blanked for a few seconds, muttering, Paulo, don't know who that is. Ista was speechless, inwardly cursing. Of course you slept like the dead. The boy excitedly raised his hand, inviting. Anyway, let's go tour the academy. Lancy said there are tons of things to see inside. We have to go right on the first day. Oh, and she said to go with a friend too. Hearing that, Ista pondered for a moment. Might as well see what's worth checking out. Then he smirked. Let's go. The two walked side by side, strolling around the campus grounds. The atmosphere was harmonious, and peaceful conversations flowing non-stop. The sunset sky dyed everything a warm orange, the last rays of daylight casting a soft, peaceful glow over the entire scene. Stopping on a bridge, Damien excitedly exclaimed, whoa, a lake, a lake. We don't have this at home. Next to him, Ista seemed a bit tired from his friend's enthusiasm. In front of them, a crystal clear lake, small ripples gently rolling back and forth. Ista felt weary. Really tiring. Feels like babysitting. That's probably why Lancy paired me with him. But who am I? A petty guy. If there's trouble, I'll pay it back. He suddenly muttered, then just have them make one. Damien looked over wide-eyed, not understanding. Ista smiled, explaining, just dig a hole and fill it with water. Done. Instantly, Damien's eyes lit up like stars, excitedly shouting, right, tell them to make it bigger, wider than this lake even. Back at the mansion, Lancy, who was washing dishes, suddenly sneezed. After getting the idea, Damien started seriously pondering what to name the lake. Ista chuckled softly, then casually tossed out a name, Blood Khan's Fury. The name made Damien's face light up. He clapped once. Sealed deal. This time at the mansion, Lancy shivered again, a bad premonition crashing over her like ocean waves. Damien kept wandering around, excitedly pointing, look at that statue, so pretty. Glancing over, Ista casually suggested, just have them make that too. Blood Khan's Fury too. He didn't even think for half a second. Sure. And Ista started rambling, gesturing like an art director. Dragon shape, go make the scales detailed, and it'll be gorgeous. Damien listened, getting more and more excited, nodding furiously. Perfect, top tier. Lancy's face went pale, cold sweat pouring down her back, chilling her spine. What is this? Why do I feel this creepy shiver? After a while of wandering, Ista asked, alright, one full lap enough, let's head back. Damien cheerfully agreed. He nodded slightly, but his eyes gradually darkened. Let's see, the cleaner has spotted about 7 already, including the ones not confirmed, around 10, estimating the main distribution centers around. Ista's gaze stopped on the Magic Studies Building Number 2, a massive towering structure. He searched his memory. Magic Studies Building Number 2, that's the one with Professor Parun's research lab. Figured as much. The target really is Professor Parun. In his mind, Ista began calculating. Declan must have realized Henge has an assistant, so now they're suspecting Parun, the one closely connected to him. His eyes flicked in one direction. In the bushes, a figure was secretly watching. The corner of Ista's mouth curled into a thin, mocking smile. Interest surging like like an undercurrent. I was worried they wouldn't tail us, but they latched on perfectly. Let's see what they know already. One evening, the sky darkened, heavily thick night blanketing the academy. Lonely lampposts cast pale yellow light flickering in the faint breeze. Suddenly, a black shadow darted swiftly across the rooftops, so agile only a blur was visible. Like cat-like leaps in an instant, he reached the eastern building. With just a soft tap, the shadow landed almost silently. The moment he touched down, a voice came from the dark corner. You're here. The newcomer nodded slightly, stepping forward, asking shortly, where are the others? The waiting one replied briefly, they went ahead. Upper command issued urgent orders, report back to the target's hideout. The other asked, main target or secondary? He answered secondary. Then he added, it seems the main target has already been tailed, but we've gathered some intel tonight. At exactly midnight, the item will be handed over to the secondary target. Hearing that, the newly arrived black-clothed man lightly stroked his chin. So that's how it is. He pondered deeply, analyzing. Henge, the main target, has made his move by issuing orders to us. That means among the secondary targets, the one under surveillance is Professor Parun. As if realizing something, the newly arrived black-clothed man suddenly jolted, his eyes widening in shock. He tensed up and blurted out, wait, what about the numbered ones? Are you telling us to take on those monster professors? At least number one has to show up, or a couple of the other numbered ones might stand a chance against them. The black-clothed man waiting in the room replied indifferently, number one isn't coming, and neither are the other numbered ones. The newcomer couldn't hold back, scratching his head and cursing, damn it. While he was still feeling despair, the other spoke again in a low, hoarse voice, but he lowered his voice, fire demon Callahan, he will join us. The newcomer felt like he'd been struck by lightning, his eyes wide in disbelief. Callahan. From his memory, the vice leader of the Ruby Magic Corps in the Declan clan. If it's him, then it's enough. Recalling something, the man gritted his teeth again. He's infamous for being ruthless. For the mission, he'd use any means necessary, which means. Thinking that far, he swallowed hard, trying to suppress the trembling rising up, then gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, damn it, it's basically telling us to go all out and risk our lives for the mission. The other black-clothed man calmly reassured him, it's not certain things will explode into open combat. The clan is also wary of letting a renowned mage appear openly on a mission like this. The other snorted coldly, yeah sure, let's just think that way. The remaining black-clothed man urged, then let's move. The two shadows darted out of the building, hurrying to regroup to boost their survival odds even a little. However, those two had no idea that all their actions were already within the sight of one person. Standing on a nearby rooftop, moonlight shining on his face tonight at midnight. A cold night wind blew past, carrying a faint sound like a whisper, it's Callahan after all. At this moment, Asta observed thoughtfully, Zenian Academy is extremely vast, so mastering the terrain is essential to avoid getting lost even for me. He gazed for a long time at the buildings surrounding the fountain. Asta's eyes sharpened as he silently confirmed, alright, not bad at all. In his heart, a faint spark of excitement flickered, just in time, something to keep me occupied, though not quite like the previous life, it's still bringing back that feeling. On a quiet evening, only a flickering green flame illuminated the room. Asta, disguised as a black-clothed figure, sat in one spot, observing his entire presence, radiating the familiar aura of a cleaner from the Declan clan. Callahan leaped up, then gave a sinister laugh. Callahan, he was still basking in his golden era, even when I was active. He turned his back, looking toward someone after the Declan clan risked everything to oppose the Blando family. Farin smiled faintly. He stayed with the declining clan and proved his loyalty. Callahan's back silhouette looked incredibly dangerous. He's dangerous now, but Callahan's true peak came after the war with Blando. He smirked with malice, the fire demon of Declan, an unstoppable force who made his mark as a war mage. Finally, Asta made his decision, so I have to capture him. He looked at the glowing book and thought, Callahan's magic is one of the Declan clan's fire-based secret arts. Moreover, he's one of the continent's most renowned mages. He's worth the risk. Asta lowered his face, walking while deep in thought. I once wondered why a troublesome tale followed, then turned back. This is an unexpected bonus, but something still bothers me. Then he showed determination. The target they mentioned, Henzi's manuscript, is currently with me. A blank sheet of paper appeared in Asta's mind, yet they said the target would be handed to the secondary target, Professor Parun. Two masked figures appeared in his mind, along with their affirmation, my manuscript can't be fake, and there's no way the target they mentioned isn't that manuscript. Asta spoke slowly, then the target being handed over today is a fake manuscript. A man appeared, buttoning his cloak. He reached to open a cabinet and took something out. Immediately, the man tucked a weapon into his side. Then he waved his hand and turned to leave. Beside him, someone else was wrapped in blankets, sleeping soundly, while the man covered himself fully and stepped out quietly. It was Paulo. He cast a sharp glance to the side. The green-haired man was lost in dreams on the bed, completely unaware. Outside, the castle night had fallen completely. All lights were out except for one room still brightly lit. A candle was lit beside Parun. He was staring intently at something. Right after Parun squeezed his eyes shut, grimacing, "Declan, those filthy rats." He cursed angrily in rage. They said they'd exposed a flaw, but since they hadn't crossed the line, I held back, yet now they dare invade my territory, but to come so blatantly, what the hell? Suddenly Parun's eyes sharpened. So that's it. Abruptly, the white door of the room creaked open slightly. A fully covered figure from head to toe stepped inside. Parun glanced over, then thought mercenary, and immediately after he decisively called out a name, startling the other Paulo. Parun calmly advised, "Next time, if you're going to disguise yourself, first learn to refine your ether form. That's the basics of covert operations." Paulo held a white envelope and presented it to Parun. Parun glanced down and said, "Yeah, if there is a next time." Hearing that, Paulo frowned, puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Parun took the envelope, nodding, "Henzi, so it's you." He observed it without opening it. "You're trying to transfer the manuscript without letting Declan catch wind, but ended up getting caught pathetically." But then Parun changed his mind. No, that sly old fox wouldn't get caught so easily. A pair of hurried feet ran somewhere. "What are you plotting, Henzi?" Suddenly the room exploded with a massive roaring red flame. A man in a white cloak stepped in, greeting, "A pleasure to meet you, Professor Parun." It was Callahan. He smiled sinisterly, running a hand through his hair. "My name is Callahan. Does a professor who only hides in his research room even know who I am?" Paulo at that moment turned in shock, his face full of panic. Callahan still arrogantly said, "Looks like there's another guest here. Mercenary, right? That swordsman seems to know me, but what about the professor?" Not letting him continue showing off, Parun quickly interrupted. "First time hearing that name." He braced his hands on the desk, standing straight. "Then enough with the chatter, get to the point." Callahan frowned, sneering, "The stench coming off you is making my nose rot." Then he clutched his face, laughing hysterically. "Hey, this is interesting. First time I've been treated like this. Alright then, I'll be direct." Callahan pointed straight at Paulo, standing opposite, declaring, "That one dies." At the tip of his finger, an orange circle appeared, and as for the professor, Callahan widened his eyes, wondering, "Should I take your hand or your eyes?" Suddenly a hand gripped someone's collar tightly. Parun stepped forward, blocking Callahan's strike. The two powerful blows collided, creating a scene of utter devastation. Paulo narrowed his eyes, shouting loudly. He struggled to open his eyes wider to see what the opponent would do next. Both of them stood rooted amid the rubble. Parun turned and called Paulo. He stated calmly, "From this moment, I'll treat you as a mercenary first before a student, so take care of your own life." Paulo understood, immediately responding firmly, "Yes, sir." Parun turned, nodding in thought. No alarm bells rang despite the explosion. Most likely, those Declan rats have cast concealment magic. Night gradually fell over the grand castle buildings. Parun narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance. Can I only rely on that rookie mercenary now? Callahan still stood there, arrogantly taunting. "This envelope of documents definitely from that Blando trash," he sneered sinisterly. "He doesn't look like he'll hand it over obediently." Parun glanced at Callahan. "What should I do?" Suddenly he showed a terrifying expression, asking, "Or how about I play with you a bit?" Right after speaking, Callahan unleashed a move, releasing a surrounding golden light. Parun and Paulo remained in a passive stance, watching. Suddenly several masked figures flew in from somewhere. Callahan opened his mouth, laughing like a demon. Seeing the scene before him, Paulo involuntarily widened his eyes in worry. Immediately after, Parun quickly formed a white circle in front of him. The white and golden lights from the two collided head-on. A cloaked figure stood far away, observing the beams of light illuminating from that castle building. It was Ista. He looked up, murmuring, "It's starting." Ista took out a mask, holding it in his hand. Then he put it on his face. "It's been a long time, huh?" Ista's eyes gleamed as he leaped nimbly. No longer Ista, but cleaner number one. Having prepared everything thoroughly, Ista looked straight ahead and said, "Alright, let's go." Ista looked straight ahead and said, "Alright, let's go." He clasped his hands together. "Lady Moon." Ista prayed sincerely, "Allow me once more to become the righteous exterminator of chaos today." He narrowed his eyes, "But honestly, I've never really thought about justice." Immediately, Ista leaped high into the air. The castle building on that side had already been devastated into ruins. Callahan burst into loud laughter. "You're pretty good, mercenary." Paulo panted heavily in exhaustion, but still gripped his sword tightly. He glanced back worriedly. Damn it. Below Paulo's waist, a glowing object shone unexpectedly. The captain's talisman turned out to be a protective charm. What luck. Suddenly he jolted, hearing a voice shout, "Get out of here now." Parun with glowing eyes flew in. He unleashed a powerful strike toward Callahan. The other quickly countered right away. Parun casually patted Paulo's shoulder. "Not bad, maybe. I can trust you a little more." Paulo looked at his sword, narrowing his eyes on his blade. "That's a charm." Parun turned, asking, "Can you hold him off?" Paulo stared ahead, responding, "As much as needed," then boldly declared, "It's no longer about whether I can. If I fail, I die." Callahan chuckled lightly with contempt. "A mage, and a guardian, quite an interesting combination. A beam of light seeped into the ice block. Callahan didn't hesitate, launching an attack at Paulo. Fortunately, he quickly used his sword to block, then dodged to the side. On this side, Parun maintained his technique on that green circle the guardian's been dealt with. The masked figures were gradually taken down one by one. If this keeps up, I'll run out of stamina. An idea flashed. Parun glanced over then. He looked at Callahan, unleashing attacks, deciding I have to take a gamble. Parun kept channeling mana while thinking, when the amount of mana distributed in nature has limits, if multiple entities command at once, a struggle for control erupts. Immediately, he poured all his power into this strike. So how much will you draw from me? Callahan stood still, asking, are you challenging me? Callahan wasn't one to back down. He sneered and charged forward. Fine, let's try. But as he neared Parun, the professor suddenly leaped back, shouting loudly. A terrifying beam of light enveloped the entire castle building. Inside, all three were surrounded by streams of light. Paulo hovered in midair, looking down. He squinted. Damn it. Paulo watched Callahan and Parun clashing fiercely, gritting his teeth. They're all monsters, no openings to rush in. Not long after, Paulo lay motionless amid the rubble. If this happens, you should have fought from the start. Three fully cloaked figures stood outside, gazing up at the ferocious tornado, ravaging everything, when a voice rang out, how ruthless. A man observing grew anxious. Stop rushing in now. Is suicide. Catch your breath. He turned back, asking how many cleaners left. Suddenly, the raging white light exploded, flinging the cloaked figures outward. One man gaped in shock. Ambush. Then he shouted loudly. At the same time, black cloaked figures swiftly closed in ambush. It was Istad. He slammed down hard onto a large rock. Istad's sudden appearance caught Callahan and Parun off guard, making them turn to look. He cast cold eyes upward, declaring, and now for my grand entrance. The two remained locked in combat, but their eyes shifted to Istad because of his words. Callahan, furious, turned, roaring, are you mocking me? Ignoring the shout, Istad charged forward, full of fighting spirit. He swiftly grabbed Callahan's throat, emphasizing Callahan. Istad's eyes turned icy cold, saying, this place will be your grave. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Callahan couldn't react in time. The intense pain left him, only able to stare wide-eyed at Istad. He roared, die. But then Callahan slammed both hands hard against Istad's chest, and then he was blasted back by a terrifying force. Callahan skidded across the ground, face full of confusion. He clutched his mouth, grimacing, damn mana backlash. Without wasting time, Istad dashed toward Callahan again. From the earlier heavy blow, he kept coughing up blood. At this point, the other black-cloaked figures swiftly approached. Callahan grabbed a vial of medicine, muttering to himself, I need to suppress the mana backlash first. After drinking it, he wiped the blood from his mouth. Where the hell did someone like him come from? Suddenly, Callahan stared wide-eyed. Istad had now formed a surrounding green light aura. Callahan stood stunned, witnessing the scene before him. His movements, not a single wasted motion. Moreover, his magic is perfectly optimized for speed. He jolted, realizing, I've actually been impressed. Immediately, Callahan created countless red circles. I don't know who you are, but he bared his fangs, roaring, I'll kill you. And so the two beams of light collided violently. The black-cloaked figures were flung far away. A red-haired man widened his eyes, as if witnessing something horrifying. That beam of light exploded, shattering everything around. After the powerful strike, Callahan spat blood, wondering, did I catch him? His face showed clear smugness. The other cleaners got caught too, but who cares about them in the end? Completing the mission is what matters. Looking up at the clear sky with a few blurry black shadows falling, he felt quite certain in that sense. The masked one is the target that must be eliminated. Callahan wiped his face, chuckling softly, I'm too excited. This isn't like me at all. Inwardly confident of victory. If I coordinate with the remaining cleaners, I can take down Professor Farun. Suddenly, the glass vial in his hand rolled to the ground. A gun barrel appeared out of nowhere, pressed right to his face with a mocking voice, is that all you've got? Amid swirling smoke, a hazy figure spoke. Callahan, outwardly, you seem like a madman, but inside you're as cold as a snake. I knew from the start you planned to blow me away along with the other cleaners. Istad aimed, making a shooting gesture at the matrix in front you. He directly exposed the opponent's weakness. That ruthlessness is exactly why you failed. As the words ended, Istad decisively fired a beam of light forward. Callahan could only stand dumbfounded in his mind. Only one word flashed too fast. A powerful beam pierced through the air, grazing past him. The wind carried tiny droplets of blood flying. The small ponytail behind Callahan's head snapped off. A bullet pierced straight through his forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Istad slowly descended, landing in front of the crumpled body. The recent battle had drained quite a bit of his strength. Inwardly, he acknowledged the opponent's ability worthy of the name Callahan. Recalling the earlier explosive attack, Istad rated him highly. Most others would have died from such a surprise, but he countered fame as a battle mage has its reasons, quick reaction, and judgment. Of course, he also pointed out his own luck, but Callahan's final move helped a lot. If he'd teamed up with the cleaners for a prolonged fight, I would have lost my mana capacity, is still far too lacking. Then he stepped closer to the corpse. Estad directly searched Callahan's body. Let's see, it should be around here. Finally, he pulled out a small cloth pouch with some items. Just as I thought, most combat mages trust no one, so they carry their secret arts with them. Estad claimed it as his own, and naturally that spatial pouch has basic owner recognition. I can open it slowly later. With everything done, he turned, glancing to the side now. Estad's voice carried a hint of reproach. You're late. From the smoke, a man emerged, walking forward. He called softly, Professor Farhan. The man calmly hummed, then explained, dealing with those rats took a little longer. The group over there had all been frozen solid by Farhan. He maintained his cold demeanor, raising his hand, drawing power. More importantly, are you also a rat? Estad acted unconcerned, instead laughing loudly. One lunatic, one battle thug. What do you think about me just killing one of Declan's hands? His attitude made the professor lower his guard. Seeing you call that guy a lunatic, you must be the one Henzi sent. Ah, and I'm not that thug. Without hesitation, he dropped suspicion. Estad felt a bit speechless. You trust me just based on that? The professor questioned the identity of the one he'd met earlier. So who was that mercenary who approached me? Farhan asked something slightly off topic. Did he split the thesis into two parts? Estad didn't answer, brushing it aside. Forget it, I didn't hear anything about that, so I'm not sure. It's very likely a fake Henzi, probably planned it carefully using a decoy fake to lure the rats out. Recalling Henzi's excited demeanor, I'll be the one drawing them, and he judged. Seems he wants to strengthen defenses at Hazen City and the academy here while reducing Declan's influence. Estad thought inwardly, and even though the cleaners cast light suppression magic, the fight was quite large scale. Even if the report is delayed, there's no way the Imperial Knights haven't arrived yet. Declan must have used connections with the Imperial Knights. Farhan confirmed again, so you're the real messenger. Estad directly handed over a neatly tied stack of papers. He took them, examining closely. Suddenly, Farhan looked up from the documents. Do you know the contents? He didn't hide. I only know roughly. The professor didn't press further, calmly responding, understood. At that moment, Estad spoke frankly. All right, I don't mind a one-on-one fight, but are you sure? I don't want to lose a reliable ally. Farhan tucked the documents into his robe, rarely agreeing on something. Fine, for now, I'll accept the thesis. I don't want to lose an ally either, so let's drop this matter. Suddenly, he changed the subject. Do you want anything? Seeing Estad's puzzled expression, Farhan explained that Guy Henzi seems to only trust one type of person, those whose desires align with his. You're definitely that type, so to build trust, I need to give you something. Hearing that, Estad thought seriously for a long while before finally answering, a book. This desire caught Farhan off guard, making him confirm again, a book. Estad began picturing a scene. I'll build a tower, a big tall tower. I'll fill it with books that anyone can read. If you contribute a book containing your own views on magic, that would be perfect. Farhan scratched his head awkwardly after hearing it. All right, I don't think anyone could read and understand everything, but writing a book sounds better and kind of fun. Estad turned to leave, thinking the matter was settled. I have to go, but Farhan suddenly called out, wait, how do we stay in contact? Don't you have to deliver the next thesis? Estad seriously gave a reason that made the other guy freeze. I don't keep contact info for men. Then he pulled a purple beaded bracelet from his pocket. Estad tossed the bracelet toward him. Use this, it's a contact crystal. They're linked, so if one breaks, the other does too. To call me, break one. If there's trouble, break two. He left one final word, then I'll come find you. Farhan caught the beaded string, noticing another issue. Hey, I don't like men either. But by the time he looked up, the other had already vanished. He muttered to himself, why does this feel kinda creepy? Time passed. Not long after, the Imperial Knights of the Empire arrived. After handing everything over, the Imperial Knights quickly secured the scene. They split up to support the injured one by one. Then they evacuated the academy students to prevent a possible second attack. By now, Estad had changed back into his usual clothes. Naturally, I took the chance to blend into the crowd of students. Damien, still half asleep, looked at him curiously. Buddy, where were you? It felt like forever since I last saw you. Estad brushed it off vaguely. Had to handle something big. He scanned the scene, calculating. Let's see Callahan's body and the cleaners, clear evidence, so the Declan clan should lay low for a while. Noticing he wasn't focused and kept looking around, the boy misunderstood, thinking he needed the bathroom. Buddy, you've been gone so long, constipated. or something want me to heal it? Asta didn't reply, focusing on his thoughts, but why did Hwain react like that in the fight? He usually doesn't respond yet. When I blocked Callahan's spell, his energy seeped into my field, allowing me to hold it, so it's not a bad thing. He recalled the sensation. It wasn't that the field became stronger, it felt more like, yes, a kind of exclusion phenomenon. Asta connected the cases where that law is used. It's the main method. Elemental mages employ a technique that prevents the caster from taking damage, just like Callahan with fire. Asta turned away, frowning, muttering, I don't get it. Damien, beside him, thought he was talking to him, eagerly offering help. You don't get it. Take your pants off right now, buddy. But Asta's words were clearly influenced by his inner thoughts. Why did it react then? And what are the activation conditions? He looked toward the distant castle, murmuring to himself, I need to investigate. By the way, reminder, don't drop your pants, Damien. The building with its solemn, ancient architecture, Asta silently planned. Lapidator, the largest library in the east, located in the academy. I should find clues there. Suddenly a voice called out, hey, you're Asta, right? The boy approached, friendly, nice to meet you, I'm Chenbai. Asta kept his cold demeanor, and the boy still smiling, you're pretty good at fighting, right? Those words put Asta on guard. What, he saw me fight? If my identity gets exposed, that's trouble. Should I kill him? Facing Chenbai's enthusiasm, Asta thought inwardly, what, he saw me fight? That's a huge stain on my cleaner record. The boy kept praising obliviously that brawl with the marshal department on entrance day. Really impressive. How can you fight like that? Those words immediately softened Asta's edges a bit, leaving him somewhat speechless. Not leaving a bad reputation, but gaining fame, of course, that's how it is. Seeing nothing important, Asta turned away, just lacked some strength back. Then it'll be different later. Chenbai scratched his head, laughing, oh, I see. The boy shyly followed behind Asta and Damien through the crowd. After a while, Chenbai honestly stated his intention. Actually, it's like this. I want to tag along. I haven't made any friends yet. Joining other groups feels kinda awkward, you get it? Asta glanced once, yeah, roughly get it. He'd already seen through this from the start. In principle, the academy promises equal treatment, setting aside status. But that's the academy's stance, not the students. Someone from a poor background like me naturally gets pushed to the edges. After thinking it over, he had no particular issues inwardly. Whatever, I don't mind. So Asta turned back, agreeing, yeah, suit yourself. The boy sighed in relief. Phew, honestly, I was pretty anxious. Chenbai relaxed a bit, skillfully flattering. If something like yesterday happens, being alone is tough, right? Asta hummed with a faint smile. Could be. The boy took the encouragement, growing bolder. Oh, right, by the way. The two chatted comfortably on the way. Asta found it quite novel. So this is what a normal conversation feels like. He lifted his indifferent eyes upward, pondering, in this life, I've only been tangled up with lunatics. Recalling the distinctive faces he'd encountered recently, Asta comforted himself. I'd forgotten what normal feels like. The corner of his mouth curved into a slight smile. Now the academy life truly begins. The next morning at the academy, golden sunlight shone down, making the building sparkle. In the lecture hall, the students were almost all present. Damien yawned hugely. He sprawled lazily on the desk, whining, so sleepy. At that moment, Chenbai arrived, waving cheerfully. Good morning, Asta. Damien. As soon as he sat down, he grumbled a bit. Yesterday had such a huge incident, and we're still having class. Isn't that too much? Asta flipped a page, replying, yeah, kinda. Asta observed him. Chenbai, from the way he talked yesterday, doesn't sound like a noble family, nor a wealthy one, yet he's not timid at all, and quite bright. His mood was pretty good. Inwardly evaluating, he's a decent friend as a buddy. Suddenly, the boy turned, calling, hey, did you hear? Chenbai shared some gossip on the way. I heard our M3 class advisor is Professor Gerada. The unfamiliar name made Asta curious, repeating Gerada. Chenbai was shocked. Don't tell me you don't know Professor Gerada, the one rumored to have soloed an entire troll pack. She's here. Asta looked down at the podium. A female professor slowly approached. I remember now. The familiar face reminded Asta of the professor on stage during yesterday's entrance ceremony. She spoke, introducing herself. Pleased to meet you, I'm Gerada. Yesterday had some disturbance, but nothing serious. I hope you set it aside and focus on studying. She gestured toward the device being brought in. So before our first lesson, we'll measure mana. Basically, mana has two aspects, quantity and quality. Now between the two, which is more important? A hand shot up. Gerada asked your name. The girl stood up a bit shyly. I'm Arjun, ma'am. Gerada permitted. Go ahead, Arjun, answer. The girl answered seriously and carefully. I think there's no absolute answer, but if there's a sufficiently accurate mana level, then mana quality is more important. Gerada pressed Y. Arjun explained, in matches against same level mages, the one with superior mana quality will prevail. Asta noted the opinion, partially agreeing, yeah, that's the orthodox view. Mana quality affects precision, stability, and power. Having lots of mana, but missing the target is useless. But sure enough, right after the girl received a displeased reaction from the advisor, a dissatisfied sounded. Arjun was startled, losing what little confidence she had. Gerada directly asked Arjun, "What clan are you from?" The girl obediently answered, I'm from Viscount Pelham House. Hearing that she openly showed contempt, no wonder. This time Arjun was completely hurt, tears welling up with grievance. But Gerada ignored it, turning to others. Anyone else want to answer? Her sharp eyes swept the class. None. Suddenly she pointed randomly at a boy. Hey you, he startled. Yes, Gerada teased. Your name is yes, he stammered. No ma'am, I'm Ipal. Ipal stood carefully, answering, I think quantity is more important anyway in large-scale battles. Mana quantity has a big impact, right? Estat inwardly noted yes, thinking from the other side. In chaotic battles, quantity matters more. In conclusion, change a few variables and both quality and quantity are important. But Gerada looked completely dissatisfied. She asked directly, what clan are you from? He answered, I don't belong to any clan. This made Estat pause. What, did I miss something basic? Gerada continued, next one by one answers came, I think casting speed. A repeat clan, and you, I'm urgency clan. This made even the calm Estat bewildered, designating students, repeating the question, then skipping. Gerada's questions kept coming amid the class murmurs, and you, why so annoying? Hey, move aside. Estat tensed, thinking what's the answer that makes the atmosphere this heavy. After a while she ended the queue, and I've heard all your answers clearly. Gerada's tone softened slightly. Actually, all your previous answers were close to correct. No, this isn't a question with one right answer, so what I wanted wasn't an answer. She emphasized one thing, think carefully. What answers did you give me? Gerada pointed out the class's shortcomings straight. Were those answers truly your own thoughts, or just guessing what I wanted to hear? She reminded everyone of a mage's true nature. A mage must never lose their own judgment at any moment, never be swayed by others' gazes, and must fully execute their own will. Her sharp golden eyes narrowed. So what about just now? A serious question echoed through the hall. Was that truly the quality of a mage? Gerada concluded, from now on you must become true mages. That's what I want to impart in this lesson. Engrave it in your hearts. The entire class fell dead silent. Estat released the tension from earlier. Finally, what I thought was right, quite a fresh, complicated loop. Gerada moved to the main topic. Now one by one come measure your mana, Arjun. The crying girl startled at her name. Yes. Gerada assigned, you'll be the magic department class rep for M3. Your first answer impressed me a lot. From now on record your classmates' mana values. The girl perked up, immediately rushing to the position. Thank you, teacher. Estat let out a soft O, inwardly impressed. So she tamed the whole class like this. Chenbai beside him, teary-eyed, biting his handkerchief. Jealous. Estat was speechless. Jealous of what exactly? Up there, she signaled, bring the device assistant. The cover cloth was pulled away. A jade green orb appeared. The students exclaimed in awe, that's the mana measuring device. I heard it's really hard to get. Gerada touched the orb. You've all never seen it before, right? She glanced meaningfully. Now's the time to know your own mana value. Who knows? The green light spread, leaving the students stunned. Gerada teased playfully, among us there's a monster. Damien glanced at the matrix projected on the ceiling, his finger lightly to his mouth. Gerada glanced over and said, alright, the method is very simple. She ordered Arjun, place your hand on the crystal orb and channel your mana, and Arjun quickly obeyed. Yes ma'am. Right after that she stepped forward and placed her hand on the crystal orb. Immediately the orb emitted a blinding light, making Arjun widen her eyes in surprise. Not long after, a certain circle appeared on the crystal orb. Arjun looked up in shock, gaping in disbelief at her own eyes. Gerada turned her cold face and said, you all saw it clearly, right? Among the many indicators, the most important is this middle section, refinement index, from quality and geographic force from level 1 to level 10. She pointed at the circle, explaining, Arjun reached level 14 last year. The average for new students is level 3. That's considered very good. Arjun scratched her head shyly. Thank you, teacher. Gerada glanced observing, then instructed, next we'll measure total mana volume. Simple, just channel your mana. Arjun immediately complied. Yes ma'am. Then Gerada continued, the ranks of total mana volume are divided into a total of 100 levels. On the circle appeared the number 17 along with the announcement, Arjun at level 17. Compared to last year's average of level 15, this year, the number has risen again. Gerada smiled lightly, saying, looking at both quality and quantity of mana, you can see how diligently Arjun has trained every day. Suddenly she gave praise, making Arjun blush with embarrassment. Well done. A boy admired and said, I wish I could get high numbers too. While Estat wasn't listening, sitting deep in thought as if the future had already appeared, he pondered for a moment. That girl will become a diligent researcher in the future. In the spacious room, a voice suddenly spoke, I have matters to attend to, so I'll excuse myself. Please measure mana according to the assistant's instructions. Someone replied, yes. A girl smiled brightly, I have to focus even more than breathing techniques. The friend next to her happily responded, I'm worried about the refinement part. The white-haired boy smiled, inviting, Estat, let's go too. He startled, turning, should we? While walking, Estat heard a loud shout, making him stop and observe. Crazy. easy. The circle appeared again with surprise refinement index level 6. Isn't the average supposed to be level 3 total volume, also level 20? So jealous. Someone asked your name, the girl coldly answered Furion. Then she turned, emphasizing Furion to deny. Ista, hearing that, pondered same clan as Dahlia had different hair color, probably a branch family, just saying the name and already showing off the full clan name. The teacher looked quite surprised, glancing up, then said, truly worthy of a prestigious descendant, just very good numbers. He stroked his chin. Although total volume is a bit low compared to refinement level 6, it's still a high enough figure. Furion nodded with a smile. I see. Damien suddenly woke up, noisy. What's going on? Ista glanced over. Nothing, go back to sleep. But then he paused. Ah, wait, you can't sleep. Ista looked at Damien, saying it's almost time to measure mana, but the boy, still half asleep, mumbled measure. For what? Ista helplessly answered, don't know, but measuring is good anyway, he thought, since it's class time. Suddenly Damien jumped up excitedly, shouting, really? Then I'll try too. Ista facepalmed in embarrassment. Oh, don't overdo it like that. Someone watching from afar whispered, that's the one, the young master of Blando, looks so young. Ah, and the one beside is Aster, right? The one who beat Hickster. That person continued, wondering, but who's the top one? Another replied, you'll know when you die. Ista looked into the distance worriedly. Damn it, I didn't want fame from punching someone. The teacher cheerfully invited, young master, only one measurement then. Damien curiously pointed, asking, just channel mana into here, right? Then he quickly placed his hand on the crystal orb. Everyone below paled. What the is this reasonable? Furion's face turned terrifying. No, she said helplessly, impossible. Not long after, the circle appeared with utterly shocked words. Refinement index level 9, total volume level 67. Hey, is this thing broken? Ista looked at the teacher wearily. Mortals seeing geniuses are always like this. He recalled, by ordinary mortal standards, it's impossible to comprehend that dazzling towering wall. Ista looked at Damien, thinking, whatever, I already knew Damien is a genius, but didn't expect him to far exceed average, yet Damien remained innocently clueless. Is this high? A thought flashed, enough to understand why there's the monster of Blando. Innate life force is already different. Ista glanced thoughtfully. If Damien had put in effort in the previous life, the continental situation would have changed, so in this life everything will be different. He thought of Farin to keep Blando forever as Declan's obstacle. I'll just need to help Damien step out of the mundane world. The teacher wiped sweat, forcing a smile. Damien, truly worthy of the Blando name, outstanding. But never get complacent, a mage's realm isn't decided by mana alone. Damien smiled brightly and innocently, yes sir. He ran over happily, asking, buddy, have you measured? Yet Ista replied, not yet. Damien, extremely excited, then you measure too. Ista stood observing everything. He realized everyone is curious about my level. A guy with no prestigious background, yet beat the young master of Blando, and even knocked out that Dolimp heir. Finally, Ista decided, then let's measure. He carefully calculated to avoid too much trouble, just aim for average. The teacher asked again, your name? Ista answered, I'm Aster. The teacher requested, take your hand out of your pocket. Then he placed his hand on the crystal orb, adjusting the mana properties slightly. Immediately Ista's fingers clenched, then poured in just enough amount. But Ista noticed something off. Wait, why is it forcing it so low? A beam of light illuminated the whole area. Like this then. An announcement appeared, refinement index level 10. The circle gradually showed the mana measurement number. Another announcement, exceeded threshold, please reset standard. Everyone buzzed. What exceeded the set threshold? There's such a thing. Damien exclaimed, shocked. Awesome. Ista calmly turned, saying, seems the device glitched, probably need to remeasure. The teacher helplessly agreed, probably. But Damien glanced, affirming, no, that's not it. He grinned mischievously, I know for sure it's like that. The teacher awkwardly pointed, it's reset, now please measure again. Ista obediently complied, yes. An announcement appeared, refinement index level 3, total volume level 15. Everyone sighed in relief. So it was a glitch. New it. Ista also sighed, relieved this time. More careful should be fine, balancing is really hard. Suddenly a curse rang out, fucking hell. Ista froze, asking Damien, why say that? Damien seemed furious, replying, you said encounter stuff like that, so fucking hell, what else to say? Fucking hell, really? Ista didn't reply, just glanced worriedly. One sunny afternoon outside the school. At Magic Studies building number 1. Gerada stood arms crossed, looking out the window, very serious. She glanced, thinking Magic Studies building number 2 is under smooth renovation. Gerada gazed distantly, just unclear why Declan, specifically Mage Callahan, fought with Parun. Then Gerada sighed, well, Professor Parun was once renowned, he can handle himself, not my concern. The teacher approached, breaking the silence, Professor, I'm Yorbai. He held a stack of documents. I brought today's mana measurement data. Gerada looked through, muttering, this semester's overall level is quite high. Furion compared to Deny House, a bit regrettable. She paused at Damien's file. Damien, numbers matching the greatest genius in Blando history, need careful guidance. Suddenly Gerada's eyes widened in shock. Ista's file appeared, making her freeze. Aster, first measurement glitched, so retested. Then Gerada pondered, but this error is exceeding the set threshold. She frowned, asked her, huh? Esta pointed straight at Damien, saying, fucking hell is my personal phrase, you can't use it. The boy argued back, why not, I want to. Someone helplessly pleaded, hey you two, stop using it, okay? In a flash, a green dragon took shape. Buddy, how's it going? Damien frowned seriously, asking, do you think this is okay? Meanwhile, Esta lowered his eyes indifferently and replied, I think that's enough already. The boy immediately concluded, then this is version 2 of blood, sweat, and tears. At that moment, Esta suddenly chimed in with a suggestion, wait, make it more dynamic a bit, let the wings spread and the mouth open like it's about to lunge forward. He paused for a second, then continued, you remember the lion statue at home, right? It looks way cooler with the mouth open. Chenbia, sitting beside, widened his eyes and oh wow, that's actually pretty easy to do. Damien suddenly cheered in delight, oh, I like that. He watched Damien intently tweaking it and thought inwardly, that amazing monster only has the shape of a simple dodecahedron, yet he's playing around with the mana control test like this. Chenbia looked devastated, on the verge of tears. This world is truly vast, I'm just a dropout. Meanwhile, Esta glanced at him and sighed, yeah, I get how you feel, but what can you do? You just have to accept reality and keep moving forward. As the thought finished, Damien suddenly called out, buddy. The boy beamed brightly, saying, today was really fun. I think coming to the academy was a great idea. Esta, hearing that, immediately widened his eyes in surprise. Then he quickly calmed down and let out a soft chuckle, but feeling strangely relieved. Not long after, at the academy dormitory building, Esta sat pensively, looking down at the pouch in his hand. He held the pouch with both hands, inwardly calculating. Callahan's spatial pouch, it has a lock, but with magic security principles and landscape magic, I can easily break the mana structure the user set up. Esta frowned slightly, muttering, if we had the equipment it probably wouldn't take even a week, but since I have to do it secretly in my personal room, it'll take a whole month. Suddenly, an image of some spirit medicine flashed in his mind. Well, at least I haven't just been doing this the whole time, I've also been dissolving the spirit medicine I got from Blando into my mana. At that moment, the image of Esta in his memory appeared, propping his chin, absorbing quite a lot of useful knowledge from this academy. Both hands firmly opened that spatial pouch. Anyway, now I can open it, let's open it. Esta began rummaging inside the spatial pouch. Let's see. He suddenly pulled his hand back with a newly found vial of medicine. Here's a potion bottle. Next, Esta pulled out a large cloak. This one's useless. But then he took out a silver bracelet. This is a protective item. Esta calmly glanced down and activated the bracelet. Could be pretty useful. The protection resistance is decent at this level. The next second, he continued digging through the spatial pouch. Where is it? Ah, here. Esta raised the book in his hand. High Declan's prophetic magic book, Crimson Fire. Farron's smirking face suddenly appeared in his mind. It's a branch of Southern Fire developed by the one who researched it, a cursed magic capable of burning through even energy shields. Thinking that, he tucked the book back into the space. Naturally, only those who have reached master level can burn shields, can't learn it overnight, so I'll take it slow. Esta unconsciously rolled his eyes, muttering, now that I think about it, today is that day, huh? Midterm examination period. Right now, the academy grounds below were crowded with students gathered in large numbers. Damien excitedly shouted, midterm exam, midterm exam. Esta beside him grumbled, too many people. Chenbia, hearing that, said, from class M1 to our class, everyone has gathered. A few seconds later, the boy suddenly leaned in, whispering, hey, have you heard the news? Esta asked back, what news? Chenbia smirked, replying, they say it's very likely the midterm will be canyon assault. A few days ago, some M1 kids overheard administrative staff saying they had to prepare the canyon during this busy time. Esta, hearing that, just pondered, looking back, inwardly thinking. Chenbia said the midterm consists of 3 practical tests. An image of a dim stone corridor suddenly appeared. Challenge room, where you have to navigate through sewer-like mazes to reach the goal. Next came images of rolling hills. Canyon assault, meaning reach the target point in order, first come first serve. Finally, the image of simulated opponents simulation room, where you'll fight against opponents or monsters. Among the measurements include canyon assault. Esta huffed lightly, thinking, whatever the format, doesn't matter as long as I surpass everyone like usual. But as if thinking of something, he inwardly commented, seems Chenbia won't do well. Meanwhile, Chenbia was focused, calculating, if it's canyon assault, everyone here starts from the same point. And surely the kids will spam magic everywhere, so if we maintain defensive magic and push forward first. At that moment, a solemn voice suddenly rang out, everyone quiet. The person stood somewhere, long hair flowing, very pleased to meet you. Farron looked around, then introduced himself, I am Professor Farron, in charge of M1 Magic Department. I've been assigned as the professor responsible for this midterm exam. Esta, seeing him, smiled, long time no see, Professor Farron. The dark circles under your eyes look even deeper since the last time I saw you. Farron standing before the crowd, continued, "As you all know, today is the midterm exam day." He slightly curved his lips, softly uttering each word. "Today's test is." The last three words instantly made Chenbia's face darken. "Challenge room." He trembled, muttering, "No way, my plan." Damien beside him added words that stabbed right into Chenbia's heart. "Liar." Farhan rolled his eyes, then said, "Next, I'll explain the rules. Line up by class and prepare." A moment later, he suddenly snapped his fingers. "The purpose of the test is very simple." A spell was instantly cast right behind Farhan. "The challenge room is an underground sewer maze. If you reach the final door, you'll complete the test. No matter which path you take, you'll eventually reach the goal, so no need to worry." Chenbia, hearing that, sighed in relief. Sounds easy. As soon as the words left his mouth, Farhan snapped again, but that would make it a meaningless race. In the blink of an eye, a simulated monster appeared, a golem. Chenbia froze upon seeing it. "What, a golem in the exam? What is this?" Damien beside narrowed his eyes, warning, "Watch your mouth, buddy." Farhan continued explaining, "After all, it's just a clumsy combat machine. At its level, it'll be a bit tough, but I've exposed the core and reduced its durability so you'll easily defeat it." He paused, then added, "Still, in a confined space, it will catch you immediately. Ah, so difficult." Farhan silently listened to the students whispering. If it were open terrain, it wouldn't be so bad, but he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Mages with no decisiveness in their heads. Farhan suddenly recalled the image of that boy in his mind. Polar showed determination, pushing it to the limit, but perhaps because of the environment. He coldly glanced. Still, there are some quite useful students. The first to catch Farhan's eye was a girl with blue eyes. Some, even when anxious, still show will. Next, another student with short brown hair, those with eyes that fear no death. But then it shifted to the arrogant, smiling boy's face. Finally, Damien, sucking his thumb, looking bored. Farhan thought, after looking, this student is eliminated. Seems he doesn't have many ideas. He pondered slightly, parting his lips. Then Farhan cleared his throat, uttering two words, "Enough." He explained emotionlessly, "The golem will only target those on guard in the corridors. You decide whether to defeat it or avoid it." With that, Farhan presented a small bracelet. "Besides, you'll be given test bracelets. These test bracelets have protection similar to an energy shield." But he clenched his hand, activating the mechanism. If the energy shield breaks, that person is eliminated, and the golem won't attack them anymore. It's an excellent competitive system. The students looked at each other warily. No one dared speak carelessly anymore. Farhan looked at the crowd before him, concluding, "Finally, since all of you have such passive attitudes, I'll make a proposal." He suddenly gave a cold smile. "Show me an impressive face. It doesn't matter who arrives first or how many get eliminated." Farhan's next words excited Asta endlessly. "Whoever shows an impressive face, I'll personally award a reward, and that person will receive no ordinary prize." Asta grinned inwardly, thinking, not ordinary, huh? In the school, there's a famously renowned place, the largest library on the eastern continent, Lafater. The library is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Among them, the only level I can access is the lower one. Inside, Asta stood before the shelves, deep in thought. "When I came here looking for clues about fire seal, I didn't even find a single magic tome in the lower level." Related information quickly surfaced in his mind. Conclusion: to find clues, I need to investigate at least the middle level of the library. But middle and upper levels only open to royalty, great nobles, or prestigious clans. Otherwise, the only way is recommendation from 3 or more professors. Back to reality, Asta looked at the scene before him, inwardly analyzing. In that sense, I need to get Professor Farhan's reward, though I just wanted to progress step by step, but the people around never leave me alone. He gave a sly grin, thinking, anyway, I've memorized the entire layout. Let's see if I can calmly pass the midterm evaluation. Up high, the sky was clear and bright, while below, an important exam was taking place. The explanation for the practical test ends here. I'll give you time to prepare. Receive the necessary items from the assistants. Suddenly, 2 students rushed over hurriedly, asking, "Assistant, do you have flower bombs by any chance? Oh, and flint stones too." The young man rejected without hesitation. "Your main attribute is fire pass." At that moment, someone else stepped forward, pleading, "Assistant, I need a golem control set." The young man decisively refused. Again, "Stop looking for shortcuts, pass." From behind the crowd, Asta watched them clamor helplessly, commenting, "What a chaotic mess. Hard to tell if these are mages or just a bunch of thugs." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, drawing his attention. "Professor." Over there, Damien casually made his request. "Give me vine seeds. Just 20 is enough." The assistant looked puzzled. "I'm not a professor, but vine seeds, HUD. Damien, your main attribute is." Immediately, the boy demonstrated his power in front of the young man. "I don't have an attribute, but I can use plant-based magic." Seeing that the young man was somewhat speechless, "I understand." With that, Damien successfully got the item, making him very happy. "Thank you so much." Behind him, Chenbia swallowed hard, gathering more courage. Asta, standing beside, silently observed every reaction. Even Damien, who seems to only like playing, is preparing in his own way. Will Chenbia be able to break through his shell this time? A few minutes later, preparation time ended. Paran's announcement echoed in everyone's ears. Now I'll assign starting points, confirm your name, and go to the corresponding point. Ista and his two friends focused on the map. He scanned the board for his position, me, at starting point number 3. After checking, he looked for his friends' positions. Let's see the others. At that moment, Damien waved cheerfully by. See you inside. Chenbia also smiled, wishing luck. Aster Damien good luck on the exam. Astad didn't reply, just seriously pondered. Each person has a different starting point. A few seconds later, he reached his position. Seems point number 3 has 6 people, all strangers. This reminds me, when I was still a supervisor, I got assigned to a different unit. Really uncomfortable. Suddenly, someone approached, asking your Aster right. He glanced at the 3 youths, inwardly assessing what's up. They don't look like M3 group. Never seen such arrogant and conceited faces before. The leading youth spoke arrogantly. I'm Daibi. I heard you're pretty good at fighting, so I want to make a proposal. Asta calmly said, go ahead. Immediately, Daibi smiled, full of arrogance, declaring, I want to buy the bracelets of those who get eliminated. He enthusiastically offered the deal. 30 gold coins, each, counting you and us were 3. If we eliminate the other 3, I'll give you 90 gold. Hearing that, Asta quietly calculated 30 gold coins, equivalent to a normal family's monthly salary, for 1 bracelet. Not a bad price. Opposite, Daibi continued, this isn't a bad offer for a drifter from the gray zone like you, even if the young master protects you now. How long do you think that'll last? Better find your own path. He still didn't reply, just quietly looked at him. What he said isn't entirely unreasonable. Asta calmly pondered quickly. Others would think this is a cowardly deal, but these guys simply know how to make good use of what they have. If they have excess money, what can you say? Clearly they benefit. But he asked, puzzled, why 90 gold? Daibi, thinking money wasn't enough, casually raised the price. Not enough? Alright, I'll raise it to 35 each, total 105. Before he finished, Asta cut in. However, the math still doesn't add up. Asta raised his hand, pointing at the 3 behind, saying, seems I need to recalculate for these young masters. 3 people, right? Daibi confirmed yes. Then he pointed at Daibi's group, and together with you were 6. Daibi cautiously answered, correct. Right after, Asta seriously spoke, then why don't you include the price of your own lives too? At 35 gold per life, total should be 210 gold. Hearing that, all 3 froze in shock. In Daibi's heart, anger surged. What kind of loan shark calculation is this, you filthy lowborn? Don't know your place? Where does that confidence come from? But he held back, replying, 35 gold not enough. Alright, I'll raise to 40. No more. Asta smiled, satisfied. Then total 240. Just hearing that, Daibi inwardly cursed in disbelief. Is he crazy? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he sneered contemptuously, now I get it. A pitiful guy like you is just trying to take advantage of this opportunity to fill your pockets. Daibi arrogantly mocked inwardly. Asta, without realizing that greed will be your downfall. I guess an uneducated guy like you can't foresee that I've wasted my time. He gritted his teeth in frustration to complete the young lady's order. No hunting dog is better than Aster, but if this dog goes mad, we'll have to find another way. Then Daibi turned in disgust to leave. So the negotiation is over, huh? Then pretend I didn't hear anything. But since he didn't want to stop, Asta coldly ordered, where do you think you're going? Fine, leave, but leave the payment for your bracelets first. Daibi whipped around, furious, shouting, what nonsense are you spouting? Asta calmly explained, if we load 3 packages and 3 people on a cart, and you take the packages, shouldn't you at least pay those people right? Then he gave a sly smile, hand over what you owe, 120 gold, 40 per life. Instantly, something seemed to snap in Daibi's head. One of his companions first couldn't hold back, cursing, damn lowborn peasant, never seen such an arrogant thug. How dare you forget your place? The youth mocked contemptuously, you think noble Daibi is like you? Even his distant ancestors held baron title. On one side, Daibi calmly called Fakin. Fakin ignored still raging Daibi, don't stop me today, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. He called again, Fakin. This time he sensed something off, immediately shut up and looked back. Daibi was suppressing his anger, ordering you shut up. Then he took out his money pouch, handing it to Asta. 120 gold, you said that, I'll give it. But inwardly he tried to calm himself. Stay calm, Daibi. The young lady's order is more important than these idiots. Daibi desperately thought of the huge benefits to stay clear-headed. If we seal the deal with her, our guild will grow many times over. On the other side, Asta took the pouch, casually saying, I didn't realize someone so important. Right after, he gleefully declared, then for such a noble customer, the price doubles, total 160 gold. Daibi still calmly handed over the money, fine, 160 gold. Then he coldly stared at Asta, threatening, from this moment, I'll show you how miserable your life can become. Over 160 gold, keep your eyes open and wait. High above, the sun hung bright. Finally, time to enter. The teacher activated activated the magic circle while reminding, and I repeat, if the bracelet stops working, you're eliminated. The force field activates when the body receives a physical attack. Chenbia raised his hand, observing the bracelet while listening, or an attack containing mana. He nervously looked at his hand in his ear. The judge's voice rang. If the force field is destroyed, the bracelet falls in place. Nearby, Damien listened absent-mindedly, and the wearer will be automatically teleported out of the exam area, so no risk of serious injury. Not far away, Dahlia frowned, concentrating. The brown-haired girl also tensely stared ahead, while Asta waited indifferently for the start. Behind, Daibi glared fiercely at him. On the other side, after finishing the rules, the teacher turned, nodding in signal. Parun raised his water glass, leisurely ordering, begin. Instantly, each magic circle lit up. The other teachers quickly controlled the screen's teleportation complete, displaying internal video evaluation begins. Parun glanced at the images, silently assessing Dahlia and Damien at the same starting point, and also. Suddenly, one screen glitched, making the young man anxious. What's wrong with this? The person beside asked, shocked. What? The screen went off. Did you not check the magic eye properly? He quickly denied, no, I checked very carefully. Parun set down his glass, calmly speaking, enough. I also checked the magic eye once, so which starting point is that? The young man turned, hesitantly reporting, that is number 3. And at that position, Asta, in a state of extreme anger, declared, young masters, you've been fined an extra 320 for your insolence. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Down on the ground, the assistant activated the magic circle while explaining the rules. Let me remind you again, if your bracelet stops functioning, you're eliminated. The magic shield activates upon a direct physical attack or any strike infused with mana. When the shield is destroyed, the bracelet remains intact. In the courtyard, Asta calmly listened to every word, and the wearer will be forcibly teleported out of the challenge area, so don't worry about getting seriously injured. Meanwhile, behind him, Daibi glared resentfully at his back. After finishing the rules, Parun immediately announced, you may begin. Instantly, each group was teleported into the exam area. A few seconds later, they all appeared at their respective locations, teleportation complete. As the magic circle vanished, Asta immediately condensed a green orb and spoke, all right, my dear customers. He directed the orb to smash into the ceiling while turning back mockingly, your stares feel like they're drilling holes through the back of my head. He provoked with disdain, we don't have much time, so let's get started. Hearing that, Daibi and his 3 immediately mobilized their forces, targeting Asta. Daibi laughed arrogantly, sneering, you cocky brat, let's see how long that confidence lasts. Right after, a fireball appeared, shooting rapidly toward Asta. He swiftly moved to dodge, inwardly analyzing, let's see, getting hit by magic means elimination and forced teleportation in that case. Asta's figure flashed past the fireball like a gust of wind. Then he nimbly closed in on the 3, raising his leg to attack, just dodge and strike, and if I retract my mana right before impact. His leg carried tremendous force as it kicked forward. Daibi couldn't react at all and got struck in the neck, while Asta calmly thought they won't get marked as eliminated. In the next instant, he spun around, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on the companion, beside quite satisfying to beat them this way. Not stopping there, Asta ducked under another fireball and finished off the last one. His heart was filled with immense satisfaction. Splendid, my son. A moment later, only he stood tall in the spot, speaking, our young masters must be filthy rich, recruiting all these guys in such a short time. All right, now then. Asta glared coldly at Daibi, declaring, that'll be 320 gold as penalty for your arrogance, and from now on I'll deduct 1 silver per hit. Sound good? In the maze, dust from the earlier fight still lingered everywhere. Daibi struggled to his feet, voice seething with rage, you bastard. His face was swollen, but he couldn't stop the curses spilling from his mouth. Just you wait, how dare you, you piece of trash. Asta ignored him swiftly, using magic to silence Daibi. Shut up. Then he looked at the glowing halo around the boy, calculating, let's see, that's 100 hits, meaning deduct 10 gold. It's really hard to control my strength without Damien here. Can't let victim and perpetrator get mixed up. He picked up the bracelet inwardly, not caring at all, and obviously I'm the victim. Asta stowed the item away, a bit bored, pondering, all right, I've got 6 bracelets, now what? He sat down cross-legged, deep in thought. I need recommendations from 3 or more professors, meaning after getting Farun's reward, I still need 2 more. That means another professor has to step up and give me one. Asta propped his chin, pondering, how should I put on an impressive performance? His gaze fell on the surrounding structures. Suddenly, an idea sparked. How about I just destroy this entire challenge hall? I only need to break the 4 support pillars holding the foundation. But then Asta rubbed his head, immediately dismissing the thought. Crazy, no way, I can't do that. I'd become the enemy of the entire eastern continent. Unable to think of anything, he temporarily gave up. Why bother stressing over it? No one to fight anyway, might as well head out and see. As he walked, he muttered softly, by the way, wonder if those guys are okay. At that moment, elsewhere in the area, groans kept echoing, hey, isn't this cheating? Damn damn it, can that even be done? A terrified youth with wide eyes begged, please, if this continues, we'll all get eliminated, young master, please. He pleaded tearfully, let us through, what caused their misery was the golem controlled by Damien. The boy grinned gleefully, refusing no. With no other choice, the three had to flee. One attacked the golem, while yelling, how can he control a golem with vine seeds? His companion struggled, crying, damn, those vines are blocking my magic. Suddenly, one youth unfortunately tripped over a rock on the path. That caused him to tumble to the ground. At the same time, it left the youth unable to escape. He looked at the approaching golem with terror on his face. When he saw it raise its arm to strike, he couldn't hold back and screamed loudly. In another part of the exam, Chenbia spoke seriously, alright, listen everyone, I just want to pass this test, okay? He quickly hid behind a wall, shouting, pleading, so please stop attacking. Unfortunately, his classmates didn't want to. You're just a commoner, shut up and hand over your bracelet. On the other side, after some attacks, the white-haired girl panted exhausted and ordered, hey, you go back and grab it. Hearing that the brown-haired girl irritably refused, what, why me, what if you stab me in the back? Seeing that the girl softened her tone, suggesting then just let that guy keep busy until he runs out of mana, the girl shot back without politeness, how can I trust you? Did you forget you just stabbed that other guy in the back behind the wall? Chenbia saw the situation and confirmed the timing now. He decisively stood up and sneaked away. Chenbia ignored the argument behind, focusing on his clear goal, heading one way. I shouldn't be too greedy, all I need is to pass the test, so this is fine. He quietly ran for a stretch. Suddenly, Chenbia was shocked to discover something abnormal. He raised his hand, puzzled, muttering, what's wrong with my bracelet? Then he gloomily guessed, did I get hit by magic? Without noticing, so in the end, I still got eliminated. Chenbia hugged his knees, sitting in the corner, thinking probably I'll get teleported in a few seconds. But time passed and he remained in place. Chenbia, puzzled, wondered why I'm not being teleported. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice interrupted him. Everyone, did you hear that? The person sneered contemptuously, hello, bookworms of Zenian Academy. Just hearing the voice, Chenbia's eyes widened in horror. That sinister tone, that guy isn't from the academy. The situation made him quickly stand up on guard while the enemy continued speaking. You may not know who we are, but I'm sure some of you can guess, and if you guess, you'll know exactly why we're doing this. At the same time, the voice reached Damien's location. I have a message for that person. We have no demands, only the price to pay for offending someone great. Hearing just a few words, the boy frowned in disgust. What creepy. Meanwhile, beside him, the golem suddenly made a strange small noise, but no one had time to notice as the enemy coldly revealed, today right here. He arrogantly declared, all you students will die. At that moment, the external monitoring screens all went black simultaneously. An assistant hurriedly reported the control system is down. Inside, the intruder continued taunting, no way out, now die. In despair, contrasting that coldness was the teacher's urgent announcements, all the magic eyes have stopped functioning too. One assistant couldn't hold back, raging angrily, damn you bastards, who the hell are you? At that moment, Parun stood up, slamming his hand on the table, solemnly speaking, enough. He calmly commanded, don't waste energy anymore, go find the professors immediately and make sure to bring Professor Felina. The assistant quickly turned, responding, yes sir. Then the young man rushed off, issuing orders, hey, call the professors right now, go find Professor Felina, the dean, contact the dean to hurry. As for Parun, he was so furious he shattered the table surface. Parun's face now looked terrifying, those damned vermin, how dare they. Back at the exam area, a damaged golem lay collapsed against the wall. Estab brushed back his hair, irritably cursing under his breath, damn it. Estab looked at them surrounding him and burst out angrily, what the hell is this? Estab's figure moved with extreme agility, attacking the golems in front. The more he fought, the heavier his heart felt. About 10 minutes had passed since the voice rang throughout the exam area. He looked at the golems, feeling nothing but dread. Golems, those things that should be slow and stiff, now fast and agile. Estab observed their actions, pondering quickly, moreover, they're precisely locating my position and charging in to attack. While on guard, he thought deeply, the gatekeeping golems charging on their own means. Someone interfered with the control system. They must have pulled all the golems from storage, that's why there are so many. Estab grinned excitedly, we think they're messing with who I'm. Cleaner number one, I've survived everything except an aerial battle. Instantly, he formed a power orb and charged boldly, I'll crush you all. In another part of the maze, Chenbia walked dejectedly. He grimaced gloomily, thinking, if I'd known it'd be like this, I would have let myself get eliminated reanimated early, thinking, I'm going to die. No, I'm not dead yet, so I must be about to die. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching his location. Chenbia stared ahead, inwardly guessing, survivor, who is it? As the distance closed, Astaz's figure became clearly visible in his eyes. Instantly, Chenbia joyfully waved, shouting as. But right after, his voice weakened because behind him, a horde of golems chased relentlessly. While passing by him, Astaz casually reminded, oh, it's you, Chenbia, run. Immediately, Chenbia screamed in panic and quickly ran after him. Astaz glanced at the person beside, inwardly troubled. I sensed someone and came to check, but it's not Damien. At this rate, Chenbia will get caught with that pathetic stamina. In that case, time for plan B. He decisively demanded. Chenbia, give me your bracelet. Hearing that, the boy looked over, puzzled. Astaz's face remained calm, explaining, the golem's detection range isn't that wide for them to chase us so relentlessly. He directly exposed the anomaly, meaning the bracelet is connected to the control system. They function like alarm bells. Hearing that, Chenbia took out his bracelet, examining it closely. Then he asked worriedly, what about you, Aster? Astaz replied, without panic, I've been marked as the target, so my survival chance is higher. If they keep focusing on me while you escape, I'll hold them off, then go find Damien. Astaz calmly pointed out, and you still have family, right? He seriously reminded, those who can live should survive. Hearing that, Chenbia's eyes widened in shock. Then he silently looked down at the ground. Suddenly, Chenbia recalled his family's words, my son, don't worry about anything, just focus on your magic. No matter what anyone says, don't let them discourage you. Got it, big brother? You have to teach me after you graduate, okay? He pursed his lips tightly, as if making some resolve in his heart. Right after, Chenbia teared up, shouting, damn it, you have to live. We have to meet again. Astaz took the bracelet, smiling, promising, I know. Then Chenbia dashed off, head down. I have no other choice, I have to live. Images of his family flashed through his mind, his parents who bought him a magic tome instead of food, his little sister who had to drop out of school because of him, the rights and opportunities his family should have had. Chenbia poured every ounce of strength into running forward, as if drawing closer to the ideal of family. I have to give it all back to them. But suddenly, he recalled the last words his mother had spoken, Chenbia, the pride and hope of our family. Chenbia gradually slowed to a stop, his heart dazed, wondering, am I really someone worth being proud of? He stood motionless, reflecting on the labels everyone had pinned on him, hesitant and utterly lacking courage, just a nobody like me. Then Chenbia turned his head to look back. He saw Astaz fighting against the swarm of golems. That sight forced him to question himself, am I someone worth pride if I abandon my friends? No. Then Chenbia decisively spun around, I can't let guilt crush me anymore. No matter how ordinary I am, I will never. He resolutely raised both hands. Instantly, a golden light surged around him. Deep in his heart, Chenbia had made his choice. I will never give up. He quickly channeled the power within his body. I have to use the strongest magic I know. The figure of his master flickered through his mind. Chenbia prayed earnestly, the magic, my master, the one who awakened my talent, left behind that magic, please. Overexerting his power caused blood to trickle from his nose, but nothing could stop his actions, please. In the blink of an eye, a spear formed from earth and stone appeared. Please be effective, earth spear. Chenbia clenched his teeth, his eyes fixed fiercely ahead, his mind suddenly recalling his master's words, what do you think? Pretty cool name, right? Chenbia still remembered clearly the proud look on his face back then, but looked closely. That master had envisioned the technique with perfect precision, its majestic form like a knight's spear piercing through everything. Back to reality, Chenbia's face looked utterly wretched now, but he paid it no mind and shouted, Aster. Hearing the sound, Astaz turned in shock. He saw Chenbia hurling the spear with full force. Instantly, it streaked like a golden lightning bolt, piercing into the golems and shattering everything in its path. Astaz stared intently at the scene before him, his mind incredulous, concluding, this magic, it didn't just alter the shape of the rocks in the challenge hall, but changed their very nature. He stood stunned, thinking, altering both form and essence is incredibly difficult. Astaz's emotions grew extremely complicated. This is meanwhile after the strike, Chenbia coughed up blood. He now looked utterly miserable and battered, seeing that Astaz confirmed with certainty a level of magic Chenbia shouldn't have been able to control. Suddenly, Chenbia lost his footing and collapsed. Astaz rushed over to support him. Then he calmly called Chenbia. The boy forced a proud smile. Very long ago, my master, or I guess that's how you call him, he gave me this magic called Earth Spear. The name sounds kinda majestic, right? Astaz commented calmly, it's not exactly the most majestic name. Chenbia asked in disbelief, really. Hearing that, he softened his tone, changing his words, but it's not entirely lacking in majesty either. He continued, adding, for magic like this, ultimately, the user has to prove it. Whether it's majestic or not depends entirely on what you do. Chenbia moved, called his name Aster. But before he could say more, Astaz quickly poured medicine into his mouth. So stop acting like you're about to die. You won't die from that. Chenbia groaned in pain. pain it hurts and itches so much. After waiting for him to recover a bit, Asta finally had time to think about the next step. Now then, what to do with him? I can't carry him along, but I can't leave him behind either. Beside him, Chenbia looked at his body in amazement. Is this the power of the medicine? Asta closed his eyes, scanning the enemy's position. Let's see. The complete maze map appeared clearly in his mind. If I sense a presence, it's in that direction. Right after Asta stood up, giving directions to his friend, Chenbia, go straight that way at the fork, keep right, and you'll meet the other students. Hearing that, Chenbia asked worriedly, Aster, what about you? He didn't answer, just turned to survey the surroundings. In his eyes at that moment, a strange red aura emanated from one direction. The mana flow toward the control room was very odd, familiar, but not in the Declan way. Therefore, Asta's expression turned grave, replying, there's something I have to do. Inwardly, he had already silently decided, I need to go investigate. Scene shift to Asta's position. While charging forward, he began sensing something familiar. I've felt this sensation somewhere before, haven't I? It was a memory of something not Declan, but something that had passed by. Thinking up to this point, our protagonist had reached the turn. He looked to the side, and upon seeing something, immediately froze in shock. Before him now was some kind of spatial tunnel emitting an intensely powerful aura. Instantly, the name flashed in Asta's mind. This is the demon realm. That's right, no wonder it felt so familiar. This demonic aura is unforgettable. Moreover, there are demonic beasts around. While thinking, Asta observed a little. Up on the surface, several black humanoid shadows were emerging. They had even recreated the cursed creatures that had spread terror across the continent centuries ago, always committing the most unimaginable atrocities. Prison, that damn rat bastard. Thinking of that name, Asta broke into an extremely terrifying smile. In another scene, inside the control room of the challenge hall, Prison was laughing triumphantly. Haha, success, it's a success. A real demonic beast has appeared. The demon realm has manifested perfectly. Before, it was only half successful with just demonic aura appearing, but this time it's complete success. All thanks to this artifact, he said, while looking at the gauntlet on his hand. In his mind, he began recalling what happened. By using isolated space, I sneaked in without any hindrance, and with invasive demonic aura, I seized control of the room, not only gaining control, but recreating the entire demon realm. What a magnificent sight. At the same moment, a black shadow appeared behind him, asking, success, you didn't half-ass it, did you? Prison, hearing that, broke into an extremely smug smile. Just creating the barrier completes our contract. That professor you're targeting will fall on his own. Replying to those words was the cold voice of the large man. He set the limit. Fine, I don't care how, as long as Zenian Academy, the place protecting that professor, gets destroyed. Prison bowed slightly, replying, but his tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Yes, of course, the great watchdog of the Beimer family. Act like you have any other choice. In response to that sarcasm, how could the hound endure? He growled, warning, if you want to live, don't let that filthy mouth mention my family name again. Back to Prison, he didn't dare utter another word. However, contemptuous thoughts flooded his mind. In the end, this guy is just a vassal of Declan, always standing around acting superior. What a coward. But once this contract ends, House Beimer will give me my own lab. I can endure him until then. More importantly, creating the demon realm also means fulfilling the sect's long-cherished wish. What exhilarating joy. Come on, forbidden magic, save the old fogies in the order. Will drool over supporting me now. The more he thought, the more excited he became, drooling himself. However, this joy didn't last long when the large man in front spoke up, waking him. Hey, Prison, how's the core control going? There's a student approaching. That sound snapped Prison out of his fantasies, but right after he became cheerful. A student, haha, the first test subject has appeared. The large man, hearing that, looked a bit puzzled, turning to Prison. Prison laughed smugly, informing him, aren't you curious what happens when a human comes into contact with such a massive amount of demonic aura? As he spoke, he observed on the monitoring screen where Asta stood before the demon realm gate and continued explaining, perhaps he'll go mad or die instantly. Because piercing the barrier is all everyone knows, but according to ancient texts, for humans with mana or ether, it's different. It triggers the phenomenon of human-to-beast transformation, beasts that act only on mad impulses. Alright, so what are you going to do now? Golems behind demonic beasts ahead, no path to escape. At most just charge forward, right, but it's not that bothersome. Just as he thought that, he suddenly saw a stag glaring straight at him, as if the boy could see through this monitoring magic. This made Prison slightly startled. Then he noticed Asta's lips moving faintly, murmuring a few words, ready, Prison. Beside him, the large man began looking at Prison, curiously asking, have you met that kid before? Pryzen shook his head with a confused expression. Huh, no, who is that kid? How does that kid know my name? What the hell is going on here? Just as he thought that, his eyes suddenly widened when he saw Asta taking out several test bracelets. Next on the monitoring screen, the demonic beasts all charged forward to attack simultaneously. Seeing that, Asta stepped back for momentum, then dashed forward at tearing speed. As a result, before the demonic beasts could reach him, they were the ones struck first. He moved extremely fast, leaving a test bracelet on each of these demonic beasts. And that bracelet was how the golems identified their enemies. Therefore, right after they switched targets to the demonic beasts, while Asta himself only coldly said, from now on, slaughter each other. Inside the control room, Pryzen quickly realized Asta's plan. His face paled like someone about to die, screaming, no, my children. However, before he could worry more about his children, he suddenly noticed something else. Wait, what about that kid? How is he so fast? Through the monitoring screen, he saw Asta charging forward like lightning. He hurriedly turned to the large man, pleading, hey, stop him quick, stop him right now. You idiots, he's breaking through, hurry, hurry. The words had barely finished when a massive explosion boomed from behind them, and Asta himself had successfully infiltrated this laboratory. He immediately greeted, long time no see, Pryzen, we finally meet, huh? Elsewhere, Chen Bia, with a face pale from fright, stammered the exact same line, yes, we finally meet, how have you been, Damien? Right. In front of him, Damien was using his vine magic to control several golems. He smiled brightly, yep, right here to protect my friends. Look, these are Cerberus number 1, number 2, and number 3. Yeah, cool, Chen Bia stammered, but inwardly a bit puzzled. Wow, controlling golems like this is allowed. Before they could chat more, a white-haired girl spoke up. Hey, how did you get here alone? Hearing the question, Chen Bia unconsciously repeated the bracelet discarding method Asta had mentioned to him with the bracelet right. Didn't they throw away their bracelets? His eyes saw the bracelets still on their wrists. He panicked, shouting, everyone throw away your bracelets, the golems are tracking us through them. The white-haired girl finally looked at her own bracelet. However, before she could react, another mocking voice rang out, haha, how ridiculous. This is the challenge area, why should I trust you and throw away my bracelet right? You planning to steal everyone's bracelets here or what? The questioning voice made Chen Bia's face tense up as well. The shoulder-length-haired student pressed aggressively, asking, you, your real intention is to steal everyone's bracelets here, isn't it? Bia seriously warned, right now, is the bracelet really that important? The bracelet is connected to the control system, and it's basically a signal device. He didn't believe and kept questioning, did you figure that out yourself? The boy stammered, no, Aster told me. The shoulder-length-haired student immediately laughed, I knew it. He sneered, full of sarcasm, you threw away your bracelet after being tricked by some gray zone rat, but now you want to cheat again just to not fail the test. Birds of a feather, his voice grew more mocking, even you, the always diligent one in class, got corrupted by a rat. The others hearing that started murmuring, making Bia unable to react in time. But the next second he gritted his teeth tightly, don't talk like you know everything. Bia recalled the moment Aster told him to run so he could handle the golems. Aster, because of me he. A voice rang out, pulling him from his reminiscence when I first met Aster. Damien stepped forward, dramatically recounting, I asked him what I have, and he answered immediately without hesitation. You have a friend, his demeanor now full of composure. H-A-N-D, Chinese letter H-E-S-I-T, a T-I-N-G-L, why removing the bracelet from his wrist, declaring, so I trust my friend. Damien casually tossed the bracelet to the ground. I don't need this thing, take as many as you want. He quickly returned to his usual attitude, urging, come on, Chen Bia. The boy shocked Damien. A question rose in Bia's heart, you're not that kind of person after all, who are you really? Back to Asta's side, he now faced the two Pryzen, long time no see, Pryzen, so we finally meet, huh? Asta curled his lip into an excited smile back, then I even went all the way to the demon realm to kill you, never thought I'd meet you here. He listened confused, looking back and forth at him and the person beside, madman, I don't know who you are, what demon realm hound, what are you doing? Isn't your mission to protect me? The hound, full of suspicion, are you sure this is your first time meeting him? Pryzen affirmed, I already said so. He sighed, fine. The hound's hand tightly gripped the scythe in his hand, kid, this is a contract, so I have no other choice. A murderous aura emanated from him as he stared at Asta, warning, I'll kill you without leaving a trace. Asta slightly frowned. Beimer, one of Declan's vassal clans. Asta searched his memory. Beimer's secret art, sealing demon magic. Their speed and piercing attacks are very famous, almost like archers, and what they create by specially training a backward child. Up to here, he looked again at the person before him. It's this hound. A true hound leading on the battlefield, but a doubt surged in Istad's heart. He frowned and shouted, "Why is the Bimer hound together with that damned rat bastard?" The hound glared at Istad, murderous intent in his eyes, undisguised. "What's it to you? Do you know who we are?" Istad suddenly raised his voice, roaring, "I already asked before." Istad emphasized each word, eyes coldly locking onto the opponent. "Why is the Bimer hound together with a damned rat bastard like that?" He choked, speechless. What has he lost his mind? Facing death, what does it have to do with you? Istad angrily roared, "Why is the Bimer hound together with such a damned rat bastard? Answer me." Veins bulged fiercely on the hound's forehead. This madman. He also roared in rage, "Stop," repeating the same sentence. With that, the hound swung his scythe toward Istad, the sharp blade like a ferocious hound, baring its mouth full of sharp teeth ready to tear the prey apart. Istad didn't stand still watching the attack come. He immediately charged forward. His agile figure weaved through the swinging chains in the air, advancing straight ahead. Amid the intense exchange, he stubbornly kept questioning, "Why is the Bimer hound together with a damned rat bastard?" The hound gritted his teeth, his other hand quickly drawing a magic circle. "I told you to stop, you madman. Do you know me? Why are you so obsessed?" Right after that, the hound's scythe suddenly split into two. The two metal blades spun fiercely clockwise, emitting a piercing screech. Under the hound's control, they shot straight toward Istad from behind. Istad's eyes bloodshot, continuously questioning, "Bimer hound, rat bastard." The last thread of the hound's reason finally snapped, his eyes glaring ferociously. The hound stomped hard, leaping up. "You mad bastard, I'll tear you apart while you're still breathing." He confidently boasted, "I've enchanted my weapon with retrieval magic whirl and speed. You can't dodge this." Suddenly, Istad paused, asking, "Got provoked, huh?" He unexpectedly retreated. Right at the moment, the two scythes were stabbing toward him. Both hands of Istad reached up, grabbing the chains, connecting the weapons. "I've raised dogs before." He yanked hard once the two scythes halted abruptly, their heads scraping hard against the ground, sending dirt and stones flying. Istad affirmed, "In dogs will get anxious when hearing repeated loud tense words just like you." Now finishing, Istad grinned like a villain, adding a bit of smugness and provocation. The hound's eyes reddened with rage. This damned dog daring to treat others like a dog. He swung his hand, wanting to attack again. But before he could do anything more dangerous, Istad used his own scythe to stab him in the stomach. "Aren't you the hound of Declan?" Pryzen gaped, shouting, "What are you doing, hound, if you lose to a kid like this?" Istad clenched his fist. A surge of electricity burst out. He mercilessly slammed a powerful blow into the hound's face, clashing strike. Pryzen watched him spit blood right in front of him, frozen in shock. Istad's voice rang out, startling him. "Pryzen, seems you still like hiding behind others, huh? But now it's just the two of us, right?" He smirked coldly. Pryzen furiously took out a magic bomb. "Damn brat." Istad immediately raised the scythe in his hand high. Before he could activate it, Istad had already severed the shoulder, holding the bomb from Pryzen's arm. He screamed in agony, my hand, my hand." Pryzen clutched his bleeding shoulder in panic, looking at him. "You monster, stay back, back off." He suddenly looked behind, some things moving. "Demon realm, right, demon realm." Pryzen sneered threateningly, "If you kill me, you won't be able to stop the demon realm. Will you let your friends die in the demon realm?" Istad's face turned ice cold. He indifferently replied, "So what?" Pryzen's eyes bulged. "What?" Istad slowly walked toward Pryzen. "Fine, I'll wait. Make sure you enjoy the sight of the demon realm devouring everyone." His eyes widened, coldly ruthless. "Next it'll be your turn." Istad's voice filled with killing intent. "Keep laughing while you still can." Pryzen backed away from the pool of blood, inwardly terrified. Damn, what the hell is this bastard? Not just pure demonic aura, but an entire demonic realm, a demonic realm like that, devouring friends, and he doesn't even blink. Thinking this made him even more terrified. Recalling Istad's face and those crimson eyes just now, Pryzen wondered doubtfully, is he even human? He stammered to him, I can stop the demonic realm in 5 minutes, all your friends." Before he finished, Istad cut in, "They'll all die." Pryzen asked again, "It should be that way, but why?" Istad coldly approached him, lowering his voice, asking, "Why you ask?" At this point, he suddenly said something out of nowhere. "The method is very simple." As he spoke, he grabbed Pryzen's arm, wearing the artifact, squeezing hard. Pryzen screamed in pain. "Mine." Inwardly, he wailed helplessly, "My artifact." Looking down at his now empty, trembling hand, he panicked, exclaiming, "Since when?" Istad leisurely put Pryzen's artifact on his own hand, voice mocking, asking, "This artifact, you thought only you knew how to use it." When he placed his hand on the orb quickly glowed. Istad laughed dryly, memories flooding back vividly. From the orb, a magic circle appeared along with an illusory quartz block. A faint demonic aura emanated from the orb, wrapping around Istad. Pryzen stood frozen, only able to stare. He was horrified, face twisted, inwardly tense, thinking, how did he? As if understanding the question in his heart, Istad tilted his head slightly, looking at Pryzen, voice devoid of warmth emphasizing, How could I forget you, you the one who taught forbidden arts to the young master? With that he repeated forbidden arts. After a pause he spoke in one long breath. People say the arm always bends inward. The young master survived, but you won't. Surely Declan will pin all the blame on you and kill you. That's why I hunted you, because I couldn't leave you to Declan. That's the real reason I'm here. The staff fell silent again, saying, seems I've chased you for quite a while. Back then I wasn't quite sane, so hard to remember the exact time. Even I, who arrogantly thought no one on the continent I wanted to catch, I couldn't catch, even failed to catch you alone. That shows you're truly cunning and good at escaping. Hearing him praise like that, Pryson looked at him with some wariness and doubt. Lestat continued, confessing, from the gray zone to the dark alleys of the kingdom, and even the underworld of the empire, no place I haven't searched, my hands stained with a lot of blood. Chasing and chasing. The place you finally chose was the demonic realm. At this point he suddenly stopped. Lestat clutched his head, laughing self-deprecatingly, weakly revealing his heart. Yes, the demonic realm. I thought I'd go mad. No sign of you. Demonic beasts kept charging my body, collapsing from demonic aura, my mind on the verge of shattering. Looking at the artifact in his hand, then at the glowing orb, Lestat laughed at himself again, saying, when I gave up in the demonic realm and stepped out, a trouble solver was waiting. He said he had news, but didn't dare enter the demonic realm, so waited outside. Do you know what that news was? Lestat tilted his gloomy, twisted face toward Pryson, voice full of sarcasm, recounting. They said you were dead, captured by Declan. You spilled everything about using forbidden arts and the artifact. Really disappointing. I sat in front of the demonic realm for days and nights, just staring at the sky. As he spoke, Lestat slowly approached Pryson, the severed arm still bleeding non-stop. Pryson groaned in pain a few times. His breathing grew rapid and labored as he weakly said, I don't understand what you're talking about. I've never been connected to any young master of any clan. And suddenly Lestat thrust his hand into the swirling spatial vortex. He pulled out a vial of medicine, popped the cap, and half seriously, half mockingly said to her, you've lost way too much blood, haven't you? Guess I've been too careless. With that he flashed a manic grin, forcibly made Pryson swallow the entire vial, and at the same time gritted his teeth and snarled, you don't get to die yet, so take a little rest and listen to the rest of the story. Watching the potion liquid flow into her mouth, Pryson thought with a mix of suspicion and calculation, what is this, a recovery potion? He's saving me. This is my chance. I have to find any opening to strike and survive. Lestat lifted his face, his gaze distant as he recalled the past, and continued, anyway, to keep going with the story, while I was staring up at the sky like that, one day a wyvern flew right overhead. Seeing that sight back then, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It looked so free. Lestat glanced up at the ceiling, lost in thought as he recounted the moment. Then I looked at myself and realized how stupid I was. Somewhere along the way, my revenge stopped being for my comrades and just became a way to vent my emotions. And so, I erased all thoughts of revenge from my mind. While he was absorbed in telling the story, Pryson, now recovered, was tensely plotting his counterattack, and that moment was right now. He silently chanted in his heart, forbidden technique, but before he could finish the incantation, Lestat suddenly spun around, gripped his face tightly, raised his voice in a mocking laugh, and said, but today I finally met you. And with those words, Lestat slammed Pryson's head hard down onto the floor. His eyes blazed red as if he'd lost all reason. He laughed wildly and sneered in contempt. Yes, it's been a long, endless wait just for this day, and that's exactly why I've studied every scrap of knowledge you left behind to the point of obsession. Both the demon realm, the forbidden arts, and this disgusting ancient artifact. Lestat abruptly lifted Pryson's face again as the boy coughed and choked nonstop. While casting the spell, he continued, and on top of that, it records in excruciating detail exactly how each of my comrades died. Perfect timing. Right now the thing I have most of is time, he said, yanking a chain toward him. The air grew heavier and more suffocating by the second. Raising the hammer high in his hand, Lestat exclaimed with manic excitement, I'll recreate every single one of those pains for you. It'll be so much fun. Realizing he was done for, Pryson's eyes rolled back, helpless tears welling at the corners as weak, muffled groans escaped his throat. Outside this dark prison cell, the space fell into a terrifying silence. Outside this dark prison cell, the space fell into a terrifying silence. Light fell upon the stone statues. Light had finally returned to this desolate, ruined place. Suddenly, a section of the high wall collapsed, and blinding light poured in. People began to stir back to life, moving normally violently again, everyone shouted to one another, "It's broken! Hurry up! Go find the students! Don't be afraid of dying! Even if we die, we have to save those kids, you bastards!" At that moment, the sound of high heels approached. Felina muttered irritably under her breath, cursing, "Damn it." She scanned the surroundings, frowning slightly as she thought to herself, "Because of that cursed magic, I wasted 2 whole hours. No one can be allowed to die here." Just then, a frantic voice called out, "Professor Felina," and Felina glanced over at the caller. The person thrust a magical orb in front of her and hurriedly reported, "All the magic has been dispelled, and the internal mana eyes have been restored." Felina took the orb from his hand and loudly ordered everyone, "Finding survivors is more important than capturing the intruder. We don't know how the intruder might appear, so no broadcasting, whether using mana eyes or running on foot. Find those kids." And everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Then they split up to search every corner. Quickly they found the children, some unconscious, some crying until they had no tears left. Others were perfectly fine and still playing pranks. When they saw people coming to find them, they were overjoyed. Though all the students had been gathered, Felina still felt a lingering unease and pondered deeply. Watching them chat and joke around like normal, she grew even more puzzled and wondered. The intruder held the challenge hall for 2 full hours. How is it possible that not a single person died? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the orb, interrupting her thoughts. "Professor Felina, can you hear me?" Hearing that, Felina softly replied, "Professor Farun." Farun got straight to the point. "I've entered the central control room. You can look at the crystal orb screen from my side. I think it's better if you see it directly." And as soon as he finished, a holographic screen appeared before Felina's eyes. She murmured, "Hold on a second." Seeing what was in front of her, Felina's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed in disbelief, "This is..." Paran turned to the scene where 2 blood-soaked corpses lay sprawled and reported to Felina, "There were 2 intruders. As you can see, they've ended up like this." Felina's brows knitted tightly together as she stared at the horrific sight. Even she, who had witnessed countless terrifying scenes, found it hard to look straight at this carnage, wondering who on earth had reduced them to this state. From Paran's side came the sound of him scolding someone, "Hey, go outside if you're gonna puke." While lost in thought, she suddenly noticed something. Felina thought to herself, "Wait a minute." At that moment, a file on a stau was placed in front of Felina. Gerada said concisely, "It's this student." Felina picked up the paper and examined it closely. Gerada reported based on what she knew, a stray kid from the gray zone, but he enrolled with an invitation letter from the Blandot clan, and as you can see. Reading the information on the paper while combining it with Gerada's words, Felina couldn't help commenting. Mana capacity exceeding the standard limit, system error, far beyond any normal student's level. Gerada seriously offered her opinion. "Yes, I'm not entirely sure what it is, but this student needs to be monitored very carefully, Professor." As if sensing they were talking about him, Estat unconsciously glanced toward Felina several more times. Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice rang out, "Looks like I arrived too late," and Felina reflexively spun around in surprise. Seeing the person in front of her, Felina exclaimed in shock, "Headmaster." The man waved his hand casually and said, "Just call me Principal." He glanced around assessing the situation, then spoke slowly. "I tried to get here as fast as I could, but it seems everything's already over." And hearing that, Felina replied tactfully, "There wasn't much choice. You had to come all the way from the eastern continent's outskirts." And the principal chuckled a few times, genuinely praising her. "In any case, thanks to you, the situation was resolved smoothly. It was worth entrusting it to you." After a bit of small talk, the principal shifted back to the main topic and asked Felina, "So that's why I said, Professor Felina, in your opinion, is this boy the one who caused that carnage?" And as he spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Estat on the screen as if quietly evaluating him. The night sky poured down with heavy rain. Outside the castle, the downpour was intense, and every mage carries their own inner demon. Raindrops fell endlessly onto the ground. It's a bastard that shows up uninvited to mess with your mind, and the outcome is rarely ever good. Inside, Estat was sitting and practicing Qigong. In his previous life, I didn't have anything like that. Because of the nature of a fixer, we had to do whatever we were ordered, and even if comrades died, we just accepted it as fate. He stayed silent and deeply focused. If I hadn't died from a forbidden technique, I wouldn't have had any reason to get this angry. Estat sat seriously cultivating. I thought I'd suppressed those emotions, but the explosion of feelings inside the challenge coffin was, in a way, the seed of an inner demon. Afterward, he bit his lip in thought, "This is really messed up. It feels like I'm carrying a bomb that could go off at any second." Suddenly, Estat braced himself to stand up and do something, but then thought, "Wait, who even am I?" He jumped to his feet and paced around looking everywhere. As a former fixer, no situation is more familiar than uncertainty. This level of tension is actually good. Estat held the magic notebook in his hand and slowly fed it into the purple circle before him. In that sense, today, 1 week after the incident in the challenge coffin, now that the chaotic atmosphere has settled, this is my chance. Both physically and mentally, my condition today is at its peak. After a while, he smiled down at the magic notebook in his hand. Secret technique. Chain fire, time to conquer this bastard. Then Asta flipped through the pages and read carefully. The secret technique I learned in my previous life was an attribute-less skill developed specifically for fixers. This is the first time I've learned an elemental secret technique like chain fire. He narrowed his eyes tensely. That's why, even though I've mastered the first stage of flame entry dozens of times, I'll keep checking it right up until the very last second. Asta set the magic notebook on the ground and pondered deeply. The mana meridians used are mostly no different from those of heavenly origin technique. He closed his eyes tightly in thought, but if I just circulate mana through the chain fire meridians, I'll only get fire mana, so. Suddenly bright red flames erupted around Asta's body. The image, I have to clearly grasp the form of that image. The fierce red flames burned intensely, a lone flame burning by itself, needing nothing else. Asta kept his eyes shut with many thoughts swirling, born from mana, yet it burns even without mana. A flame that doesn't even crave oxygen. In his hand he held a blazing flame. Gradually the flame burned even more fiercely, the flame hidden in the heart flame entry. After a while Asta opened his weary eyes and looked at the fire in his hand. It really has destructive power. Compared to my usual mana capacity, this spell seems twice as strong. Then he slowly adjusted the flame. Let's see, so the compression limit right now is 1 time. And so Asta kept practicing diligently. The force is too strong compared to attribute-less mana. In this state, I can't even hope to apply the collision formula using fire mana. He stared at the flame and said regretfully, not being able to use the collision formula is a shame, but time will take care of that. The image of Farin appeared in Asta's mind. Anyway, I've taken one more step closer to that talented but doomed mage, heavenly origin technique, because I've added the fire attribute to the basic technique. He leaned against the wall corner, gazing into the distance in deep thought. Now I need a few usable spells for fire magic, since it doesn't depend too heavily on compatibility between the secret technique and incantation. I can just grab anyone right now and it'll be fine. Later, Asta glanced to the side, putting that aside. He looked toward the staircase, observing and thinking an odd pressure. No matter who it is, they're blatantly exposing their presence. Asta stepped forward and placed his hand on the doorknob, ready to open it. Then he flung the door wide open and stepped out into the rainy night. Asta was soaked through. He suddenly stopped and stared straight ahead. Indeed, Professor Felina had reason to be cautious. Asta stood defiantly face to face with the principal. Your mana sensitivity is impressive, and to handle that tricky fire force to this extent. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Not bad, kid. Asta exclaimed, Principal, but the principal immediately corrected, call me Headmaster. He narrowed his eyes, emphasizing seriously, however. Suddenly, a fierce wave of cold energy surged up. Sensing the bad situation, Asta focused intensely. Damn it, what kind of scenario is this? Even that guy Henzi. Why does everyone feel compelled to interfere the moment they see me? Then he slowly raised his hand. But wait, who even am I? Instantly, Asta shifted into a defensive stance with a resolute expression. As a former fixer, I can break, but I won't bend, he always thought to himself, unyielding faith. The headmaster's face was ice cold as he asked, aren't you going to greet me? I may look like this, but I'm the highest authority in this academy. But Asta didn't reply, just glared with fierce intensity. Not long after, he bowed respectfully and said loudly, greetings, Mr. Principal. No, I mean, Headmaster. And he wondered to himself, however, belts exist to be bent, right? The headmaster laughed heartily. Your personality is really straightforward, but lower your voice a bit. And Asta bowed repeatedly. I guess my voice was too loud. I'm really sorry, Headmaster. I was just too worried. And he threatened playfully. Even if you shout like that, no one's coming. I've sealed all the sound around here. Asta thought angrily, since you came in so quietly, I tried to call everyone over. You old bastard, you're scary. Though angry, he still held back and asked politely, so what brings you here, sir? The headmaster sat down on the ground and replied, I came because I'm curious about a few things, though I'm not sure if you'll answer honestly. He sat on the ground and requested, let's sit down first, shall we? Asta clenched his teeth in tension. This isn't killing intent, it's the real deal. And then he slowly dropped to one knee, thinking, is this mana? To create binding force at this level with pure mana alone, no incantation needed. The headmaster spoke up. Professor Felina told me that it seems like you're hiding something. The raindrops seemed to freeze in midair along with the headmaster's words, so I'll ask. The ground beneath where Asta was kneeling suddenly sank violently with the headmaster's question, what exactly are you hiding? Asta was furious but forced himself to endure. Damn it, is this really the same guy who stammered through that speech in the auditorium? the old man's a total monster. But then he remembered Farron's face. However, compared to that bastard, this old guy isn't a monster at all. A green glow appeared behind Astaz's back as he read the flow of mana pressing down on him and adjusted his own mana to match that current. Then he pointed one finger upward. If the flows synchronize, the repulsive force will disappear, and if I slip my hand into that gap. Immediately, Astaz swung his hand decisively forward. Interference formula. The mana was dispersed. Outside the academy, the rain began to fall in scattered drops. Seeing you come here, it must be about what happened in the challenge coffin. Astaz stood there calmly and said, "Yeah, I took care of cleaning up those little rats." Hearing those words, the headmaster let out an involuntary sigh. He immediately asked, "You don't even bother hiding it?" And Astaz replied straightforwardly, "It's not a secret worth hiding that badly. It'd be better if it never came out, but it's not some heavy burden either." He glanced at the headmaster and wondered, "So, do you have anything else you want to ask?" But the headmaster just stared at Astaz, and the two of them locked eyes like that. Astaz cursed inwardly in frustration. Damn it, just like with Pahiran. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten that wyvern. Next time I'll probably adopt some orphan instead. The headmaster said nothing, just sat there sighing heavily over and over. Astaz looked at the headmaster helplessly holding his head and thought, the headmaster's a rare kind of crazy. Serious one moment, laid back the next, then serious again, and now laughing. Finally, the headmaster spoke. "That look in your eyes isn't bad, let's do this." He continued with a suggestion that made Astaz grimace involuntarily. "I'll just ask, and you only answer within the limits of what you're willing to say. Wouldn't that be better than getting beaten up?" The headmaster ordered, "Sit down," and he obediently complied, "Yes, sir." The rain kept falling as the two of them sat face to face under it, without either saying a word. Astaz looked at the headmaster in boredom. The atmosphere was definitely different from just moments ago. His eyes had turned red and looked terrifying. It was a wild feeling, like a war mage. Maybe that appearance, that aura, was his true nature once he shed the title of headmaster, but still. The headmaster then said, "All right, I'll ask first, incidentally." But Astaz cut him off and asked, "Do you know about the wyvern that became Emil?" Hearing that, the headmaster was extremely surprised and blurted out, "Huh." Astaz quickly changed the subject. "Nothing, please continue," and the headmaster sighed before exclaiming, "Junior," to which Astaz replied, "I'm a student and you're a teacher, headmaster." He pointed straight at Astaz's face. "If you call me crazy, I'll smack you. If I say junior, then you're junior and I'm your senior. There's no such thing as teachers on the battlefield." He looked at the headmaster in exasperation. What the hell is this old man talking about? This isn't a battlefield. I don't have a master, no seniors or juniors, but the words of the strong are law. But Astaz still bowed obediently. "Yes, senior." And the headmaster praised, "Good, now you're behaving." Astaz slowly lifted his face as the headmaster continued, "All right, let's pick up the story." He narrowed his eyes dangerously again. "Junior, those are the eyes of a war mage." The headmaster's face was now dead serious as he emphasized, "However, what kind of bastards left it in that state?" And Astaz suddenly realized the killing intent was aimed at the intruders, not at him. Under the continuous downpour, Astaz asked, "So shall we continue?" And the headmaster's face darkened, his eyes flashing with anger as he demanded, "Junior, which scum did this to leave it like that?" He looked at him puzzled. "So what are you planning to do?" And the headmaster declared powerfully, "We'll crush them underfoot. His Majesty will approve this. We should gather the old comrades once more." Hearing that, Astaz furrowed his brow slightly in analysis. If it's old comrades, then they're war mages or knights who fought alongside us. They won't be some ordinary force. After thinking, he slowly spoke the name. "It's about Deculan." The headmaster probed, "Do you know which mage became the wyvern's meal?" Astaz shook his head. "No, sir," and the headmaster sighed. "I don't know either, so your answer feels pretty cheeky. Maybe that person will be you." He couldn't help cursing inwardly. Damn it, still as sharp as ever. It'd be a sight to see if everything got neatly pinned on Deculan, but anyway. Astaz straightened up and answered, "It was Vimmer," and the headmaster nodded. "Vimmer, both of them." He repeated, "One of them is Vimmer. The only one left is the mana engineer, Pryzen," and the headmaster asked curiously, "Do you have any proof?" Astaz said irritably, "Do I need to chew it up and feed it to you mouth to mouth?" And the headmaster marveled. What a rude way of talking. "All right then, how do you know about them?" He shook his head firmly to indicate the answer. The headmaster stared at Astaz as if confirming. The rain continued pouring down relentlessly as their conversation went on, and next. After probing everything, the headmaster gripped his knees tightly to suppress his anger. "So that's how it is. I understand." Astaz read every movement and thought, "I've said everything I can. I tried my best to answer, but I can't talk about regression or the grimoire. Yet the headmaster's entire presence now exuded an oppressive aura. You could feel his genuine rage, of course, not because my answers were terrible. He continued interrogating, Junior, do you know which mage became the goblin's meal? Why do I keep feeling like you're being cheeky? The staff felt guilty and forced an innocent smile. Old age, no, must be a misunderstanding, sir. And the headmaster bluntly exposed, don't smile at me with those rotten goblin eyes. He immediately shut his eyes tight, yes sir, while inwardly cursing, damn old fossil. The headmaster suddenly asked curiously, so you want to build a library as tall as a tower? He expressed, that's a pretty meaningful plan. If you leave the top floor empty, I'll fill an entire wall of bookshelves for you. Stan nodded slightly in gratitude, thank you sir, and inwardly chuckled. As expected, this world runs on blood ties, hometown connections, and shared mentorship. But the headmaster unexpectedly added a condition. As for entry to the library, I'll grant it if you do one thing for me. And the smile vanished from Astaz's face, damn it. He said seriously, Junior, open your eyes wide and look carefully. You should know one eye is enough to see the world. And Astaz forced a smile. I'm really looking forward to what favor you'll ask, sir. Outwardly calm, but inwardly cursing 7 times 7, 49 times, damn it. He looks like he's actually about to gouge my eye out. The headmaster switched topics. All right, the favor can wait. We'll figure it out when the time comes. An artifact that can create a demon realm. He emphasized it's very dangerous, but on the other hand, it has many uses. Splitting space will definitely help with that tower you're planning to build. And hearing that, Astaz silently broke into a sweat. He's right. You could say the artifact's function is precisely spatial division. With that function, even the teleportation magic circles in the challenge corridors were completely blocked. He assessed if it's magic that even the academy professors couldn't break, it'll be very useful later for protecting the tower. The problem is, Astaz said frankly, but senior, I'm not very knowledgeable about mana engineering techniques. The headmaster suggested, then go see Professor Felina. I'll put in a good word for you. She's someone you can trust. At that point, he suddenly warned seriously. However, even though I've decided not to pry into your identity, even for me, getting Professor Felina to accept you will be very difficult. So let's do this. He raised a finger and began to say something. Astaz listened attentively. The next day, after the heavy rain passed, the sky cleared up blue again. Gentle morning sunlight fell softly on the academy's dome. In the classroom, Astaz quietly read a book while the other students around him chattered noisily. Suddenly, a cheerful, familiar voice rang out, hey, my friend. Bia and Damien approached in strangely bloated forms. Long time no see. He looked at the two of them in existential doubt. What happened to you guys? How did you gain so much weight? And Bia scratched his face awkwardly. A passing student raised a hand in greeting. Chenbai, morning, wanna practice magic together later? And he politely replied, ah, yeah, sure. A female classmate also spoke up, Damien, thanks so much for what you did in the challenge corridor. And Damien waved friendly, yeah, thanks to you too. Bia now scratched his head embarrassedly and explained, thanks to the info you gave about the bracelet in the challenge corridor, everyone keeps saying they're super grateful. Friends even gave us elixirs as gifts, and their parents helped our families a lot too. He said sincerely, thanks Aster. He quietly set the book down on the desk. I don't think that's something you should thank me for, and Bia was surprised. Huh. Astaz shrugged, I didn't make you do anything, you're the one who convinced them. He affirmed, this change is because of you, and Bia nodded upon hearing that, I see. Astaz asked curiously, but what about Damien? And he immediately looked back, ah, Damien. Bia recounted he tied up a golem with plant magic and made it work. Its name seems to be Cerberus or something, and he was shocked. He can control a golem? The guy's insane. He doesn't even bother picking a proper attribute anymore. Bia sat down across from Astaz and suggested, let's sit and talk properly. It's been a week since we last met, so there's a ton to catch up on. A voice suddenly interrupted, really? I have a lot I want to say too, and seeing who approached made him jump in fright. Felina appeared out of nowhere, looking straight at Astaz and requesting, Aster, spare me a moment. Hearing her voice, he turned around, Professor Felina. The sun had risen high, flooding the entire academy with bright light. In the meeting room, Felina slowly asked again, do you know why I called you here? Astaz glanced around the room and replied, I don't think it's for psychological counseling, ma'am. She sat down in her chair and nodded slightly, exactly. Felina crossed her legs, speaking calmly, I've heard about it. She tilted her head, her demeanor now full of authoritative probing. You're the descendant of a former war mage, right? The mastermind behind this incident was Vimmer, wasn't it? Astaz didn't deny it but spat out words full of contempt. They're all just trash, and Felina agreed. In short, anyone connected to Deculan is trash. He looked at her and suddenly thought, this matches what the headmaster, no, senior, arranged. attracting attention in Blandor under a fake identity would be too dangerous, so instead we chose the identity of a descendant of a wandering war mage across the continent while hiding the real name. So this was the method the headmaster taught Asta that rainy night. Currently, he calculated among them one has a master with a deep grudge against Deculan and Vimmer. Since it matches my actual position, this setup is completely fitting. Felina sighed. Anyway, there are countless suspicious points, but since the headmaster vouched for you, I'll overlook it for now. But before that, Anastas silently waited for her next words. For some reason, Felina didn't continue. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red. A second later, Felina leaned back in her chair, running a hand through her hair. For now, I'll keep everything under wraps. At the very least, you don't seem like someone who'd endanger the academy. And before she could finish, Asta interrupted. Professor. He hesitated. I'm sorry, but I'm a student and you're a professor. The age gap, and Felina's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Hearing Asta's words, Felina immediately flared up, thinking this little brat. Right after that, a powerful gust of wind erupted around her body. But in the next second, Felina gritted her teeth and forcibly restrained her power. Then she spoke with some irritation. Damn it, it's so hard to say this when I'm trying to do something that doesn't suit my personality at all. But if there are words that need to be said, they still have to be said. A flush appeared on Felina's face as she awkwardly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, thanks to you, we were able to protect both the challenge hall and the students. Instantly, Asta froze in place, stunned. After he snapped out of it, he pondered inwardly and whispered to himself, so that's how it is. Then Asta suddenly spoke up, Professor, and Felina turned to look at him in confusion. Go ahead, say it. After a moment of contemplation, Asta seriously made his request. As you've heard from the headmaster, my goal is to establish a library open to everyone. If you don't mind, could you donate some of your books? Without much hesitation, Felina readily agreed. Not bad, all right, I understand. And hearing that, joy surged in Asta's heart as he quietly calculated. Great, after Professor Farin and the headmaster, this is the third guaranteed academic connection. Once he finished speaking, her voice immediately turned solemn. Then, shall we get to the main topic? Felina's eyes fixed on Asta as she calmly explained. The ancient artifact that creates demon realms, researching its applications could take quite a lot of time. Her tone grew grave as she revealed, the danger is very real, but that's not the main issue. If necessary, I can destroy it at any moment. Right after that, Felina suddenly shifted her tone, which caught Asta's attention. Her face turned cold as she warned, the ones who will come looking for that gauntlet are the real threat. The Forbidden Arts Society, Salvadium. But Asta pretended not to hear clearly and asked, Silvertown? Seeing that, Felina irritably corrected him. Salvadium, say nonsense one more time and I'll punch through your ears. Her expression remained neutral as she explained, the Forbidden Arts Society Salvadium, as the name suggests, it's an alliance of those who have mastered forbidden techniques. They operate independently but share one common goal. Felina's eyes turned icy as she stated, that goal is to recreate demon realms. Then she seriously cautioned, and that kid Pryson who realized this must have had ties to the Forbidden Arts Society, since he's dead. Looking at the person in front of her, Felina affirmed, so they'll come after you to retrieve the artifact. Her face calm, she warned, they'll be very persistent, not any less than the Deculan clan. I don't know what you're hiding or how strong you really are, but if you've become a target of the Forbidden Arts Society, you could die. Hearing that, Asta thought calmly to himself, I could die, huh? Then he let out a breath and casually judged, meaning a clash with them is unavoidable, small matter, just kill them all and be done with it. Having made his decision, Asta flashed a very sly grin and replied, yes, I'll keep that in mind. Seeing his expression, Felina widened her eyes in disbelief, thinking, look at this kid. Without waiting for her to speak, Asta continued asking, so, please research this artifact for me. In the next second, he placed a gauntlet on the table. Seeing that, Felina gave a helpless smile and agreed, your ambition is huge, you little goblin. All right, I'll take a look. Just then, someone suddenly rushed in from outside and shouted loudly, Professor Felina, you're here. He cried out in panic, right now at the academy. The young man's voice grew tense as he reported, the Deculan family head has arrived, and instantly Asta's eyes widened in shock. Outside the academy, a carriage was slowly rolling in. Seeing it, everyone immediately buzzed. The Deculan family head is here. Tighten security, strictly control the parents of the harmed students too. Get the students back to the dorms right away. At the end of the path, a group of people was already waiting. Leading them was the headmaster of the academy. Over there, the carriage slowly rolled along the stone road. On it, a man was leisurely driving the horses. Looking at him, the headmaster pondered deeply. So this punk is the current family head of Deculan, and Farin sensed the gaze and directly met it. The headmaster showed no fear, quietly assessing. A genius who earned the title of Grand Mage and became the Deculan family head at just 30. However, what's more widely known is that the Deculan clan's brutality has only gotten worse since he took over, right? Then he let out a breath. One shouldn't easily believe rumors, but one thing seems certain. The headmaster thought helplessly. Under the founding headmaster's principle, even royalty has to get their hands dirty here at the academy. Yet this one is too arrogant to even set foot on the ground. Inwardly, he calmly commented, but he humbles himself to act as his own coachman, trampling the academy's traditions with horseshoes while making it impossible to object. What a cunning bastard. At that moment, Farin suddenly rested his chin in thought. Then he spoke indifferently, still not here yet. His words confused the headmaster. I don't understand what you mean, family head. And hearing that, Farin casually explained, Ah, I've heard the news. They say the challenge hall was occupied by some bugs. Instantly he fell silent, then quietly muttered under his breath, cursing inwardly, this damn bastard. The headmaster's tone carried anger as he questioned, Family head, did you come all this way just to say meaningless things like that? He could hardly believe it, thinking, is he testing me right now? One side erupted with aura while the other pondered deeply. We haven't officially announced who the attacker was, only a few know Deculan was behind it. Looking at the man before him, the headmaster seriously considered, in this situation, what is his intention by spouting nonsense like that? Facing the headmaster's fury, Farin suddenly smiled and replied, no way. He raised his hand to channel power, acting benevolent as he said, I came to help because it seems the academy couldn't handle the situation. I personally captured those bugs from my own house. As soon as he finished, several black figures dropped down. Immediately, the headmaster's eyes widened in shock. Farin displayed a row of heads and declared, the family head of the Beimer clan, I offer his entire bloodline, root and stem pulled out. How's that? Does it suit your taste? From atop the roof, Asta wasn't too surprised, thinking, as expected, he already beheaded the Beimer family head. In his mind, he silently judged, well, if you think about Pahiran from my previous life, this isn't strange at all. He's the type who'd extend a hand even to me. The one who killed his own flesh and blood, as long as it benefits Deculan. Asta pondered deeply, however, the timing is too coincidental. Observing the man closely, he quickly analyzed. Last night, I only mentioned Deculan and Beimer to the professor, and today he shows up like this. Is he just lucky or obsessively meticulous to a sick degree? Unable to figure it out, Asta gave up and stood to leave, thinking, anyway, you're still just human. In my previous life, he was an incomprehensible existence I couldn't even sense, but now. A confident, arrogant smile appeared on his face, a towering mountain. Asta leisurely reached out his hand, only temporarily, but he pointed at the Deculan family head and clenched his fist. In this life, perhaps I'll take his head. High in the clear blue sky, and just like that, a few days passed, and the academy was quite lively. The scene of Farin displaying the heads had left a deep impression on everyone. The exhibition of the Vimmer bloodline where Farin appeared was already impressive enough. But Farin had taken it one step further there. He made a shocking decision. He would send a direct descendant of the Deculan bloodline to enroll as a student at the academy, in other words, a powerful bargaining chip known as a hostage that only a prestigious noble clan could use. Not only that, because of this action, the royal family also issued an order, and whether the two sides planned it together or not, the royal side immediately announced the enrollment of the third princess at the academy. But those matters had nothing to do with Asta right now, however, that was still a story for later. At the earliest, they'd enroll next semester, at the latest next year. What was more important than that? Beside him, his two friends cheered in unison. It's the festival. In the school grounds, people came and went busily. The Pistonike Festival, a celebration of victory for the academy students who had once been mobilized during wartime. Looking at his two friends, Asta sighed. The academy must be treating the challenge corridor incident as equivalent to that, well, and it's a good excuse to liven up the gloomy atmosphere around here too. Glancing at the crowd along the path, he calmly judged, probably that's why there's even alcohol at the Academy Festival. Since Pistonike is a victory celebration, it seems the Academy has allowed it. Asta added thoughtfully, probably only the hired mercenaries for security aren't allowed to drink openly while on duty. At that moment, because he'd won the contest, the brown-haired man was laughing heartily in triumph. This guy's nothing. Come on, anyone else want to join the next drinking round? Instantly, a bag of coins was slammed onto the table. Then Damien excitedly shouted, me, I want to try too. Seeing that, Chen Bia panicked and yelled, Damien. Suddenly, the academy loudspeaker echoed across the grounds, announcing to everyone in the academy, the Pistonike Award ceremony will begin shortly. Anyone wishing to attend the award ceremony, please gather in front of the Hall of Sages. Immediately, Damien got grabbed by the collar and dragged away. While pulling him along, Asta casually said, let's go. But inwardly, he was already looking forward to it immensely. If someone put in the effort, they deserve to be rewarded. A delighted smile spread across his face as he inwardly declared, "Now then, it's time to reap the harvest." In the hall, the host enthusiastically introduced, "Yes, the headmaster has a few words to say." Right after that came the key part of the ceremony. "Next, we will proceed with the awards. Recipients, please step up to the stage when your name is called." Dahlia was the first one called up. Dahlia Dedinal. Right after that was Damien von Blandor. The host continued reading, Evelyn de Plancher. Next came the one shy boy, Chenbai. And the last one called was Aster. Glancing lightly at Evelyn, he pondered deeply. Evelyn de Plancher, daughter of the Goldran Trading Company, but how to put it, there's something very suspicious about her. The staff felt a bit puzzled inwardly. I don't remember her standing out anywhere in my previous life. However, with the testimonies from the other students backing her up, I guess she's being recognized for her contributions. Unable to figure it out, he just shrugged it off. Anyway, now's the time to receive the rewards. Seeing the gifts, Estelle was overjoyed beyond words. Of course, it has to be top-grade elixirs. When it was his turn, the headmaster had a grim, displeased look on his face. "I offer my deepest thanks for your contributions, Aster." But Estelle paid it no mind and instead inwardly mocked. "Senior, do I have to return the box? It's not even pretty, just trash." As if reading his mind, the headmaster threatened with a fierce expression. "If I find it in the incinerator, I'll burn you along with it." Getting the hint, Estelle took the gift and slyly thought to himself, "Then I'll burn it secretly." A while later, all the prizes had been handed out, and with that the award ceremony concluded. We wandered around the academy again, enjoying the festival. Estelle played the games and guessed everything correctly, leaving the stall owner in shock. Meanwhile, Damien kept eating non-stop. Chen Bia had smashed craters into the ground. Throughout this whole time, we've been running around without a break. So relaxing a bit today should be fine. Under the afternoon sunlight, the school looked incredibly peaceful. And then night fell and suddenly streaks of light shot up into the sky. Right after that, a series of fireworks burst across the entire space. All three boys were stunned by that dreamlike beauty. Bathed in the brilliant light, Estelle murmured in a daze, "The fireworks are exploding." His heart relaxed as random thoughts drifted in. It's a bit wasteful with the money, but you can't deny how impressive it is. Estelle closed his eyes to adjust his mood. Then he firmly resolved, one day. In the future, Estelle was certain he would achieve his dream. On the day I build my own tower, I'll throw money around like this too, right? The top of the tower probably won't have many spots with such great views, so I'll watch from the highest floor possible. I'll hold a festival that lasts a full week, even if I can't witness every moment myself. In his mind, he vividly pictured the scene, and the finale would be the ascension of the sage, the great sage Aster, riding on the back of a wyvern that ushered in a new era for the continent. A white wyvern would look pretty nice. The next day, suddenly an owl landed on the windowsill carrying a letter. Seeing it, Estelle thought helplessly, no, not this kind of white owl. In the end, he still got up and took the letter out. As soon as he opened it, Estelle only saw two words, the usual place, and inwardly he quietly called, "Senior." Without hesitation, Estelle climbed onto the windowsill, calling me right at dawn the morning after the festival. "Senior sure is diligent. Even your summoned beast looks just like you." In a flash, he leaped far away. In the forest, Estelle strolled over leisurely. Looking at what was in front of him, he put his hands on his hips and sighed. Wow, this building's been in use for a really long time. As he approached the house, he pondered deeply. Since it was once used by fixers long ago, it's been abandoned and forgotten by the academy, perfect for secret conversations. Opening the door, Estelle poked his head in and called, "Senior, I'm here," and the man's dignified voice replied, "You're here, huh?" Hearing that, the white owl immediately flew off. Estelle paid it no mind and focused on answering, "Yes, but..." Glancing around, he asked in confusion, "What's with all this stuff?" At this point, it's basically an office. I thought about that too, but that damn tradition didn't leave me any choice. The headmaster didn't respond and instead offered, "Care for a drink?" Amid the sound of pouring, Estelle relaxed and probed, "What's the occasion, this early in the morning?" And the headmaster replied in a leisurely tone, "What, didn't I tell you before? I said I had something to ask of you." Instantly, he understood the headmaster's intention. That request I traded for the library card. Facing him, the headmaster rummaged in his pocket. "Well, it's a pretty simple request." Then he pulled out a somewhat crumpled letter. "Deliver this letter to my friend for me." In an instant, Estelle's relaxed expression vanished. "I smell trouble, a seriously troublesome person." Right after that, he calmly asked, "Where do I need to go?" And the headmaster placed the letter on the table, speaking seriously. "I checked with old comrades and pinpointed where that bastard is hiding. He's concealed himself quite well." Then he solemnly uttered a name, the Great Forest Hammern. Immediately, Estelle cursed inwardly. Damn it. From what he knew now, the Great Forest Hammern, preserved since ancient times, on that vast land not only are there all kinds of monsters, but also priceless magical materials. He wants me to find someone in a place like that. Perhaps sensing Estaz's mood, the headmaster softened his tone to reassure. It won't be that hard, people live there too. If you check a few campsites, you'll find him soon enough. Estaz hesitated a bit and spoke, Senior, I'm sorry, but before he could finish, the headmaster cut in. Oh right, I almost forgot to mention this. The headmaster pulled out a list and said, I prepared some small gifts for my hardworking junior, and looking at the paper, Estaz read in disbelief. 2 top-grade elixirs, 5 high-grade elixirs, 10 mid-grade elixirs. Once he finished reading, the headmaster casually added, By the way, what were you going to say after I'm sorry, but... And at that moment, Estaz couldn't hold back a slight tremble, murmuring softly as he repeated, I'm sorry, but... Instantly, Estaz broke into a bright smile and replied, I'm gonna be late leaving the academy, inwardly ecstatic. The price offered is way too good to refuse. In the sky, white clouds drifted lazily. Below, the entire academy basked in warm sunlight. He pulled out the paper again to look it over once more. Estaz felt immense satisfaction and happiness. Just seeing it made him feel at ease. In his mind, he silently calculated, including the festival rewards, that makes 3 top-grade elixirs in total. This life is truly wonderful. Not only that, Estaz opened the ticket below, and above all, reading the words on it, he couldn't help but rejoice wildly. Voucher for artifact crafting at the Ayerkin workshop. A crafting ticket from a renowned workshop that even nobles have to line up for. Why is something like this in my hands? Everything went back to a few hours earlier when Estaz was talking with the headmaster. The price for something too good to refuse, just as I thought, Senior's hiding something. At that time, with a sad look on his face, he explained, At first I planned to invite him back to the academy with the demon realm, the Declan clan, and all this mess. I thought I'd need his help a bit. The headmaster's tone remained calm, but he said it'd be very awkward to return here. He said there are things he still needs to resolve. At this point, his voice turned unusually gentle as he ordered, So, kid, go help that bastard finish up his unfinished business. Estaz replied with an emotionless smile, Senior, do you have no conscience at all? After putting away the 2 papers, he sighed softly. I protested this scam of a mission and demanded more compensation. I almost got beaten to death for being too right. Suddenly thinking of something, Estaz's expression turned thoughtful. Come to think of it. In his mind, he quickly analyzed. I was planning to use top-grade elixirs to increase my mana capacity, but now with 3 whole bottles, I don't need to obsess over capacity anymore in this case. Estaz immediately thought of an ability, the technique created based on night body reinforcement and achieved through ether, Kai Mana Force. He smiled lightly, inwardly pleased. The technique that let me surpass the limits of a fixer in my previous life. Finally time to remodel this frail, fragile body. Hands in his pockets, Estaz returned to his relaxed demeanor. A mage with a knight's body, and in my case, with collision formulas, interference formulas, and countless other techniques I haven't been able to use yet. His face couldn't hide the joy as he speculated. I might reach even higher than in my previous life. In the spacious quarters, golden sunlight shone down on the roof, illuminating everything. Inside, Estaz sat quietly cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and murmured softly, Good, now let's begin. Without hesitation, he took out the elixir and consumed it. Instantly, a golden aura suddenly appeared around Estaz's body. Unaffected, he calmly adjusted his body to absorb the medicinal power. Breathing technique, as always. But this time, I'll pour every drop of the top-grade elixir's mana directly into my body. With Estaz's movements, the aura gradually seeped into every part of him, letting the mana permeate his joints, muscles, and nerve cells. This was the most crucial goal. Suddenly, Estaz's eyes widened, veins bulging. He looked down in disbelief. Damn it, you again. Seeing the mark on his chest, Estaz growled in frustration. Flame seal. But since he was in a critical phase, he quickly adjusted his mindset. I almost lost focus. But if the flame seal activates like this. A big smile spread across Estaz's lip. Excitement surged in his heart. This time, what kind of luck will you bring me? In the next second, Estaz pushed his cultivation even harder, calmly proceeding as planned. First, circulate mana throughout the entire body instead of the mana stone. At this point, he carefully controlled the power, injecting mana into every muscle fiber. Suddenly, Estaz let out a groan. He doubled over, inwardly screaming nonstop. This is insane. It hurts so much, it feels like every muscle fiber is slowly being torn apart. Veins bulged all over Estaz's face as doubt crept in. Does it really have to hurt this much? It's not like my previous life. This is way too intense. Should I stop? In the very next second, without any hesitation, he made his choice. Endure even more hardship. Estaz collapsed flat on the ground, screaming at the top of his lungs. "You damn bastard." His voice echoed almost throughout the entire quarters. "You bastard, the muscle processing isn't even finished yet, and if you shove mana straight into the bones like that." Sometime later, the room fell silent again, while Asta was drenched in sweat pouring off him in streams. He staggered to his feet, hardly able to believe it as he confirmed, "Kai mana force success. No, I've already surpassed it." Asta clenched and unclenched his fist to test it. "My body's durability still can't handle the full output. But even with just this reinforced body, I won't lose to any knight once my body matures and combines with physical training." A bright smile spread across his face as he judged. A mage defeating a knight with fists, it won't be just a dream anymore. Right after that, Asta bit down hard on his own finger. "Good, first, let's test the recovery ability." Instantly, blood spurted from his hand. "What the?" I clearly held back though. Looking down at the wound, Asta silently calculated. "The injury's worse than I thought, but it should heal in about 15 minutes. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. "What the hell is this insane recovery speed?" Asta's mind immediately analyzed the effect. "Even in my previous life, I never got results this good. I've become an unwilling genius. If I combine this with the light healing secret tome I got from Henzi, I'll be on par with Damien, that monster from Blandor." It didn't stop there. Asta noticed one more thing besides that. He crouched down to examine the blood. "There's a faint mana sensation. Don't tell me it's this drop of blood." Silently sensing the power within it, Asta speculated doubtfully. "Familiar mana, it's exactly like my own. It seems I can control it." Without hesitation, he reached out. "Let's try using light magic, shall we?" In a flash, a dazzling beam of light appeared right in front of Asta. Once the skill faded, he stood there stunned in astonishment. "This is beyond common sense. I chanted according to my will, but the medium isn't me, the caster. It's coming from the blood." In an instant, Asta burst into an excited grin. "If I increase the amount of blood and apply the collision formula, the results will be insane in their own way." His mind was already racing with a series of applications. "If later I use the Blandor clan's regenerative growth technique for healing, it'll definitely be super useful. Regeneration is highly effective for rebuilding flesh and bone. Should I trade with Henzi about this?" But the very next second, Asta quickly dismissed the idea. "No, best not get involved with those lunatics. Perfect timing, Lancey's coming soon for the pre-class parent consultation. I'll mention it later anyway. This result is already extremely satisfying." Looking at the blood on his hand, he declared with satisfaction, "Let's call it blood mana magic for now." On the bustling streets full of people coming and going, a voice suddenly echoed from inside a roadside house. "Thank the heavens you're both safe, young Master Damien and young Master Aster." Lancey sat primly, her expression respectful as she inquired, "Is there anything else?" Hearing that, Damien immediately replied eagerly, "Yes, no, nothing. I'm perfectly healthy and fine. Go on, hurry up and go." Facing that dismissive attitude, Lancey remained completely calm and said, "Lady Gamo asked me to pass on a message." He looked surprised and asked, "Huh, what message?" Her tone stayed steady as she continued. "Regarding the proposal you suggested last time about building a lake and architectural statue for Blandor." Glancing lightly at the person beside Damien, Lancey commented seriously, "I don't know who helped you make it, but the format is quite decent." She casually offered praise. "The proposal is very neat and professional," and hearing that, Asta thought coolly to himself, "She means Sweat and Tears number 1 and number 2. At this point, Lancey finally mentioned the task. "Lady Gamo's message is." Damien's face lit up full of anticipation. "What is the message?" Who would have thought that right after she poured cold water on him? "Rejected," and Damien froze like he'd been struck by lightning. "Rejected." Seeing that, Lancey smiled faintly and continued. "She said there, not everything is impossible." Her eyes turned serious as she relayed the requirement. "Please rank in the top 15 of the entire grade in the Academy's midterm exams. Only after that will there be something to discuss when making a request to Lady Gamo." After hearing it all, Asta immediately understood Gamo's intention. So that's Lady Gamo's goal. Right then, Lancey suddenly reassured warmly, "Young Master Damien, no need to worry too much. You have good friends here, don't you? They'll help you." And he thought guiltily to himself, of course. Facing him, her expression softened as she assured, "Chenbai Aster, if you two help young Master Damien this time, the Blandor clan will reward you generously." At this point, Lancey seriously reminded, "That said, it definitely won't be that easy," and instantly Asta sighed inwardly nonstop. So the moment of patience and suffering has finally arrived. He squeezed his eyes shut, inwardly convincing himself nonstop, if it weren't for that formula. The very next second, Asta replied firmly, "Understood," and Damien's face immediately brightened up. Outside, the sun shone warmly down on the house. In the quiet space, a questioning voice suddenly rang out. "Damien, just how much do you actually understand about basic magic theory?" and Damien immediately blurted out in confusion. Basic magic theory, what's that? Seeing that expression, the other person helplessly moved to the next issue. All right, Damien, can I see your notes? Where's your textbook? And without hesitation, he grabbed his bag and said, I don't know, I just brought everything I have. Right after that, a whole stack of notebooks was dumped onto the table. Looking at the pile, Asta couldn't believe it and whimpered, this is hell, this is pure earthly hell. At that moment, Chen Bia hesitantly asked, Damien, you did turn in the assignments the professors gave on time, right? And Damien replied with absolute certainty, yeah, I did them. Hearing that, Chen Bia let out a relieved sigh, feeling lighter all over. But beside him, Asta wasn't so optimistic. Is it really lighter? Then without hesitation, he flipped open a notebook to look. The first thing that hit Asta's eyes was Damien's doodles. Subject number 2, blood, sweat, and tears. Instantly, he furrowed his brows and cursed softly. Damn it, the circulating formulas are drifting further and further away. Luckily for Asta, there was still good news. The one bright spot was that he wasn't bad in general elective subjects like culture and history. As a spoiled young master, he must have had private tutors for those. In his mind, he quickly calculated, the problem is in the magic-related classes. It's not that I can't teach him, but I don't have confidence. Thinking about Damien's level, Asta added gravely, no confidence that I won't beat him to a pulp. And facing him, the boy seemed to sense the weird atmosphere and asked, is it really that serious? Right then someone approached and called, hey. Seeing the young man's appearance, Asta blurted out in surprise, Furio, and immediately Furion irritably corrected, it's Furion Aster, and without any guilt he calmly replied, right, Furion, that's what I meant. Looking at him like that, the other helplessly asked the question on his mind. I wasn't eavesdropping, but I pretty much got the gist. You guys are helping Damien study? And Asta answered casually and curtly, so what? Furion immediately put on a thoughtful look. Right after that, he stated frankly, I think I can help with that, and upon hearing it, Damien's face lit up brightly. But Asta asked suspiciously, you? And seeing that, Furion immediately rummaged for something while replying, you look doubtful. I wasn't planning to show you this, but... From the side, seeing what was in his hand, Chen Bia exclaimed in shock, that's, and Furion was pleased with the reaction. As expected of Chenbai, I knew you'd recognize it. In the next second, he held up the paper, introducing it arrogantly. This is my collection of the Academy's past exam questions from the last 10 years. Right after that, Furion pulled out another one to boast, and that's not all. Holding a stack of papers in his hand, he confidently declared, it's a compilation of tests from each professor. I organized everything from their question structures to the specific topics emphasized in M1, M2, and M3 classes. Then Furion asked in a tone full of pride, how about it, does this earn your respect yet? And taking the papers to examine, Chen Bia couldn't hide his joy. With this, there's really a chance now. Seeing that, Asta inwardly grumbled in annoyance. I can't stand a single thing about him, especially the way he blamed Chenbai at the coffin trial. But beside him, Chen Bia was so excited he teared up. Finally, there's hope, and the look in his eyes made Asta relent. I have no choice but to admit it. Looking at Furion's smug face, Asta forcefully restrained himself. I really want to punch him, but I'll hold back. But right then, the other suddenly added a condition. However, there's one condition, and instantly Asta silently changed his mind, or maybe just punch him anyway. Facing him, Furion calmly stated the condition. Help me train in real combat sparring after the midterm evaluation. Since you know how to fight, you seem capable enough. Hearing that, Asta was utterly surprised. Then without hesitation, he stood up. Sure, we can do it right now. Follow me to the training room. But realizing Asta misunderstood, Furion hurriedly explained, wait, no, it's not me you need to train. Someone else needs your help. Asta raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously, someone else? He answered affirmatively, exactly, do you have time? I'll lead the way. Outside the academy in the city of Hazen, golden sunlight shone everywhere, making the scenery look incredibly peaceful. On the way, Asta asked impatiently, how much farther? And Furion had to turn to reassure, almost there. After walking so long without arriving, he started considering just turning back. We've gone pretty deep into the back alleys now, damn it, I can't take this anymore. Looking at the head in front of him, Asta thought irritably, really want to stab him once. Right then, Furion called to catch his attention, we're here. Seeing the luxurious building, Asta confirmed in surprise, a private training ground. After assessing the surroundings, he judged, looks like they have plenty of money to burn. Then he focused on walking ahead. When they arrived, seeing him, Dahlia immediately greeted, you're here, Aster. Instantly her name flashed in his mind. Dahlia de Denai. Over there, Furion had already hurried closer and whispered, Dahlia, do we really have to do this? That guy defeated the Dalamp clan, sure he's impressive, but does he really deserve to learn from? But before he finished, Dahlia cut in. No. Then her face turned cold as she stated, Let me say it again, I won't borrow the power of my clan. Turning to look at his dad, Dahlia said solemnly, I'm asking you, Aster. Hearing that, he was silent for a moment before speaking. I'll take one more thing from this deal before I leave. Right after that, he looked at Furion and declared, Furion, let me borrow that girl. I'll use her well and return her after the exams. I need her to tutor Damien. In an instant, he panicked and shouted, wait, what the hell? Dahlia, are you seriously considering this? You don't believe that ridiculous nonsense, do you? Then he pointed at Asta, criticizing angrily. Aster, face reality. I already paid you with study materials, and hearing that, he calmly corrected, you paid what you owed me. Asta's face turned serious as he questioned, but you still haven't settled the debt for framing Chenbai at the coffin trial, right? Instantly, Furion was speechless and couldn't respond. That is, right then, Dahlia suddenly agreed. Fine. In a flash, he shouted in shock, what? No, more importantly, why is Dahlia deciding my fate? I can't accept this. Furion pounded his chest and anxiously declared, I am the proud bloodline of the great Dinai clan. I have free will. Seeing that, Asta flashed a cold smile and threatened, all right, oh proud bloodline, I'm coincidentally in need of a punching bag. Are you tougher than Hickster? In an instant, Furion was intimidated into silence, gritting his teeth without daring to speak up. Then he decisively turned and left. I don't have much time. The exams are coming up soon, so I'll head out first. Watching him disappear from the place, Asta thought with satisfaction, good, this will help Chenbai finally let go of that burden in his heart. After that, he let out a sigh and spoke up. Well then, since I've received my payment, I suppose I should do my part. Glancing at the person standing beside him, Asta asked seriously, you want me to teach you about real combat, right? Dahlia nodded nonchalantly in response. Outside, the blazing sunlight poured down everywhere. In another place, a luxurious meal was underway, one side cutting into the meat while the other calmly lectured. Please, give me one more chance. Once it's done, there's no turning back. Are you really sure you're okay with that? Meanwhile, the food on the other person's plate remained completely untouched. Over there, Evelyn said nothing more and leisurely speared a piece of meat to eat. While chewing, she expressed concern for her companion. I'm worried you might be pushing yourself too hard. Daibi didn't reply. Inwardly, he softly called her name, Evelyn. When he stayed silent, Evelyn didn't mind and continued. Because of the incident at the coffin trial, the customer complaints are getting pretty noisy. Some bastard guaranteed I wouldn't get a single bracelet out of that event, and hearing that, Daibi quietly answered, about that, I have nothing to defend myself with. Evelyn coldly lifted her eyes to look at him, right after she smiled and spoke. I've heard a rumor. They say the questions for the midterm evaluation will be finalized no later than next week. Instantly, Daibi jolted in shock and blurted, wait, you're not telling me to steal the exam questions, are you? Evelyn feigned disbelief and scolded. Oh my, did I say that? You're saying some very dangerous things. I'm just telling you about my business and expressing hope that you, Daivi, can assist with that work. Her eyes turned icy, full of intimidation. That's all, do you understand? In a flash, Daibi fell silent, warily facing Evelyn. Seeing he understood, she calmly made her request. If you want to complete this task with a bit more dedication, you might want to visit this place. They say there's someone there who's really good at this kind of work, all right? Then Evelyn flashed a friendly smile and urged, hurry up and finish eating. In the room, wooden puppets moved with clacking sounds. While following Dahlia, Stad dazedly thought me teaching Dahlia. Looking at the back in front of him, his emotions were incredibly complicated. If this were my previous life, I would have beaten her half to death for daring to spout that nonsense. The grudge between us runs that deep. Suddenly, the image of Dahlia from his previous life flashed in Asta's mind. I'll bury you right here today. Remembering those words, he thought irritably. If it weren't for her reinforcements, I would have killed her dozens of times already. However, once she became the representative mage of Dinai, we no longer had much reason to clash. Moreover, this change also brought benefits to Asta, but setting aside past grudges and calculating gains, raising Dahlia would be very profitable. For some reason, Dahlia ended up being the one who restrained the Deculan clan. He curved his lips, slightly calculating with interest. Should I pull that timeline a bit closer? Excitement surged non-stop in Asta's heart. Honestly, if I don't do it now, I'll never get another chance to give her a proper beating and still feel satisfied. Seeing Dahlia stop, he had to set aside his thoughts and focus on the task. All right, Dahlia. Asta asked seriously, what do you think is the most important factor in one-on-one combat between people? Hearing that, she pondered a bit, then answered, I don't know, I just want to learn the moves you used against Hickster. And he asked incredulously, you want me to teach you my style? Seriously, you need to find a method that suits you. Then Asta gave a concrete example. Look, imagine an 8th rank mage and a 9th rank mage fighting. Who wins? And Dahlia answered without hesitation, the 8th rank. He wagged his finger and said, no, wrong. Then he pointed to his own head and explained, Whoever smashes the opponent's head first wins. Dahlia's brows immediately furrowed as she asked doubtfully, "The head?" Facing her, Asta created a small orb and continued teaching. "It's called." He slowly revealed the first strike rule, and in an instant Asta's technique shot straight toward Dahlia's head. Time passed gradually as the afternoon sun slowly covered everything. Walking along the road, Asta stretched and let out a relieved breath. Looking up at the sky, he marveled in surprise. "It's already this late. If I keep teaching her properly like this, she'll grow really well." Asta relaxed, letting his mind wander. "I wonder what Damien's up to right now." Suddenly, Daibi's back passed into view. A delighted smile immediately appeared on Asta's face. 310 gold coins. Over there, Daibi slowly strolled along the street. At that moment, his heart was in turmoil. Damn it, they want me to steal the exam questions this time. I wanted to wash my hands of this life, but dreams don't come true. Remembering Eveline, fear surged in his heart. Goldrin, no, Eveline, she has enough power to crush me. Taking out the paper to look at it, he tried to comfort himself. No, look at it another way. This is a golden opportunity. What Eveline wants through them is a connection with nobility. While heading toward his destination, Daibi desperately convinced himself, if I handle this job perfectly, I can become that connection. As he opened the door, he inwardly cursed in frustration. Last time I screwed up because of that damn rat bastard. Stepping inside the shop, Daibi's resolve gradually hardened, but this time will be different. Behind him, Asta had been silently following for a while. Up ahead, Daibi began to doubt, is this the place? It just looks like a normal tea shop. At the counter, the brown-haired young man saw the customer and smiled in greeting. "What would you like, sir?" He sat down, hesitantly ordered, "Please give me dragon horn tea, the hot kind but make it iced," and the other replied friendly, "Of course, please wait a moment." Sneaking a glance at the staff, Daibi felt extremely embarrassed. This is the place Eveline mentioned. Thinking about it, saying that password in a normal shop is humiliating, thank goodness. Over there, the staff returned with the cup of tea. "You seem pretty nervous in this atmosphere, huh?" Seeing him nod, the young man smiled brightly and said, "A lot of people are surprised when they hear shadow broker. They usually imagine some secret hidden den." He gestured casually at the elegant space. "But as you can see, who would have thought a place like this is the cover for the black market?" Then the young man asked curiously, "Anyway, how did a young customer like you find your way here?" And hearing that, Daibi tried to stay calm as he made his request. "I'm here to buy the basic first-year academy exam questions." He pondered and spoke, "Academy exams, huh? Perfect timing. We have someone planning to sell. Which department are you aiming for?" And he answered hesitantly, "Magic department, sir." And the young man repeated thoughtfully, "Magic department, ah." Then he friendly suggested, "Actually, we've scheduled to meet the seller next weekend. How about it? Wanna come with me?" Instantly, Daibi confirmed in shock, "You mean go together?" Then he furrowed his brows, judging, "He wants to remember my face." After a moment of hesitation, Daibi finally agreed, verifying the seller and checking the goods quality. That's basic for a merchant, right? "Let's go." In his heart, he was completely resolved after placing the order. Anyway, there's no turning back now. Hearing that, the young man smiled brightly. "All right then." Then he leaned in slightly and whispered, "So I'll give you the time and place. Listen carefully and don't write it down anywhere." Outside, Asta had watched the entire thing. The young man's voice still echoed in his ears. "The location is." His face cold, Asta commented in contempt, "All nonsense." In his mind, Asta thought deeply. A seller of exam questions conveniently appears and the buyer just happens to be there right then. Something smells fishy here, and they haven't even mentioned the price. He raised his hand, reaching into the air, murmuring, "Well, I guess I'll have to verify it myself." Perfect timing. I have a few Deculan cloaks that'll be really useful. A moment later, Asta was fully disguised. "Let's see, should we rob the richest one first?" The tea shop door opened once more. Inside it, returned to quiet. Toying with the teacup, the young man thought somewhat boredly, "Boring. After this job, I'll have to leave Hazen." He let out a breath, inwardly pondering, "If I steal the academy exam questions, now staying in Hazen is too dangerous. Where to next?" Right then, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Not taking customers." Instantly, the young man spun around in fright. When did he get here? What hit his eyes was Asta in a red cloak. "Impossible, that's Deculan, the chain jewel." Facing him, Asta said coldly, "Drop the clumsy act, dragon horn tea and all that nonsense. Skip the passwords." And the young man stammered warily, "Why, yes, sir. What are you curious about?" Asta answered calmly, "I'm looking for an item, a spatial bag." Instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief. "A spatial bag? Don't tell me he's referring to Callahan's spatial bag. It disappeared after Callahan died. Why is he looking for it here?" Right after, the young man feigned calm. "We've never seen anything like that," and Asta leisurely probed, Is that so? By the way, what were you discussing with that kid just now? He looked pretty suspicious. In a flash, he was speechless. That is, inwardly the young man felt like he was on hot coals, panicking nonstop. How do I handle this? Suddenly, Asta slammed the table, shouting, "Behave." His eyes ruthless, he cursed. Your brain gears are grinding too loud. In an instant, the young man shuddered in fear. This guy, he's not an ordinary Deculan mage. Then he hurriedly spoke up. I'll tell you the truth about that boy. Anyway, it's not something related to the Deculan clan, and Asta immediately threatened viciously. I'll listen and judge for myself, best not hide anything. Now the young man didn't dare conceal. Understood, here's what happened, but Asta cut in. Let's talk while heading to the warehouse. He was stunned and asked doubtfully, why? And Asta replied as if it were obvious. Shouldn't I check the warehouse myself? Then he gave the young man a murderous glance, questioning, what did that guy do here? You're hiding something, aren't you? Instantly, he grimaced, unable to hold back a curse. Fuck, what the hell is he planning to do?